Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembe TV and your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion, here from Nairobi. And we are here to see to it that you are not left behind on the latest development on our political front. And today, the DP was in Nyeri with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and this time the meeting is different from other places. He has been in Kakamega, he has been in Vihiga, he was in Busia and Trans Nzoia, and all those meetings was him and his team telling the people what they will do. But when they got in Nyeri, the story is different. This time he sat down and listened to what the Nyerians were talking about their expectations. So what is cooking with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance? Are they changing tag and begin to adopt Raila Odinga approach of going to have a conference with the indigenous first before you go for the rally? Talk to me and the rest of the world, even as we get down to looking at what is happening as far as our politics are concerned. Azimio, of course, they are holding their campaign in different parts of the country, but the main one was in Migori today, led by Deputy Party Leader Joho and the Brigade for Azimio La Umoja. Well, what do you take of what is happening? Raila Odinga is out of the country still, but things are still moving in the Azimio La Umoja. Are they there? Are they going to get a head start or what? Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now shared in the comment section. You are free to click on the link, allow StreamYard, our app that we use to broadcast, to control your camera as well as your audio, and you'll find yourself in the studio and we get down to discussing. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining, and let's move on. Thank you, Salome Mbone. Thank you. Hi, how was your day? My day was fine. Thank you so much. We have this one, VKGZM. Thank you so much. Kengo Omwangu, karibu sana on board from Nairobi. Inawezekana, asante sana. Kanari Maruti, karibu sana. We have Shadi Chuka, thank you so much. Bashir Muhsin, karibu sana. Tunakushukuru kwa kujumuika nasi katika show ya leo. Francis Kerecha, Omari Kerecha, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Shadi Chuka, asante sana. Hassan Hassanova, thank you so much. Stephen Wachara, thank you for joining. Please invite somebody to join. Today is hot. I believe we're going to have a great time together. Emma Kenga, Mamnash, karibu kwa show. Omweri Richard, thank you so much for choosing our broadcast. I believe you gain by watching. Brian Mose, karibu kwa show. Derek O. Okomo, karibu kwa show. Moses Wabwile, thank you for joining. Kuna Columbus, karibu. Kuna Betty Nyakegiteya, asante sana kwa kujoin. Wycliffe Momanyi, karibu kwa show. Omweri, wewe tushakusalimia, karibu kwa show. Kuna Koita, thank you so much. Ngeno Roni, he said prepare for Ruto presidency. Wow, that's a good one. He said thank you so much. Juma Mzalendo, karibu kwa show. Wale Nesi, thank you so much. Elkana Nyachai, asante kwa kujumika nasi. Rafael Mulwa, karibu kwa show. Na wengine wote ambao mnatujoin, asante sana kwa kuchagua Mtembei TV, ambayo inahakikisha kwamba unaelewa kinaganaga yote yanayojiri katika siasa ya Kenya. Tunakurahisishia mambo kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tuna mulika yale ya uongo ili uyaelewe vizuri, alafu tena tukasonge mbele katika masuala tofauti, tunaangalia kwa kina. Leo hii Deputy President badilisha mkururo wake. Wengine wanasema na copy paste baba. Leo ameenda Nyeri, lakini hakuenda kuambia wana Nyeri kile ambacho amewaletea. Akaenda akaketi kitako, akawasikiliza kwanza. Je, anamfuata baba ama ni nini kinaendelea katika Kenya Kwanza Alliance? Alafu of course Azimio la Umoja wamekuwa Migori na sehemu zingine bado wanaendeleza campaign licha ya kuwa baba hayupo, lakini yuko nje ya nchi, lakini mambo yanaendelea. Kwa hivyo karibuni kila mmoja, wale wote ambao wanakuja katika studio, unatumia ile link ambayo nimeshare. Ukiklik kwa hiyo link, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unaruhusu StreamYard, ile app tunatumia, ichukue full control ya kamera yako na audio yako. Hivyo tu ndio utaweza kukiingia studio, utaweza kuzungumza. Ile njia nyingine haitawezekana. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mmefika. Bwana Wangira.
Yes.
Habari ya leo?
Niko mzima.
Haya, karibu tupatie uhondo.
We are in very interesting times. Very interesting times. Today in Nyeri,
yes,
just as you have indicated, we have seen a William Ruto who is now copy pasting Raila Amolo Odinga. Today he held similar events to what Raila Odinga has been doing, the town hall meetings, and he tried to listen to what the people of Nyeri wanted from his government in case he is going to be elected as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. But there's something that came up for the first time now. He's accepting that he was also a project of President Uhuru Kenyatta, that President Uhuru Kenyatta had said tano yangu, yani kumi yangu, kumi yako. By Uhuru saying kumi yangu, kumi yako, the kumi ya Ruto meant that Ruto was going to be project of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Then now, he was ready to climb down from now the kumi yangu, and now he's claiming for tano yangu. He's telling people of Nyeri that I don't want the kumi yangu now. I only want you people to give me tano, so that I go do what I can do within the 5 years. Then after 5 years, you can gauge me. If you decide you want to add me another 5 years, it will be upon you. Or if you want to elect somebody else, it will also be upon you. But knowing who William Ruto is, he reminds me the story of that camel. You remember the camel and the owner of the tent. So what Ruto was basically telling the people of Nyeri today was that allow me only to get my head inside. I only just need my head inside. And when I get my head inside, I'll be comfortable. If they make a mistake of allowing him to get his head inside the tent, the next time he'll say, oh, allow me to have the neck inside. And before they know everything, before they know what is going on, Ruto's entire body will be inside the net. And knowing who he is, this is one guy who can even go the Museveni way by engineering the amendment of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya so that Kenya can have a termless presidency where he can go on ruling for even 24 years as President Moi did. So as William Ruto tells people of Nyeri that they should only give him 5 years, they should be very cautious of him, they should be very cautious of him. They should even ask themselves what has really changed that he now only wants 5 years and not the 10 years he has always been crying for. Finally, in regard to Azimio, oh, so far so good. They are doing very good work, and we saw it in we saw it in Migori, where they have gone on with their campaigns in the absence of Raila Odinga. And even Raila Odinga himself on his Facebook page has acknowledged the good work that they are currently doing. And we hope that they will continue with the same spirit until the 9th of August 2022. For now, let me leave it at that, and I allow somebody else to contribute. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We are glad that you are here with us and sharing a lot on the political front and helping us understand what is cooking. Thank you so much. Can we now have Derek Okomo to add on?
Yes, good evening, everyone, to those who are viewing from every sides of the country, including those viewing from abroad. Actually, Mr. Bernard, I'm glad to be in this discussion. As normal, I'm joining all the way from Kirinyaga County in this mountain region. Nyeri is just nearby, just can say neighbor, just nearby. So I have got clue and I know things that are happening in the ground. I want to say that Mr. Bernard and to everyone watching, uh, I have got great confidence, and just as I had mentioned last time when I was in this kind of when I was in this forum, that Azimio is growing or it's becoming strong and stronger in this mountain region. It just began by some simple task, but as now it is becoming to reality. Some were not expecting what is currently taking place. They thought it was a joke, but indeed, I'm telling you, and I've got great confidence that Mount Kenya region, some were saying Raila might get only at 20% of the vote. And now it is on the other way around. It is turning to be 80% of the votes, because most of the leaders, like today in Nyeri, if you can, for those who are able to watch the live broadcast, like in Nyeri, compare the crowd, just compare the crowd, because he complains, he always accused that Mount Kenya region is his bedroom. But if you check the crowd, those who attended the meeting, those who attended that rally, there were very few, just a few people to mention, just very few, that there were no number, just to say in short. And then Mr. DP was like he wanted to surprise people in Nyeri. It was like a surprise visit. But instead, he got surprised. Even those whom he thought could be present were unable to attend the meeting. But when I speak on the other side of Azimio, Mr. Bernard, a strong man will always remain a strong man. As you can see, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, in his absence here, even if he is away, he is not together with the team, he can organize the team to go on and carry on with the campaign, even if he's not around. The other day they were in Oma Bay. The whole team, the entire team, were able to spread the good news of Azimio la Umoja. But since ever the UDA party was formed, I have never seen them anywhere campaigning in the absence of Honorable Ruto. I have never seen them. If anyone has the clip, may display for me. I have never seen them campaigning. But in the case of Azimio, in the absence of Raila Amolo Odinga, who is the party leader, they are able to campaign and even convince those who are on the ground. But now, what about if those in the UDA can now go to campaign for Ruto in his absentia? I'm very sure they can only be those who are campaigning to be in that particular meeting. Nobody can attend, I'm sure. So, Mr. Bernard, with me, I have so many to say, but as per now, I can only say that Azimio stand a chance to win in this coming election. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We appreciate your perspectives and contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. And now on this platform, we are always gender sensitive, and we give priority to the ladies because the men stay longer, and ladies would want to go and prepare supper where they need to be. So we'll give them first priority, and then we resume our following of the order. I saw Mama Selina. Mama Selina, are you?
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I will come back.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now let's hear from Guru. Guru, upo?
Niko.
Haya, tupatie yanayojiri kutoka Nyeri.
Habari yenu?
Salama salama, tunashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Mzuri. Sasa ile iliyojiri leo ni dhahiri kwamba sasa mambo imeanza kuchukua mwendo mwingine tofauti. It is a testimony that open rallies have become boring, and the possibility of not getting people is high, and the funds that are used to mobilize youths to attend and generally celebrate and make all manner of noise, the taps have dried. So what do? You organize the so-called boardroom meetings. For the first time, the key mover of so-called bottom-up, Professor D, was present and tried to break down what this model is all about. And what I captured from his explanation was that this is about giving loans and subsidies to farmers and business people. So it's nothing new, really, in the fact that we have had these programs in the past through the Youth Enterprise Fund, through the Women Enterprise Fund, and therefore, and subsidies have always been there. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are removed. So really, there is nothing that is magical about this wording of bottom up. It's just a gimmick. When you look at the readers who attended and the public that attended those that meeting, if you have watched the crowd behavior, you will see that there was lack of enthusiasm, and people are more or less reasoning, and their response to even the statements was rather lukewarm. So I think what is happening is that these are not the people you go and cheat. Of course, they are listening to see whether there is anything that is new about what was being said. And it is hard to tell that all those who are there belong to the side that was campaigning. We also saw the current governor of Nyeri who hates history. He tried to charm the crowd, but it didn't come out very well. I think he's one man whose way is only the highway. It's just amount of time. He has just about 107 or so days to his last Saturday. So basically, it was just about trying to break down what the bottom-up model is through their key movers, DVD. But I could see there was what you would call skepticism. When you look at the crowd, you see that I don't know whether he left having convinced 100% of them, those who attended, because these are things they have heard before about commodities fund, the coffee fund, and so on and so forth. Something interesting that also came out is that money will be provided for those who are doing transport business like matatus and boda, so that they go and borrow and pay with small interest. As to how practical that one is yet to be known, because those are especially the matatu and transport industry is not a very cheap industry. Then the most interesting thing, and which can indicate the changing fortunes, is the plea that is given 5 years honorary. Now, apart from the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who I understand had pleaded to get 2 or 3 days, I don't know. I never heard him say that, but I hear through history that he once said that. Now we have a presidential candidate who is saying we should just give him 5 years. It is interesting because he's a young man. I think that statement, if we hand it from Raila Amolo Odinga, we would understand him better because of his age. But here is a young man who seems to have lost confidence, because it then means that he could also be private to the fact that maybe there is a narrative that is underlying that, Raila would easily tell the people of a mountain that he is owned, and therefore the deputy that he picks could come into power in 5 years, and maybe he's got an intelligence that maybe it could sell quite fast. And to counter that narrative, maybe is why he said what he said. As to whether it will work out, I don't know. But you can obviously see, I do not know whether he made any stopovers along the route. I'm yet to see that because I never saw it in the media. Therefore, I think what happened or has happened is that somebody has sung himself lame before the main dance. And today, if you hear even the young men the boda who support him, they say they no longer listen to him because they just repeat what he told them 6 months ago. Therefore, I think the enthusiasm is gone. As to how he is going to do his messaging from now on is something we wait to see. It could also be an indicator that the finances are going down, more so because the other day he was in part of, I think, Western, and the youth made noise, and so that one of their own could speak. When the young man was given the microphone, he said he belonged to a border circle, which needed to be assisted. He told them that will be catered for once they get the government. And that is very telling about what could be happening to his finances. Now, the most scaring thing, I think, for him is that on 19th, I think there will be what we call the Rimuru 3, a meeting that is expected to bring together all the various shades of leadership from the community to discuss their future in terms of political positioning. And I think he is scared because I hear right now he is going to camp there for 5 days to see whether he could perhaps try to dampen the spirits of the people there so that the matter is not received well. So I don't know how he plans to fight the kingpin of the region, because finally the hens are coming home to roost. Na ninawaambia hapa wale hawajui, huyu kijana ya Njomo akishika microphone na ongee na Kikuyu, ile mambo itatokea pale, watu watashtuka. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuendelea kuchangia katika mjadala wetu. Naomba kila mmoja anayejadili ama anahusika katika mjadala huu, jitahidi tafadhali kuheshimu kila mmoja, hakuna kutumia lugha.
Question to Guru.
So that everybody that listens or watches this after will be able to get what was happening, even if they were not there during the live broadcast. So the chat section, please, let's keep decorum, let's keep civility, and ensure that we respect one another, because we are all Kenyans and we need a better Kenya. And for us to have a better Kenya, we must have better people. So the only way to change this country is beginning by changing our own behaviors and character. Please, we don't want to class monitor you. We just want you to self-control yourself and ensure that you do the right thing and say the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Guru. Naomba sasa Mama Selina, kama uko tayari uje lafu tusonge mbele.
Kuna mtu alikuwa anataka kuuliza swali.
I had a question, Mr. Bernard.
What is the question?
Can I ask?
Ask quickly, please. We are.
Guru, how are you?
I'm fine.
I just wanted to have a small confirmation from you.
Yes.
Are you a resident of Kirinyaga?
No, Embu.
Or Embu?
Yes.
So as you listen to the ground down there, what is it saying?
Of course, the deputy president went there early enough, and through the churches he was able to get entrenched. But people are now starting to listen to the alternative voices. There are three categories of people. There are those who went to the extreme, who may stand with him to the very end. There's a ranch section who are still waiting for direction. from the president. And then there are those who have taken, personal stands, and they can't vote for him. So those are the three categories of people. I am seeing that the possibility is that as we move towards the elections, and with the direction that will be given, the votes could move towards 50-50, if not 60-40. Asante.
Okay, that's all, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Mama Selina. And
Okay,
everybody
thank
keep
you
your
so
mic
much.
mute. Keep your mic mute, everybody, so that we can listen to Mama Selina. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Penat. Karibu kila mtu. Wacha niwapatie happy Valentine, hata kama ni usiku pengine Kenya, ni mchana pande hii. Wacha mama aseme happy Valentine. Alafu tukienda kwa mjadala ya leo, wacha nianze na Nyeri, alafu nitaenda Migori. Kwanza Penat, kulingana na vile tunaona mpangilio ya mkutano vile ilikuwa, watu walikuwa wameketi chini, but attendance hiyo ni sawa, na kwa dais ndio very important. Ni kina nani wenye wanashikilia nchi hiyo ya Central waliwemo? Kwanza nilisikia watu waliongea, kijana ya bodaboda, nikasikia mwingine ya viasi na nini, lakini ile kitu ilinishangaza na ni kwa mimi mama, ni kwamba kwa sababu ya UDA kukataa kuwa na town hall meetings, they had a reason. Kwa sababu nataka kuangalia vile baba anaenda kwa town hall meetings, nione na first meeting ya UDA, nikaona kuna tofauti mingi sana. Ukiwa umepatiwa, watu wameongea, vile naonanga baba anafanya, anachukua majina ya watu vile wamesema, na wakati ana address aulizi watu munaonaje, munanisikia. Uwezi, kama unapeana speech, uwezi uliza watu maswali, peana speech yako, alafu ukimaliza watarespond. So kwanza nilikuwa nasikia wakiambiwa mimi nitakuja tufanye, wacha niseme ile ya pesa, ya kwamba kama merry-go-round, I think so, munapatiwa pesa, munapeana, mtu anapeana 2,000, alafu anakwambia kwa hiyo 3,000 umepata 200 times what. Ile kitu ilinishangaza, na kama wataendelea hivyo, hata wenye walikuwa wamekaa hapo dais nilikuwa naona wananguning'aniana, kwa sababu actually the principle ya hiyo mkutano hakujua. Unajua, ukiwa una trace, rais wetu ana trace, kuna challenges ameulizwa, ata trace hiyo challenges moja kwa moja. Akisema Joseph ameongea kuhusu pesa, ameongea kuhusu hii, kuna mama anaitwa Elizabeth ama Mary, swali yake ni hivi na hivi, na sisi kama serikali yetu tutatako lio mambo hivi na hivi, na kuna kijana ya bodaboda ameongea hivi na hivi. Sasa na ukisema machina, alafu unaendelea na vile wanasema na vile wameuliza maswali, unapeana yako, lakini kufika katikati ama aje, amunielewi, munanielewa, mtanisikia. So that one I don't know kama ilikuwa ni mkutano ile alikuwa amesemekana na Kashekwa ya kwamba watu wanakuja kumuuliza swali, si kuona swali ya muhimu. Alafu mambo ya avocado, mambo ya mahindi na siasa ya Congo. Museveni sahi as we are talking alitoka Uganda akaenda Congo, kwa sababu anatengeneza barabara Congo na kuna biashara wanafanya Congo. Na uliza Kenyans, hii maneno tumeambiwa tupande avocado, tutapeleka ng'ambo hiyo ni sawa, mahindi tutapeleka Congo na ndio mnatoa mahindi Congo. I want to ask Kenyans, siasa ya Congo, Kenya tumeifanya biashara, anasema wanafunga suruali mpaka hapa juu. Hiyo ni ukweli kwa sababu they are musicians, lakini sijaiona nchi katika East Africa ama Afrika wamefanya biashara na Congo. Kwanza wanapigana, kwanza kuna rebels wengi sana wako Congo, hawana amani. Kwa nini tusiambiwe tutafanya biashara na Tanzania? Kwa nini tusiambiwe tunafanya biashara na countries kama Rwanda, kama Botswana, ile countries tunajua wamekuwa stable. Lakini mkituambia sasa tutaelekeza Kenya waende Congo, ni kama kutuambia I don't know. For me, sijaijua biashara unaenda fanya na watu wanapigana, wako hawana amani. So wafanyi biashara ya Nyeri wamepromisiwa masiwa yao itapelekwa Congo wanunue. Sijui hiyo biashara itaenda namna gani. Hiyo ni kitu nilisikia na sikujua kama inatusaidia, sijaijua. Anyway, wengine wataongea. Ingine ile niliona ni watu ya UDA vile wanasema mkutano yao ni ya watu ya huko chini ya bodaboda na wa mama mboga na wale hawana kura, wale watu wamekuja tu kama wanaenda sokoni. Ilikuwa hakuna wakati ameongea yote, ni moja tu unasikia watu wakicheka, si kusikia wakifurahia. Lakini nitawatia wenzangu wengine waseme. Na viongozi ya Nyeri kama gavana naonekana wako na baridi sana. Wacha niseme hivi, hao watu wana uoga mingi sana ya kwamba Central imetoka kwa mkono yao. Sasa Musalia pia hii maneno alikaa chini, atoboe asitoboe, waliambiana State House aseme mtu. Sisi wa Kenya tayari tunataka swali moja. Yale aliambiwa kwa sababu alikuwa nje, hiyo ni sawa, lakini Deputy alisimama akasema ile kazi walipanga na Uhuru, waliunda serikali na Uhuru, anajua kila kitu ya serikali. Kwa hivyo he is still in the government. Akiamuka kupiga rais, sijui anapiga nani, kwa sababu huwezi kujipiga, huwezi piga ugali. Ukisavu ugali unamwaka, badala ya kuweka kwa mesa unaweka chini, unapendua sufuria, na wewe umepiga ugali mzuri sana, watu wanangojea kukula. Instead ya kuweka chakula kwa mesa unaimwaka chini, alafu unauliza watu hii ugali iko chini ilipikwa vizuri, na wewe ndio ulikuwa unapiga. Hivyo kama watu sijui, nafikiri wale tulifunzwa, ngawa mimi naona watu wanapiganga Moi, lakini Moi alikuwa na siasa bora na kila mtu ile aliweza kutili anajua kuelekeza siasa. Lakini ukiwa na uongo, unashangaa uongo gani utasema leo. Unajua unachukua watu ni wachinga. Tuliambiwa wa Kenya hakuna wachinga, na mimi nashukuru UDA wanasemanga hakuna wachinga Kenya. So wakati wanapo address Kenyans, wajue pia hawa Kenyans wanasikia hayo mambo si wachinga. So ninamalizia hiyo ya Nyeri. Wacha nienda Azimio vile walikuwa Migori. My God, kuna mtu aliongea kijana akaambiwa Ruto apige member of parliament for Kieni Kaika Keka, na akaambiwa aseme kwa nini ameenda Migori badala ya kurudi Central. Wacheni kusikia uchungu. Hawa ni watu wanafanya campaign ya Azimio. Kuna watu ya Jubilee na kuna watu ya ODM. So kama ODM watatu wako, tuko na Sabina Cheke, tuko na Olendama anatoka Masaini, Keka anatoka Nyeri. So Azimio wamechipanga, tuko na Asancho, hiyo ni kurubi ya kwanza, na kuna kurubi ingine. Pilipili usiokula inakuashia nini? Kanini Keka ameenda kuwakilisha His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Sabina Cheke ameenda kuonyeshana pia sisi kama Central tuko pamoja na watu ya ODM na ni Azimio. So na mimi najua kanini keka, na mimi niliona Orengo na group ingine walikuwa Central. Ukiwa mwenye Central huwezi enda fanya siasa kwako Central. So ninaamini kuna group wamepangwa wataenda simama pale Central ili watu wasikie vile wanasema. Otherwise mimi nataka kuuliza watu ya KKA, Kenya Kwanza, nyinyi mnafuatana kama shafu. Azimio wamekawanyana. Hii confidence, Azimio wako na proper leaders ya kwamba tukienda sehemu hii tutawakilisha vilivyo, na ukweli watu wamechaa kwa hizo mkutano na baba mwenyewe hakuna. Hii yenyu ya KKA bila deputy amwezi simama. Hata kiti ya kansela lazima akuja wause. Waseme wewe unasimama kansela, mimi ndiye nakuja kukuusa. Tunataka kuona as from now group hizi sote sikitawanyana. Na mimi nasema hivi, kuna group imeingia maji. Mtaona TV baadaye watatembea na Wetangula na Mudavadi, kwa sababu watu wengine watarudi kutoroka kutafuta kuchunga makura sao. So at least those two orphans wanaenda kusaidia Tribute kutembea. But kulingana na vile nimesikia Tribute anauliza, anasema nyinyi watu ya Yuda mnataka Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula wajoin, si wakuje na chama yao. Sasa wameolewa kabisa, unaenda tu kukua Yuda, hakuna cha ANC, hakuna ya Fort Kenya, kwa sababu wanasema mnataka hao watu wakuje, hawachaenda na chama. So well and good, kuna mwanaume ni mzuri wanaoa, you know, that is very good for them to know that hakuna mtu wameenda pamoja, wameenda tu, wameingia ndani ya nyumba, wamefungiwa. Tunasema haleluya, bora Kenya iwe na amani. Mimi kama mama, hata kama hayo yote inatendeka, mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 tupike kura, mtoke kwa wingi, tukue na rais ya Kenya. Na Makurmen amelia, watu wamejua already, they know. Kusikia vile ati Uhuru anataka sijui tulipanga, already hiyo timu ya Yuda wanajua. Ingine nataka kuambia okoa Kenya, raia ya Ukambani wametangulia kwa Azimio, vile wa Kalenjin walitangulia kwa Raila. What was it? 2017 walitangulia wakati ya 2007. Wakalenjin wote walienda kwa Raila na viongozi walikuwa na tapatapa, lakini walipata Wakale wote walishaingia. Sasa hivyo ndio naona Kalonzo itafanyika hivyo kwa Ukambani. So kama Kalonzo achue vile atafanya, aungane na wengine, asifungiwe nje, na pia akitaka kufungiwa nje ni sawa. Ya pili, ya mwisho nikiwacha, Deputy Rais alikuwa anatuambia ukiwa rais na ukianguka mwenye amechukua achukue yote. Tunataka hiyo msimamo kuona wakituambia baba akichukua, ingawa hatachukua yote, atachukua na Wakenya. Tunataka hao wapaki opposition bila chochote, bila kusema tunataka kutengeneza katiba, alafu wewe mwenye umekuwa ukue leader of opposition vile wengine walikuwa napishana. Tunataka wanaume watuambie kimacho macho. Ya mwisho, kama mheshimiwa rais leo angekusupport, ungemuuliza aende nyumbani ama ungesema asante baba umekuja kunisaidia? So we want here watu wakue genuine. Kama baba amependa msichana moja, alituambia wanaume wanaenda kuimba, wasichana wanakuja. Sasa naona baba, wasichana yote wameshika baba, na kuna wanaume wamepiga makofi. Waendelee tu kufika makofi, siku yao ikipiga wasichana watawashika, na wakikosa pia kujua kucheza nyimbo watakuwa wanapigia wanaume wengine makofi mpaka siku yenye wanaseeka na wataoa, watakaa bachelors. Mungu awasaidie. Nasema ni hayo tu leo.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina. Thank you so much. We look forward to interacting further. Watu wote ambao mnajumuika nasi karibu. Naomba tu tafadhali ukiclick link ya kuingia kwa studio, hakikisha kwamba unaacha StreamYard icontrol kamera yako na audio. Kama ufanye hivyo hautaweza. Kuna huyu dada anaitwa Naum. Kuna shida na connection yako, ndio ukifika studio unatupwa nje. Si yetu tunakutupa nje, ni vile huja configure your gadget properly. Mamo, you have a question?
Sina question, nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu ya mada.
Ngoja kwanza. Tunafuata mkururo fulani. Tulikuwa tumepatia preference to the ladies, the gender issue, but tunakuja, you are not far from the list. John Okila. John Okila.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you, sir.
Good.
I hope kila
this time possible.
I will try. In fact, today I don't have much to say, but I just make few observations that I'm observe. Okay, not for only today, but also for the other days. As in, tumekuja kurealize what you have been saying here many times, inakuja kupass through, inakuja kuwa ukweli. You know, when we started saying that, si watu wengi wajapokea UDA venye watu walikuwa wanafikiria, the way they were saying, as in wamekuwa wakituuzia uongo sana, most of the times uongo. And I remember we said that the crowds that appear kwa rallies, those crowds don't translate directly to votes. And then you know ni ukweli, because now you will see what the DP has done. Ameanza sasa kurudi hukule penye alikuwa amekuwa ametembea before, na kurudi huko, it's like these guys, they are running out of ideas. Unajua, for you to run a successful campaign lazima ujipange vizuri, you have to strategize, ujue ABCD. So I think he started these campaigns very early, 2 years ago, and he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Unaona what Baba did with Azimio, mtu alimchanua. They have been going each county ama maeneo fulani, they collect the views of the residents wenye wanaishi hapo, they say their problems, then Baba will come to address them. That's what we did, and hiyo ndio maana tulikuja na they created their manifesto based on what the Kenyans wali express their problems. Unaona, by that, hiyo ni kama unafagia nyumba, unajua kila kona, unajua hii kona iko na mawe, hii kona iko hivi, so when you are sweeping uta make sure umesweep vizuri. But so the deputy, he rushed, alijua vitu zinaenda zikibadilika. Siasa huwezi cheza siasa ya miaka 10 iliyopita uicheze vile vile leo, mambo yamebadilika. So what I believe is that they have run out of ideas. That's why unaona in their rallies they don't have as in agendas zenye wanaweza sema. What they have been doing most of the time, they have been just fighting back. Wanasikiza chenye hao wamesema huku, say this other side. Unaona what Sabina said, it was taken out of context. Hakusema it was not a big deal.
Okay. It's like Bwana Okila bundles zimekataa. Pole lakini. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mamo. Tafadhali, let's keep restricted on the 3 minutes, especially as we make this first submission, please. Mamo, are you able to get me?
Hold to
Asante
me,
Mr. Bernard.
I'm getting you.
Hold on.
I'm
John,
getting you.
you are off. What happened?
Hello. The
Bwana John?
connection.
Yes, the connection went off. So whatever you said
Are
in
you able to
between,
get me?
atukupata. We are now able to get you right now.
Okay.
So can you make your conclusion? Then we move on.
Are you able to get me?
Yes. Fanya hivi. Just nini. We'll give you
Yeah.
another chance to make your submission because you are cut off
It's okay.
and
It's okay.
we
It's
had
okay.
a lot of time blank.
It's okay. I understand.
Thank you. Mamo come in as
Halo, habari zenu panelist. Asante sana Mr. Bernard kunipatia nafasi. So mada ya leo naona ni mambo ya Nyeri na Migori. So kitu ya kwanza okay, nasalimia Mama Selina. Just she is naona lady in the house. So nikianza sasa juu ya side za Nyeri, mkutano wa Nyeri. Vile kitu nimeobserve ni ya kwamba naona kama deputy president ameanza kubadilisha mwendo sasa, mtindo wake wa siasa. Lakini kwa maoni yangu vile ninaona ni kama ameanza late sana. Kwa sababu gani? Kitu ya kwanza, okay, miaka 4 zilizopita unajua alikuwa anakimbia peke yake. So mafikira yake ni ya kwamba votes utasimama katikati ya soko uaddress watu ukifikiri hiyo ni votes, ama unaongoja yani siku ya soko unaenda hapo, ama Jumapili unaenda kwa kanisa ukipeana pesa ukifikiri sasa maybe utapigiwa kura na hawa jamaa. So aliona hivyo kwa sababu hakuna mtu mwingine unajua sasa wana run pamoja ama yeye kushindana na mtu. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu alikuwa anashindana naye. Aliona kama vote yote ni yake kwa sababu ameanza mapema. So maajabu ni ya kwamba sasa amegundua very late wakati kura miezi 6 imebaki. Ile kitu moja imenipea attention kwa hiyo rally yake ya Nyeri. Kuna jamaa alipatiwa microphone. Huyu jamaa alikuwa anasema okay, sijui kama okay alialikwa lakini hakuwa amepatiwa nafasi ya kuongea, lakini anashukuru kwa sababu amepata nafasi ya kuongea. So it's like kuna kitu jamaa aliwa promise I think watu wa Nyeri wakati alikuja, wakati hiyo ya kukimbia peke yake. So ikawa sasa hiyo kitu haijatekelezwa. So sijui ni kitu kama damu ama sijui ni kitu kama nini. So akakumbusha jamaa, okay, umetupromise hiyo kitu lakini paka waleo haijafanyika. So sijafuatilia sijui deputy president amemjibu aje. So ile ingine Gashagwa kuongea I think watu wa East wa Mount Kenya East, naona ya kwamba in case kama deputy president atachukua hawa watu wa Mount Kenya West East, nafikiri hawatafurahia because hata unajua kuna msemo hapo ati huyu senator wa Tharaka Nithi Kithure Kindiki kama anaweza kuwa running mate ya jamaa. So nafikiri hapo kutakuwa na conflict ya interest kwa sababu wanaona kama tuseme Nyeri ama Kiambu unajua wameongoza. So saa hii imebaki tuseme Murang'a, Kirinyaga na Mount Kenya East, hiyo ni Meru, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu. Maybe wana hope ya kwamba labda deputy president anaweza chukua mtu kutoka kwa hawa jamaa. So I think possibility ya Mount Kenya maybe kuresist, yani Mount Kenya East kuresist inaweza kuwa iko high. So ile ingine sasa nikirudi kwa Migori, mkutano wa Migori. Maajabu ni ya kwamba hata kama baba hayuko, naona kama mkutano inaendelea ni kama baba hako. So kuna mahali Joho imefika akauliza ati mkutano yani walipita na chopa, anaona watu wamesanyika yani ni kama baba hako hiyo area. Na akauliza watu, baba hako hapa? Baba hako hapa? Akaambiwa hakuna baba hapa. So hiyo ni kuonyesha ya kwamba Raila kwa ground kuna troops. So wengine walikuwa wameuliza Oparanya ni kama anataka kurudi UDA. Unajua kulikuwa na hiyo fununu kwa mitandao, na yeye mwenyewe ametoka akakanusha hiyo kitu, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So akaulizwa pengine alikuwa wapi, hata yeye mwenyewe aliexplain vizuri. So it's like Raila hata wakati alienda, nafikiri kuna kitu inaitwa Azimio Fresh. Azimio Fresh ni ya kwamba okay, kuna young tax wamepatiwa hiyo kazi ya kutembea na kueneza neno injili ya Azimio. Nikisema young tax ni mtu kama tuseme Joho, Kanini Kega, mtu kama anaitwa nani, Sabina Chege, Junet Mohamed, hiyo ni Kerende. Hao watu ni young kwa sababu hawa jamaa kwa siku moja wanaweza fanya hata rally 10. So unaona kama mtu kama tuseme Raila juu ya age yake enyewe hata kufanya unajua rally 10 at once enyewe anachoka, unajua lazima tu consider miaka. Kwa hivyo it's like amegroom vijana, yeye akue asikue. These guys wanaweza fly chopper na chopper Kenya mzima na wafanye rally vile wanaweza na hawachoki. So nasikia mwingine alikuwa ameuliza it's like hawa jamaa tuseme the head wale mavigogo ya ODM ni kama wametengwa, lakini kwa maoni yangu sio kutengwa, kwa sababu mtu kama Oparanya, okay, mtu kama tuseme Orengo, hawa jamaa ni vigogo, lakini hawa wamepatiwa kazi nyingi. So wakati wakina Joho walikuwa Western, hawa walikuwa wapi? Side za Central Malekipia, sijui vitu kama hizo. So hawa jamaa sio ati kuna break ama kuna mgawanyiko Azimio. Hawa jamaa nafikiri baba wakati alitoka aliwapatia kila mtu kazi yake. So na sio lazima ati wewe ni mtu tuseme umetoka Nyanza na uende ukampeni Nyanza, kwa sababu unajua kuna kitu inaitwa kikwetu kuona mingi, unajua kila wakati sura, unajua it's like unabo watu. So lakini sasa ukiona mtu kama Kanini Kega, mtu kama Sabina Chege, Joho wakienda Kisumu, unajua people want to hear these guys wanaongea nini. So unaona mtu kama Sabina Chege na Kanini Kega, okay, wanaambia watu wa Nyanza tuseme ama Western ya kwamba Mount Kenya tumeamua iko hivi na hivi. People want to hear this. So mtu kama tuseme ametoka Luo Nyanza, hata akikuja akisema hivyo because they are used to hii mtu wanamsikiza kila wakati, so hawachukui sana maanani kuliko mtu wa kutoka nje. So ile ngine chenye nilikuwa nimesema nimechunguza lakini sijapata jibu, labda panelist wanaweza niambia hiyo mkutano ya Migori. Kuria wako chini ya Migori, lakini sasa okay, ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kujua Migori Kuria nani amewarepresent. So sijaona mwenye ana represent Kuria hapo. So panelist wakiwa wanaona wanaweza niambia, wanaweza nieleza so and so ndio alikuwa. Asanteni sana, ni hayo tu.
Sawa, thank you Mamo kwa maoni yako, na I think we are overreading we are overreading through everything and I wonder why. Sababu ya Azimio la Umoja ilikuwa wote tunakuwa kitu kimoja, tunapigania lengo moja ambayo ni umoja wa nchi nzima. Tofauti na vile tulikuwa tunafikiria kwamba kiongozi anazingirwa na watu wa kwao ili akuwe na usalama katika uongozi. Sasa hivi tunataka usalama wa viongozi wetu utokane na kila Mkenya. We are all responsible for the security of the president, the future president, and every other person, so that we don't have this aspect of only my tribesmen can take care of my interest and can watch over me. You can have a bodyguard that comes from the coast, and you have a cook that comes from Western, and you have somebody else taking care of you, but they are from diverse part of Kenya. We need a Kenya where every Kenyan is at home anywhere in Kenya. So Azimio la Umoja alipaswi kuonekana kwamba ni kama vile watu wa UDA wana bloggers wanajaribu kuifanya kuwa a Luo affair, okay, or a Kikuyu affair, or now an ODM affair. They always want to squeeze it and make it look like it's a tribal arrangement. But that narrative is refusing to hold because the minds behind Azimio la Umoja, they want to have that national look. So Sabina Chege, Kanini Keka, going to Migori, to Nyanza, that is the way things should go. Hii maneno ya tutumie watu wa huku, tutumie watu wa huku, tutumie watu wa huku, we should stop that. And I'm happy that Orengo and the other team are leading into the campaign in Meru and the other part. We want that kind of Kenya where everybody is free to go anywhere. Not a Kenya of, if I want to go to Rift Valley, I need to carry a Rift Valley person. If I want to go to Coast, I must carry a Coast person. Hiyo ndio Kenya tunatoka ndani, ili tuingie kwa Kenya ya umoja ambao kila kitu kinafanywa kwa umoja. So let's not also be too much sensitive that if we're in Migori and we look at now the smaller the smaller groupings, and they say we are also curious, did we say anything? And then we are also Luo, then in the Luo we'll say we are Luo Basuba, did we also say something? We will be going back to the divisive perspective that we have run away from. I think let's trust, like Migori being a cosmopolitan county that's having different community. Let's have our leader representing us, not my tribe did not say or my clan did not say. Let's leave that one for the MCS and the other local county politics. But if we bring that on play at the national level, it will be counterproductive on what we are seeking to establish. That's what I think could be. Alex, you had something you wanted to rebut. Are you there?
Yes. Yes, Bernard. Thank you so much, and thank you, the panelists, and thank you for the people who are in the comment section. And I'm wishing all of us happy Valentine's Day. Let's celebrate life. Love is something we must celebrate every day, but today is the noble day to celebrate love. I wanted to rebut what Mama Selina said that was a little bit sensitive. I don't like rebutting Mama Selina because she has a lot of wisdom and I have to listen to her a little bit more carefully. But on this one, I had to. Yesterday, we had the privilege to watch the international stage speeches of both William Samoei Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga here on Mutembei TV. And one of the speeches that we were more mesmerized about was Raila Amolo Odinga's speech at Chatham House on his knowledge of Africa and why he is enjoying his position as AU infrastructure representative. And when he started speaking about the connectivity of Africa, and he went to Congo, and we talked about the hydroelectric power and the potential that Congo has, and the connectivity that is missing within Congo, you cannot dismiss Congo and say, why are we going to Congo? My dear Mama Selina, 90% of the gadgets we are using right now to talk to Mutembei comes from Congo. Without Congo, cell phones and cellular technology is but null and void. So we may have a problem with William Samoei Ruto in terms of what he does, but we don't have a problem with Congo. Congo is a partner that we truly want in East Africa community. Congo has never been ignored by major industrial countries, despite the fact that it has been in self-created war, not for the people of Congo. It's been external forces that has forced Congo to go the route it has gone. And you have seen that. And that is not the topic for today. But what you said and you asked, why should we trade with Congo? No, we must trade with Congo because Congo today holds the key to technology. And if you don't understand, uh, most of the Congo gold and minerals come through Kenya and go outside the country. There is a dubious company that was started by some of the Moi regime, which was called Lonro East Africa. Lonro East Africa was exported the largest gold reserves in Africa, and yet Kenya did not even have any gold. Lonro East Africa used to transport the largest diamonds to Israel. You know, all diamonds go to Israel before they go to the markets of Europe and Americas and other countries. And it was through Lonro East Africa. And Lonro East Africa made Kenya to be one of the economic powerhouse in East Africa. At one time, Kamlesh Patni said, Kenya is the Switzerland of Africa. Why did he say that? Because major minerals were coming from other countries, transported via Kenya to other countries. Even Tanzania here recently, you saw its gold was hoarded in Kenyatta International Airport, and Magufuli had to ask for us to repatriate the gold back there. Why? Because Kenya is a strategic country. So with our strategicness, Congo has found a way to transport it. So Ruto might have a relationship that is dubious with Museveni. And the maize thing they are talking about, I totally don't believe it's maize they are doing. Even Wetangula last time was caught with some dubious gold and ABCD. These people are not growing maize in Congo. It is more than maize. It is the yellow maize, which is the gold. So we must trade with Congo. So you saying that why should we trade with Congo? No, we must trade with Congo. Congo is a strategic partner that no country has ever ignored. So thank you. That was my rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Mama Selina, you have a response to that?
Yes, thank you Alex, but nilisema nataka kujua, na hata kama umesema tunafanya partnership na Congo, it has never been open to Kenyans ama kwa kila mtu, kwa sababu yale nataka kujua tumekuwa ikifanyika Kenya na Congo ni kulete miti ya forest. Hiyo ndio kitu moja nilikuwa nimesikia kama imefanyika Congo. Ya pili ni hiyo watu ya musician, lakini kama unasema siwezi kataa, kwa sababu tumekuwa tukisikia China, tumesikia wapi, lakini nataka sitaki kukataa, kwa sababu nyinyi ni vijana, mnajua technology kutushinda, na sisi watu wale karibu tumefika jioni, tunataka tuambiwe vizuri ndio tuweze kuelewa, kwa sababu leo ni mara ya kwanza mimi kusikia ukisema Congo imefanya mambo mingi sana na Kenya, apart from hiyo mahindi wanasema wanalima Congo, na hiyo fakato nimesikia siku ya leo. Siwezi kupishana, tunataka kusaidiwa tuelewe zaidi. Isiwe ni kitu ya individuals na isiwe ni watu wachache wanajua. Tunataka kujua kama Wakenya, kama tunafanya biashara na Congo, iwe kwa kila mahali, tujue kuna countries tunakuwa pamoja nao. Otherwise, Alex, mtufunze vizuri. Kama ni kitu ya kuficha watu wachache wafaulu, tunasema no, open up for Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you Mama Selina. I think that's clear enough. Na kile ningependa kusema ni kwamba there are two perspectives to trades, okay? Like Congo is still behind when it comes to matters development and matters land jurisdiction. And so there is a system of renting out land even to foreigners who wants to put it to use, because there is a lot of land that is not put to use. So you can go just the same way in Rift Valley or in Trans Nzoia. Somebody has a farm and he doesn't want to plant maize that year. So you rent that land for 15,000 and then you'll be able to grow the maize, then you harvest the maize, then you go. The land is his, you are just utilizing it. So there is that kind of arrangement, but that is individual. is not within the setting of inter-country trade. Now, there is now where government to government are trading. Now, we should not mix the two. So I can individually, through my connections, go to Congo, nikodishe land, okay, shamba, na nipande mahindi, na nivune, na nirudi na hayo mahindi, ama nitafute njia ya kuleta hayo mahindi. Sasa kuingiza mahindi ndio ngoma, kwa sababu mahindi lazima ikuwe authorized na Minister for Agriculture according to the deficiency that is in the country. So you can trade individually on personal level with the local chiefs or the local leaders within the Congo and be able to plant things and to grow them. But now bringing them back in the country, there has to be that balancing. So we should not mix government to government deals with individuals who are doing business with other individuals within Congo outside the government arrangement, in terms of the president doesn't have to authorize you to go to Congo and invest, and the president of Congo doesn't have to authorize you to do that. It's just a matter of two business people, you get into partnership, mnapangiana alafu mnapata land, and then you plant and all that. There's even land sale deals like those. I understand that in Congo. But I think we are opening up so that it doesn't matter how well established we are as a country, we will always need our neighbors and we will always need the rest of Africa. In fact, Africa is only well to do with every other African along. These colonial demarcations are some of the limitations that are making Africa not to rise up as a giant because of those restrictions. You want to move to Tanzania, you must be authorized. You want to move to a neighboring country, you must be authorized. You must pay this, pay this, pay this. In the course of that, we are underutilizing our resources. I don't know, Alex, what you want to say in 1 minute, because we need to...
Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Mama Selina, the relationship between Kenya and Congo has been the most cordial in Africa. When Kabila refused to get out of power, postponing, first of all, he had a 7-year term as a president. And then he postponed election. The person who brokered that was Raila Amolo Odinga. And when he did that, and that's why we keep saying that his international recognition stage is beyond bar. You can't compare it with William Samoei Ruto. So finally, they agreed that Kabila will go out, Shekedi will come in. So even in terms of relationship politically, and when you saw that the new president was being inaugurated, for the first time you saw two prominent people from Kenya go there. The prime minister, former prime minister, was there in that stage, and Uhuru Kenyatta was there that day. And the relationship is not hidden, but there are forces that wants to disrupt Congo again and put it back where it was. People have been benefiting out of Congo. They don't want stability, and they realize the moment Congo becomes stable, I mean, all the dubious things they are doing will never be done. But Kenya has been in the forefront, especially Raila Amolo Odinga, to help the Congo and its government to establish stability. So the relationship we are having with Congo has never been a bad one. We have had the best. Actually, Tshisekedi has come to Kenya several times since becoming the president. And even Kabila came to Kenya several times, except one time when he came, the gold was stolen and he came unannounced and started looking for gold that was stolen from there. And that is where we can say we had a bad relationship. That was when Kibaki was in power. But with the new administration, I think Congo is trying so much to have the best relationship with Kenya, because Rwanda and Uganda have always destabilized that country. They don't want the best out of it. So that's what I could tell you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I think that's elaborate enough. Let's go straight to WG. Make your submission, please.
Good evening, Bernard.
To you. How are you today?
We are fine. We are fine. Thank God. Guru, it
Valentine,
has.
you did not send the red wine. Is it okay?
Yeah. We were engaged. First of all, we were looking for the immediate family. We must also enjoy the love.
I
So.
read I read I read a joke that somebody asked, "Where is Maua?" He was told he's after Meru or something like that.
He's in Meru. Okay. Yeah. Guru, it has been a while. We've not been engaging. Guru, it's good to see you. And Jared, the other day I had already stepped out of the forum, but I heard you lamenting a lot about Uda. Eh, they are getting into your nerves already. Just like I stated the other time, we welcome you with two hands, with open hands. Come to Azimio, achana na hiyo ingine hiyo. They are confused. We welcome you to this side. And from your explanation last time, I think you are on your way. I'm checking the gate every time and again. If you arrive, you knock loudly. We will welcome you. Asante sana. Now, William Ruto is in Central. I think one of his strategies has been that he hovers around where he feels the Azimio will shake most. When Azimio is planning something in Western, they go there. Now, for the sake of the 20, is it 20 what? When is the Jubilee ODM merger? So I think that is what is
25th,
taking.
26th.
Yeah. So you realize a whole week is going to spend there, which will be moving towards then. So he knows there will be Central will be the target because that is where a lot of attention will be. So he must be there. And when he goes there this time round, he's changing the tactic. This is a sign of a person who is panicking and who does not have a clear roadmap towards his end result, that is winning the presidency. He is a man of trial and error. He tries this one fails, tries that one fails. So today he is trying to borrow from the Azimio side, where Baba goes somewhere and reasons with people. He sits and listens to what people say. Ruto's side has been going to each and every market, and when he reaches a particular area, he will not bother the kind of challenges those guys are undergoing, the kind of needs they are having, and what they expect. So they go to Baringo, and instead of addressing the issues of security and trying to give people solution and options for the challenges that they have, they are busy, pointing at what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is doing, and what Raila Amolo Odinga is calling Raila Amolo Odinga names, what the Sabina Chege said somewhere. And you see those guys, those folks in Baringo, they hardly even have the radio to listen to what Sabina Chege said. Sijui where. All they are concerned with is that they have a lot of insecurity, cattle rustling, and the deaths that emanates from the conflict. William Ruto plus his brigade will go there and talk about things that don't even concern those people. That has been his way of campaigning. He goes to this area of Makueni the other day and promises those ladies, twilight women, some kind of some monies to make their trade better. But people of that area have more pressing issues than whatever he's addressing. So William Ruto has not been reading the mood of the people he is addressing. He's been here, just thinking that he knows better what they want, which do not resonate well with the people. The other thing that I wanted to say is the Azimio, the way they've taken to the ground and campaigning vigorously. This is actually a manifest of things to come. I'm one person who believes that when you are the president, you delegate duties and let people do their roles, perform their roles. Mzee Kibaki did that, and it worked so well. Mzee Kibaki would give people roles, and he stops to interfere with them and let them, do their best in their departments. You see, that never used to happen with Moi. That never used to happen with President Moi. President Moi would be Baba number one, farmer number one, sportsman number one, everything number one. In other words, he's given you the docket, but he's coming to show you how to do it. So in Azimio, giving or taking to the ground, number one, the duties are well distributed. Everyone has, Baba has given them leeway. He has given them the chance to do their best. This one comes with another gain from the members who do it by themselves. Number one, prepares them for leadership when Baba exits. Therefore, people will be having experience of going to the ground and talking to the people. They will be having that. Number two, the systems are left to operate, because when you've given the system chance, even if in your absence, even after you've exited, if the system is strong, then it's able to hold. But in the event that a figure is so strong, when he exits, even if the good things he had brought will go with him, there will be nothing remaining to sustain what he had begun. It would go like that. So when he's given, if the system is strong, that will carry the day. So that is what I'm able to deduce from that. And the other thing I wanted to say, Bernard, Western. In fact, if I was anywhere close to the people or to Hassan Joe, I would ask them to concentrate in Western and to consolidate the votes there. Not because we are fearing for anything in Western, but because I know that is a battleground. There's the expectations we have for Western is not the same we have for Nyanza, any part of Nyanza. We have a lot of expectation in Western, and therefore we would have liked that much of the activities of Azimio is concentrated there. I'm still wondering, although Wekesa the other day, I had him, rebutting my sentiments. about what I said about the Western members. But I think I still stand with my reasoning that it would have been okay for Western leaders to organize, to come at the forefront, especially the ODM leaders in Kakamega. They need to come out. You saw how Wanga came out in Homa Bay. It is advantageous for the leaders themselves and advantageous for Azimio, especially Governor Oparanya or any other governor, a person that is vying for governor's post. That is all that I have for today, but we are expecting a lot in the coming week from the merger, and then the aftermath of the merger, which is also anticipated on the other side of UDA. That's the reason why they are going to camp in Central, because all their hopes are in Central. If they are beaten in Central, they are done. Asante Bernard, that is my sentiment.
Thank you, WG. I appreciate your sentiments and your contributions. About Western, I think there is no cause for alarm. Oparanya is on duty. I remember there was a team raised for campaigns for Baba by ODM, specifically in Kakamega, consisting of MCAs, Mama County, and the other. ODM has grassroots offices. So all those office bearers have created a lobby group that is campaigning on the ground. They are not relying on the rallies. They are not relying on the rallies will be once in a while, but the really grassroots door to door and these other conversations, they are going on systematically under the tutorship of Oparanya. So Oparanya is watching over that, is overseeing that. So it's not that is left for anybody to grab, and that is why that's what is informing. You saw Halwale purporting to have gotten the office bearers of Ikolomani, and they have transferred to Uda, and is the one speaking for them and things like that. The heat is hot on the ground. That is why they can't contain it anymore. I'm too sure that the Azimio people or ODM will not leave Western to chance, knowing that it's a targeted area. So it being a targeted area, it is guarded jealously. And also, we have the caretakers that we sacked. Okay, the Mdavadi and Weta factor. And then replace them with the Wamunyini and whom? And Oparanya. Okay, so the battle is between these two. These ones want to make a comeback. These ones are saying your office is already occupied. That's an already balanced equation. They cannot. The reason why Musalia was replaced was non-performance. Okay, now Oparanya is in that seat. He will not fail and disappoint Baba and Atuoli for being given a seat, and he sits back and does nothing. I am sure Western is locked, and those attempting to get it, they will need to try something else. If it's just rhetoric and the kind of campaigns they are doing, you don't get Western through the road. You must have foot soldiers who are on the ground doing a network. Thank you. I want us to listen to Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. This is a beautiful day, and we are grateful that we are alive. We don't take it for granted. Every day, hata nasikia WG kwake kuna bweka umbwa. Maybe wakora amekuja, I should check out maybe. So today, I think one of the things I would like to say before I even give my submission is echo what Alex has said. If Kenya had Congo for 1 year, we will be the most powerful nation in Africa because of our aggressiveness and our way of getting things done. Congo is the second richest nation in the whole world after Russia in terms of minerals. Congo has over 2,000 types of minerals, even the ones that we use in the vehicles. You talked about the one we use on the phones, but on a battery ya gari, whatever is inside the battery of a gari is doing nini, but those are things that actually come from Congo, and it seems to be the only country in the world that produces that. I don't know what they are called, but even those things are very important. So we cannot ignore our neighbors, and I can tell you, solutions of Africans will be solved by Africans themselves. Just to add on what Alex had said, make sure that everybody understands that Congo is an important partner. So today we saw that Ruto has changed his tactics. Yeah, he has he's a copycat nowadays. He has started what Raila was doing when he started, even before he declared that he's going to be the standing for presidency. And I think as we get closer to the presidency or the day of election, Ruto will be changing tax every day, because even Kenya Kwanza idea, I think it's an afterthought. It's an afterthought because he realized if I tell everybody to come to UDA, it's going to be very difficult, because there are some people who are rigid to their parties. And this thing, because Mr. Raila Odinga is an expert in political maneuvering. He knows how to play the game. But Ruto is a newcomer. And being a newcomer, it's so difficult to know the roots of political survival. So right now, he has realized that whatever Raila does is actually something that is taking a toll on him. So he's copycatting, he's actually copying him so that he gets an edge on the numbers that can make him presidency. But it is too late, because we are 6 months to elections. As an unstarter and a novice in running for the presidency, then he is really lagging behind. In Nyeri, for example, I don't think he has the people that actually represent the people of Nyeri, because the governor there, he was a deputy governor. He's not that powerful. I don't think he's that influential there. But I think this is a strategy of Ruto to make sure that even as the president comes, the Kinaragade, I know they will organize heckling and so many other things, so that the president seems to, or looks like he has no people there. But it will still fail, because I'm sure many people in Nyeri will vote for Azimio. That one I'm 100% sure. And the issue on, I also want to talk about the courier return. Courier is coming, and I was thinking maybe, also Courier was blended like having a party that is tribal. Courier is an important person in this list, because in Kikuyu land, I think he's the only person who has a lot of corruption cases. You will not hear a lot of issues to do with corruption, like Okinarigade and the so-called the people supporting Ruto. So for me, I think that is something we should watch and see what happens, whether he will be supporting Azimio or he will be supporting Kenya Kwanza. But I'm thinking, because it is believed he was educated by Baba, he might go back to Baba and support Azimio, which will be a plus to Azimio group. And there's also the thing of the case in Hague. What we don't know in the next few months is what will happen with this case, because it is believed that now this case can change the trajectory and affect the presidency or the candidature of one Mr. Ruto. Because, you know, if you have tempered with witnesses, that shows that you are an enemy of the international community. And therefore, if these people who are starting the case tomorrow give a direction that Mr. Ruto should appear there, or should or some things should be said about him, then it's going to affect a lot of people and so many things. I don't think this time around you can use ICC to create a wave, because what is happening there is that they're accusing that Mr. Ruto actually tempered with the witnesses. Yeah, tempered in terms of people recanting their corruption and some dying mysteriously. So it is not an easy thing. As I finish, I also want to say that we are on the right track. Kenya, yeah, I mean, Kenyans will stand to be counted when the time comes, and I don't think we're going to let this country slip to the people or to wrong hands. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa hao machache nashukuru Mungu kwamba tuko sawa. Mimi ninashukuru sana kwa sababu naona hata kwetu nyumbani watu wanaendelea kuingia Azimio, na tunangojea rais akuje ndio ajue kwamba sisi tumekuwa tu tukinyamaza. Kwa hivyo Bwana Bernard, nashukuru sana. Sijui umeenda pande gani?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate your contributions. Let's keep the conversation going. We'll have Jared and we'll listen to
swali kidogo kwa Kamau.
Swali gani Bwana WG?
Bwana Kamau, are you in Central or you are in the diaspora? There's something I wanted to ask about the ground.
What do you mean, diaspora? Diaspora of Nakuru or abroad?
Please, can we move on? Mnaweza kutana attend mkaongea hayo. Thank you. Let's hear from Jared. After Jared tusikilize dada ndio tuendelee na mkururo. Thank you very much. Jared, karibu.
Typical example.
Bernard, can I donate my time to the ready? Then I can go after.
Other activities too.
You know, okay, you are held up sawa. Na dada ana hitilafu ya mitambo. Okay. So WG and Mr. Kamau, you can chat on the private chat here. Hiyo maswala yenu mnataka kufanya part of the broadcast.
Hapana, Bernard. There's something that is connected with the feedback from the ground in Central. That's the reason why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm in Central.
Good. So I wanted to ask, because I see like a majority of people who are, how do I refer to them? People who are, who are a little bit of people who are enlightened, as in exposed, probably academically or those are people who are able to grasp where the world is going, and they are able to respond positively to Azimio group easily, as opposed to the downtrodden. Is it because of the message or the message the DP has given to that category of people who are down there that has won their hearts, or there's something that is historical that is making people to stick so much, the people who are down there, who are making them to not to be so responsive? What could be the problem according to your understanding? What is
just I think Mr. WG is just incitement. I think Ruto has been so good to incite the young people, and particularly, you know, I think when you incite people against their leader because of their current predicament, you don't have food, you don't have a clothes, you don't have a job. You say it is because of a president. So they are not supporting Ruto because they love him. It's because they want to punish the president. That is a basic point. And these are people at the stage, people who had Kibanda and they were broken because of Mau Road or something. So there's a group of people, a category, that want to punish the president as they did in Kiamba, so that they feel like, we have made a point to the president. But it's not because they love Luto. I don't think even Luto can be that influential, but they have tried for 4 years to influence, because they are saying you're in this situation because your president is not helping you. In fact, Ligada says that ati watu wa huko Nyanza wamejengewa nyumba barabara za gorofa na nyinyi hata hamna barabara, hamna maji, hamna chakula, hamna job, which it's a lie, because everywhere in this country there's those kind of problems. They are not unique to Central Kenya, but they believe it's unique. They thought that maybe they will be given money by Uhuru, but it is not unique to Central Kenya. They have been incited, and they are madly in love with Ruto because they think if they punish Uhuru, then Ruto will come and get them out of their problem, which is a big lie.
Okay, thank you. I think that lays that to rest. Can we now hear from our lady and there? Is it and there, or please unmute and talk to us? Unmute first. You unmute with the mic beside your name.
Me.
Okay.
Hi.
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 How are you?
Hi.
I'm fine.
You're welcome. Please make your submission.
Thank you. But I don't have anything to conclude, but I want to talk to you. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day to you.
Okay.
That's all. Sorry, it's like your network has issues.
It's time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for joining the show. Let's keep the conversation going. Jared, are you ready?
Go into the
Yes.
into production over the.
All right.
Please
Thanks.
check it.
Thanks, Bernard, and thanks for the panelists. I see Mama Serena, WG, Kamau, Bantu, Alex. I see you, Pundi, and Dan, and I don't know if it's Annette J or what you can call it, but the other lady. I'm gonna try to stick what is happening today. So first, I listened to this guy who calls himself the economist, trying to explain in Nyeri how the bottom up would work, and listening to him telling the people that they are the people who are the economy is about them, and I was wondering why will they have not gone the PPI way so that they can take money. Today we have counties which are expanding markets. Each county is trying to build a market for the common mwananchi who they are referring to. It's so that these people do not like a system where they can be accountable. All they want is just to go back to Baba Moy, who will be controlling everything and will give what he wants, depending on how he wake up that day. Secondly, I'm very surprised that people are wondering the change of tune for the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. You know, you still have not seen everything. He will keep changing as wherever he goes, wherever he feels that day he's gonna say. In fact, if you ask him what he said yesterday, he might not very much remember. But there's something which I sometimes wonder when he says something. Does he really think about it through? Does he go through about it? Or, in fact, the slogan they say, which he likes to use, that Kenya wachinga wameisha wala hakuna wajinga. I think he means that Kenya kuna wajinga. That's basically what he means. This is a man who stands and says we don't want families to have state jobs. Assumedly, yeah, where he has a fresh graduate daughter to be an ambassador. I don't know if that is not a government job. I don't know if it will stop after he has made sure that all his kids have jobs, or is denying that is not his family. So sometimes I don't know when he says something if he thinks through, or as he says, Kenya kuna wajinga wengi, so they will not even realize. That was very funny for him to say that. On the politics side, I've had people saying about the 10 years and 10, which is the start. When they are more especially in Central, they are saying Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta promised 10 years and 10 years for him and 10 years for Ruto, which is true. He did promise that, and I think in fact, if there is one person after Raila Amolo Odinga exits the stage, he will leave His Excellency the President to take over. I think he has become one person who will say something and it will have to come to pass. And I do believe, to me, that sometimes they didn't listen. And I think some of you, those who have traveled around, they know this, more especially here. Maybe Alex might know this. If I tell you that let's go for lunch, it's not necessarily that I'm going to buy you lunch. I just want your company to go so that we can have lunch. So you have a choice to say, no, I don't want to go to lunch. But if you tell somebody in Kenya that let's go out for lunch, definitely they know that you are going to take the bill. And that's how the analogy I'm trying to say. In fact, if I went back to listen to the speech where Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said kumi yake na kumi ya Ruto. He didn't say that 10 years for president. I think if you ask him, he did his part. He had a choice to drop Ruto as a deputy president in 2017, but he kept the promise that, hey, if you give me 10 years, I will have 10 years, and they will have 10 years as a deputy president. So he has kept his promise. That's why when they took over in 2017, now to finish their 10 years, he promised that he would be the chief campaigner. This is from their sources, which were in Senegal. Why would he going to campaign again if he has already promised 10 years? And on what basis could have he promised 10 years? The only way he could have promised 10 years is where you can choose a running mate. I will pick you as a running mate the next time so that we complete 10 years. So it will be 10 years for him and the 10 years. He never said, we will finish our 10 years, then there will be another Ruto for 10 years. He never said that. He only said, kumi yangu, kumi ya Ruto. What we did not ask, hiyo kumi ni gani? Kumi kama David au kama president. So we need to interrogate that and see when statements are said, if we can interrogate it very keenly. But I know that he did what he said, and I think he had a choice. In 2017, actually, there was so many people who thought that it could have been nice for him to drop the deputy president because there was a lot of package. He could have dropped the deputy president. If he could have picked somebody like Musalia Mudavadi at that time, he could still have won. So by keeping that, I think he kept this part of bargain. Uh, Also, another thing I will say, the reason you are seeing Azimio trying to go to Nyanza. In fact, Nyanza, uh, as much as we say that that is Baba's bedroom, has been the impediment, as and I've said this, has been the impediment of Baba's votes because either they just take it that hey, Baba is going to win. That's why they're insisting have the registration numbers so that people can register more and also come out to vote. Remember that Raila does not need 50% from Central, even though now things have changed with the Jubilee, we might even get those ones. But they only needed a little bit. So that's why the most important is for Nyanza to come out and vote. Most of the votes from Nyanza, people just assume that Bapa has already won, so we don't have to go and vote. That's why you're seeing Akina Kanini Kega, Akina Sabina Chega going back to tell them, how do we win? Even today, you had them saying, the way we vote to vote 90%. Everybody, we take people from hospitals to go. They are trying to tell them you are not going to win if you don't go. Everybody, and they have to understand that. That's why you're seeing what they're doing is actually. Some people might think that why would you go there? It's they trying to train them to gear them that hey, you have to vote for us to be able to win. Also, I saw as I said, there's something I need to ask. I don't know. Some of us might not have gone to school, but those who have gone to school, I need to ask those who have gone to school. Because I've come to think that, in fact, we need to ask some money back. The deputy president has been against worker. Yes, I don't know when he ever worked. Even the first 4 years, the first term. Think about this, those of you who have gone to school, and that's why I'm saying I might not put my class there because I don't know. This guy had ICC on his back in the first term for almost 2 years. He managed to do a PhD. That's what I'm saying, those who have gone to school and still being a deputy president. When was he working? Okay? Today, this week, the president will be going out of the country for I think 3 days on this. He's campaigning. So when he's supposed to be back in the office, then to take care of stuff. So in fact, this guy has never worked. I think he has never worked. I wish somebody can tell me those who have got the PhD how easy it is. Maybe in Kenya we need to come to see in Kenya that you can get that one very easily. That's all I have for today. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, asante Jared. I hope kuna swali kwa Jared. Okay, just I will emphasize what he is saying. It's important that Kenyans to look closely, especially if somebody begins to ask for the highest office, we must demand highest of standards in their lives. And the change of tag is an interesting development because William Ruto has been a critic of those who meet in hotels and and he's been vocal about it. Now that he's beginning county meetings, he must be feeling the heat on the ground, and probably he will get his equal. Thank you very much, Bwana Jared. Naomba sasa nisikilize nani.
Jared also said something very important about Nyanza.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
The
about
board.
Nyanza, because all along we are like, most of us have been like Raila Sekalo, you know, he's already through. And now when they see strangers from far land who are excited about Raila's presidency, like Kanini Kega and Sabina Chege, they are actually convinced. And I'm telling you, this time round, there will be a difference just from those visits that they've held.
Can I correct you, WG, for a second? It's not, we have always been coming, but I think for the first time, your brothers from Central are coming in full swing. But we have always come to Luo Nyanza and said, Raila Osekalo.
Thank you, Alex. Now, you are saying the same thing in different languages, all the same.
Yeah.
Let us all understand that rallying people to go to the booth and vote is our next mission after the mass registration. So that preaching cannot stop. We must literally get people to understand that the vote is not yet a win until it is cast and is cast rightly. So that someone will continue, and we should anticipate that, and we should also facilitate that. The people around you must be told what the importance of going to vote and waking up early to go and vote rightly. The excitement in the booth where you cross on Ruto's name and tick on Raila's name is spoiling the vote. All those civic education needs to take place, and teach everybody in your sphere of influence. Don't wait for the IEBC. IEBC is we will even discuss the IBC later. But the way they are moving, they are beginning to make me angry. Naomba tumsikilize Bantu. Tumsikilize Bantu, alafu tusonge kwa mwingine nitakayesema. Bantu, upo?
Nipo bosi. Asante sana Bernard, nakushukuru sana kwa kunipatia nafasi hii, na wasalimia wote WG, Gerard, kama kawaida Alex, my best, Bundi, Junior Adams na wote hao ambao wako hapo. Mimi leo nataka kwenda njia nyingine kidogo. Watu wanakataa history, lakini history ni kitu muhimu sana, na kama si muhimu ingekuwa afadhali ifutuliwe mbali skuli, watoto wasifundishwe history ama wasifanye mtihani wa history. Na the whole world, if you go around, watu wanafundishwa history. Ni subject very important. If it was not important, history could have not been taken serious in schools, kwa sababu history inafundisha what past has happened. Nchi yetu kama alivyosema Kamau ni nchi bora sana ambayo inaitwa ni Switzerland of East and Central Africa, or maybe Africa. Na outside forces walikuja wakatucolonize for many, many years. That is what I'm talking about history. They colonized us. They used us and they abused us also. And they took so much from our beloved country. I want the young people to sit down and learn something from history. Msikubali kuambiwa history hawataki kuisikia. History inatufundisha mambo mengi sana. Watu wengi walipoteza maisha yao. Nikisema Maumau, walijitolea watu katika community tofauti tofauti kupigania hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, ambayo sisi leo tunaishi ndani yake. Watu wengi walikufa, watu wengi walipotezwa, viongozi wengi walinyongwa. Hiyo ndio history ya nchi yetu, na mnaona viongozi wa leo wanaanza kuambia msijue wala msitake kujua habari ya history, lakini history inatuonesha tumetoka wapi na tuko wapi na tunaelekea wapi. Mimi nimetoka mbali sana, na wengi, kuna Kenya tunaiona kwa njia mbili. There are those who are inside the country and there are those who are diaspora, they are outside the country. So I'm sorry to say, maybe we see in a different way. Baba ana represent all the communities in Kenya. He's the one representing all the communities in Kenya, ambao kuna imaginalization of so many communities, which means we are more than 40 tribes in Kenya, if I'm not wrong. The joy after the independence was a short-lived. It didn't take long. Watu walisahau wale waliokufa, waliopigania hii nchi, waliopoteza maisha yao wakijua tutapigana na mbeberu tumuondoe ili tupate faida na manufaa ya hii ardhi yetu. Watu wanataka kufinika hiyo pia waondoe. Power ya hii nchi imeenda kwa two communities, kama kusema kwa kweli, na Mwenyezi Mungu ametupatia nafasi hivi sasa to make a good choice, ambayo ni nafasi inakuja once in a time. Nchi yetu iko katika tension ambayo haina mfano kwa hii siasa inaendelea sasa. Baba is the people candidate. Baba hakusimama hapo amesimamishwa na mtu yoyote. Baba history yake anajisimamia yeye mwenyewe. He's fighting for us. He's not fighting for his stomach or his community. Baba anarepresent everyone and everybody in the corner of the country. Baba is always fighting for injustice in this our beloved country. Always. He put the country forward, mbele kushinda yeye mwenyewe mara nyingi sana. Na mimi huwa naongea mara nyingi sana na hawa vijana, kwa sababu ni vijana waliozaliwa 80s ndio ambao Ruto anawakwenda kuwafuatilia. Anawafuatia watu maskini, watu wenye shida, kama vile Mr. Kamau ameeleza. Lakini tusigamble election hii, tusigamble na maisha yetu kabisa, kwa sababu utafanya mistake alafu tutakuja suffer for long time. Mimi natoka mbali, najua. Jackie Ndube ukimuuliza najua. Nyinyi vijana mchunge sana, na waonya mchunge sana. Msipoteze kura yenu, muna gamble na kura zenu kwa hii pesa ndogo ndogo ambao mnapatiwa hapa na pale, ambayo haitawapeleka mahali popote. Baba anafaitia always for injustice. Huyo ambaye yeye anakabiliana naye alikuwa ni one party system. Huyo ndio alikuwa anakataa new constitution. Huyo ndio alikuwa anakataa BBI. Yani maendeleo ya hii nchi, the guy he's against all the time. Mimi simchukii wala sisemi kuwa simpendi, kwa sababu sote sisi ni Wakenya, lakini tunataka Kenya ambayo itatupeleka mbali, kwa sababu hii ni nchi ya maendeleo na ina manufaa mingi. We are well educated compare na hawa nchi jirani kama sikosei. Kwa hivyo tufanye bidii, kura yetu tuweke mahali tukijua future itakuwa bright. Na pia vile vile kuna communities nyingi sana hapa kwetu Kenya ambazo pia kuna watu wanaweza kuwa viongozi. Lazima tuwapatie nafasi communities nyingine pia watoe viongozi ambao washupavu hawako kwenye community moja ama community mbili, hata kama tribe is the smallest tribe, lakini pia vile vile kutakuwa kuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuiongoza nchi kwenda mbali sana. Mimi si mtu wa siasa, ndio mnaniona mimi sizungumzi sana habari ya siasa. Ninazungumzia ile ukweli ambayo vile dunia nimeiona. Na pia vile vile nampongeza sana Bwana Gerald kwa kuweza kuonesha mfano kwa wengi, kama ye mwenyewe alikaa chini akaona ile kweli iko wapi, sio kwa sababu ya handout. Kwa hivyo sina mengi sana kwa sasa, niko na mengi, lakini nawahusia sana vijana, nyinyi vijana, musie treat ambaye yule ameporosa pesa ya nchi yetu ama uchumi wa nchi yetu, alafu huyo ndio anaweza kuja kusema atakuja inua tena uchumi. Mchunge sana vijana. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na kama nimekosea mtanisamehe. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako na wasia wako, haswa kwa vijana. Naamini wote wamekusikiliza na wakakuelewa, na naamini kwamba ni muhimu kila mmoja wetu kudhamini nchi yake na kuhakikisha kwamba unacheza nambari yako ama sehemu yako kwa uzalendo na kwa uaminifu. We will only make Kenya better by everybody taking full responsibility for the decisions they make, especially in the 2022 August 9th elections. If you cannot stand by that decision for the next 5 years after election, please don't be in haste to make that decision. Ensure that you are solidly behind the decision you are making to support whoever you're supporting and voting for them, so that if anything goes wrong, you will come on this platform and tell us you're fully responsible for putting us under fire, or putting us on fire, or putting us through fire. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu Honorable Bundi, alafu tuende kwa Adams, and then Dan. You gift your gadget has issues. You can restart if you're using phone. Restart your phone so that the app can assimilate the operation system of your camera as well as your audio. You are buffering and it's like your network is a bit low. That's why you can't be sustained in the studio. Rekebisha hiyo tu, utapata kuingia kwa studio na utoe maoni yako. Honorable Bundi, naomba karibu, lakini chunga muda tafadhali. tumeanza kuvunja sheria kiholela. Kama dakika 3 wewe unachukua 10, unaweka watu kwa line mrefu sana. Asante.
Yes, habari ya jioni viewers and the panelists.
Salama kabisa, karibu.
Yes, first of all, let me start by appreciating that Congo is joining at Africa Unions. Anybody cannot ignore Congo because it's one of the countries, development countries. As much as we don't have political stability there, I know day by day with the time, everything will come in order. Pia for them to join other countries, I know it would be a better country. Personally, I've been in a place called Bunya. I can assure you that country is rich, is fertile, and those are the countries now stands at around $24 trillion in terms of minerals. So ni nchi ambayo tunahitaji sana, ambao itatupusi na itafungua mipaka kwa nchi kama Kenya na zingine kwa kufanya biashara. If I go back to politics now, I want to assure you that ODM and Azimio, they are well prepared. As I normally tell you, politics has not started. In fact, it have not started. I can tell you that UDA has been doing rallies like we are in a final day. We have not even launched our campaign. As you know, we will start from 25th and 26th this month. That's when we will put our things in order. You will see more changes. And as I know you have had our deputy president changing tunes today, ameanza kubadilisha ulimi kwa sababu watu walimuonya kwamba kukosea ngirisi umekosea, na ukweli ameona hivyo. So before, when UDA was formed, ile kitu nasikia some people were asked to pay some money so that behind the camera, so that they will be given a direct tickets. These are the people who will come out and tell us what is UDA stands for. So as days go by, the only day we are waiting is nomination day. I know the conversation here, because I know I will be arrived, will be different. So mambo bado kabisa. Mserera nasemanga mambo bado na ukweli bado. I think I don't know who said there that I think it's WG who said about the Nyanza and the Western. My brother, you have spoken like 10 men, including Raila and Uhuru. Congratulations for your conversation. Let me tell you, sometimes Nyanza, we forget ourselves. We forget ourselves, and we should be careful. That's what we did last election, because I come from Kisii region. We had no ODM member in the parliament because somebody told our candidate that there's nothing like Nyanza. We don't have to put a lot of energy there because we are already have numbers. And another mistake was they were sending names, assuming they're their favorite candidates. They were shocked on the ground that were not the really people who wananchi walikuwa wanataka. So this time around, I know Raila is going to change that, and I'm happy with our brother from my own county called Don Sarigo, who has come as a communication director, secretary. He advised him more because he knows what happened. He's a guy I know well. He knows his work. Mambo itabadilika pale, aache watu wananchi wachague watu wakati wa nomination, hasiingilie hata kidogo. Yeye awache watu wapange, hata kama ni laini watu wapange, asiingilie. Hata iwe ni ile mwanaume anashinda pale Orange House, let Raila asime simu yake na watu wake, aache watu wafanye masinani, because as much as Raila was going to be a president, and yes I know Mungu amekubalia atakuwa, he also need MPs, he also need numbers. So WG, you are very right that Nyanza should wake up and also should take votes. Even those politicians, they must even reach a point to even say they must go counter check the people are heading into stadium to see whether they are registered, whether they have votes. They should do that for us to get the 90% we are saying. Tusiwe tunachaa kwa kiwanja bure, tunashinda kama tumepiga. Vijana walitoka asubuhi wakaenda kwa pikipiki, awacharechesta hata kura. So that will be so dangerous for us, and we need to do what that is what they want, because at least that is bedroom. We need to sort them. Yes, is bedroom. One thing, as I was trying to calculate the politics of Kenya, haki ya Mungu, sidhani kama mwanasiasa mwingine ataingia dunia hii atumie pesa yake. Ruto akianguka, hakuna mtu mwingine atamwaga pesa akitani atakuwa rais kama Raila. Ruto ataanguka. Yani this one, nilijaribu kuangalia the amount I see people smuggling from that person, the kind of houses some politicians wamechengewa. I don't want to mention one, but one from Nyamira alipeana tu samba, wachana wakatumwa wakachenga nyumba. Na ukweli na behind the camera anasema kweli, mimi nimefaidika ya 120 million house for him not to move, and I know kiti yake iko at risk. In fact, he's not going to come back, and many more. As much as I don't know whether it's propaganda from Western, I don't know about Balala and even Mudavadi, but ile ninajua ile ya nyumbani. I don't want to text what I don't know, but hii itakuwa reason kwa wale watu wanalipia watu pesa, wanasema now since I have a lot of money I'll enter into politics, I will be a president of Kenya. It is not going to be that. Watu watabadilika, na hii italeta uwiano wakati tutaongelea corruption sasa, because you have been using this money from people have benefited. Ndio sasa tunaomba mzee pia kiingia na yeye afanye auditing hata mali ya wale wapunga wametoka na wenye wako. How do you get this 50 million? Hiyo ndio tunataka, and that personally that's why I'm voting Raila Amolo Odinga. I was impressed with Mr. Muturi, the Speaker of National Assembly yesterday, akisema ya kwamba ukipatikana na corruption upelekwe sijui ni Uhuru Park upigwe risasi or something like that. Hiyo kitu ilileta maneno sana kwa internet leo, nikasema kweli Wakenya wapendi ukweli. It is true. That's what happening in China. Enda China upatikana na corruption, unakula risasi. So why not Kenya? I think we should go that route. Hiyo naye mimi nilikubaliana. You get tried, upelekwa kotini, ukapatikana na hatua, wewe ni mbaya, ufai kukaa kati ya wananchi. Because kama for example umekula pesa ya dawa ya mtu wako hospitali, you are already a killer, so you should be killed. Kama umekula pesa ya pasari ya watoto wa shule, you have already killed the future of those kids. You are not supposed to be a reader. You are not reading animals. Kindly, anybody who's not talking about corruption, as Pantua said, anybody who is talking something today cannot talk it tomorrow. It is a dangerous person. Last point, as I'm looking for my 3 minutes, I don't want to penalize me. One thing about ladies, when you seduce a lady, for those men who are not married here, ile siri moja nitawaambia, when you do meetings with this lady, what they consider is what you told them yesterday or the first day, whether you are going to be consistency. If you just make a diversion of one thing, any clever woman will not even look about your wealth, will just tell you, I don't want you for my own reasons. Akilia rahisi tu, ile jambo ulimwambia kesho, maybe about your family, maybe about yourself, maybe about what you do, or na upadrisha tu kidogo tu, I can assure you that girl will not come unless yako amekwama mahali kabisa, but somebody na masomo yake na kazi yake, let me tell you today, she will not come back. The same thing, if we are voters, Rutas, come today, as told you, after 6 months, I'll put study, after sijui what, watoto watapata sijui nini, secondary and universities, mutapata masomo ya bure, parapara, sijui mutapeta, hata ni vile nimekucha, nimeacha turakita sikiteremuka, kama ngine natoka huko kwetu, presi inaitwa Mabariri, tuweke renyo, hata sahi ni matobe. Alituwaambia from today, I called personally, I called the means of roads, na nimeacha maturakita ikiwekwa kwa roli. By the day after tomorrow, they will be here. Another 1 month, I'll come here to launch the road. Tunamungocha huko tumuulize ile maturakita kwani ilikuwa kwa barabara. So, usidanganye, na ukidanganya pia mtoto unamletea switch, usilete jioni, mnaweza mkakosana vibaya. So we are not kids. Wachinga wameisha Kenya vile amesema. That's all, my brother Bernard.
Asante Honorable Bundi, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele mbio mbio. Tumsikilize huyu John Adams, alafu Dan Maina, then Gifts, anaitwa Giftes Kenya. If I mispronounce your name, you begin by forgiving me. Ndio tuende kwa Jonathan. John Adams, karibu.
Asante. Good evening, Bernard. You can hear me well?
Yes, good evening to you.
All right, it's good to see everybody on the show. Asante for the opportunity, Bernard, and the team. Quickly moving to the subject matter, I think Ruto's change is good for him because a lot of the blunders that I have seen his campaign commit have been at the rallies that they do. They tend to be very aggressive, to put it bluntly, in their rallies. And what I think a lot of us Azimio supporters cannot take lightly is the appeal of a man in power with wealth listening to the needs of the common man, regardless of whether or not he truly aims to solve the problems that he is hearing. So we saw him with a notebook, taking notes, engaging common men. And that is a leaf I think he has taken off of the Azimio campaign team that was doing this. Naturally, in Mount Kenya, he has an edge that we cannot deny. And so for me, if I was seated in the Azimio campaign team, I would not take that kind of engagement lightly by any chance. What I think the deputy president is battling with in Mount Kenya is some sort of the undecided vote, because there are those who I personally believe will vote for him no matter what, and there are those who are not quite sure. And then there are those who will vote for anybody but Baba, and there are those who will vote for Baba no matter what. So I think this strategy is progressive. Azimio should not take it lightly. I'm happy that our teams are going to the ground, doing door-to-door mobilizations. Reports from Meru indicate that it's happening, I think, in areas around Kiambu. But I think, and also the Ngirishi factor, I think Ngirishi is doing something behind the scenes that many of us might not be aware of in Kirinyaga. But Nyeri, Embu, Tharakanithi, Nyeri remain particularly difficult grounds. And I think that's why UDA chose to start their campaigns from that end. Moving quickly, I think today I'll just use this platform to appeal to my friends from Central Kenya. I am betrothed in that region, if that is the right word to use, coming from a very different part of the country. And I know a lot of the problem and the challenges we're having as Baba supporters is trying to get over this cognitive dissonance, this uncomfortable idea that this man who has been viewed as the devil incarnate can now be a good person. And I think that is a very difficult challenge to overcome, not an impossible one. But if any of you on this panel has tried to engage with somebody who believes in those ideas, you know just how challenging it is. So mine is to ask that we continue to speak about these things. I know, for example, my future mother-in-law is a Kikuyu, and she's actively campaigning for Baba amongst Kikuyus. There are groups on the ground heading to villages, speaking to people. So do not be surprised when you see the kind of improvements that are happening. So mine is just to ask Azimio team, finally, there's a video that Makao Mutua posted on Twitter today. It's been doing rounds on Twitter about Baba at an AU conference in Addis, talking about, I think, Bernard, you've seen this, talking about what the challenges that plague Africa. And I would like to speak to members of the team from UDA just to demystify two things before I give other people a chance. One of the greatest arguments that, and this surprised me because I've done my research, one of the greatest arguments that the UDA team has been using against Baba is his age. And you'd be so shocked how many young people have bought into this idea that let's just have somebody who is close to looking like us. He's not like us, but he's a closer version of what we see. He is somebody we can reach. He is somebody we can speak to. You know, these guys have been there for long, they've done nothing. That age thing really can easily be demystified by just us shifting our focus in this campaign from the aggressive style of addressing UDA when they come insulting and all those. We do not need to go that direction. I think Baba sells himself best when he speaks about his ideas and his policies. And everybody who has not watched Makao Mutua's video, take a chance and see and tell me whether that is an old man who has lost everything. I mean, we all know 78-year-olds on this panel, and I don't think there are many 78-year-olds who speak or think like Baba. And the fact that he's there, that's a good thing. The second thing I just want to demystify is this thing. What ails Kenya is poor governance. I will be blatant to say this. Corruption will not end even if we put Ruben Kigame there tomorrow. Because we are all subtly
John Adams. Aya, bundles zimekataa.
Everybody here knows one or two people who has.
Bana John, you're having difficulties with your network. We can't get you clearly. Dan Maina, are you there?
Niko hapa.
Vipi, umejificha mbona?
I'm here.
Naomba maoni yako.
Wow, asante. Maoni ya kijana jirani ilikuwa mazuri. I had expectations of hearing more from him. So just about saying hi to all of us. Thank you for this opportunity to say something, Mr. Bernard. I appreciate. As I begin, I want to talk on give just 1 minute to say something. Number one, let us not talk of all of us have an issue that we may speak about. We may speak about corruption. We may speak about bad governance. But I always come to a question to ask. I was listening to Honorable Bundi speaking, and he mentioned something, and he spoke about corruption. It's okay to speak about corruption, but I only come to ask myself, when we speak about corruption and yet the person who is in charge has done nothing about it, only to look at the cycle and I say, let me use this on this dimension. I saw when he speak about corruption, most of people speak about our deputy president, that is William Ruto. But my question still applies. Why is he not taken to court? Why do we always speak about corruption on Ruto? Kwa nini tunasema ya kwamba tunawachapa ama baada ya nini tutafanya hivi na hivi? That is my first question I always ask. Why do you always proclaim of that? Number one, when I look at Ruto coming to Mount Kenya, let me say as someone who originates from the mountain, what I would say is this. Ruto has already had the grounds of Mount Kenya. The struggle is not making people sway to the side of Raila Amolo. That won't be the problem. It will not be the problem. The greatest problem is this. Will the number, what will be the voters' number turnout? Are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you. Please prosecute your matters faster.
So I just look at. I will just mention that point. At Spana, we talk about what Uhuru told us on that time, or 2013, 2017. He spoke about Yangu Kumi, tena ya Ruto Kumi. You like it or
Dan, there's something wrong with your network.
Bernard, I think network in a filter Mumbai. Can you check your filter?
to speak about the politics, but let me mention and say this.
Very effectively.
When these people come when the Azimio function comes and comes to do its campaigns on the Mount Kenya region, it's major.
Ngoja, network yako iko na shida.
The Ruto and the Azimio votes, not to win over the Kenya Kwanza. I can assure you today, no matter what, even if Uhuru comes and joins the Azimio, Kenya will be the Mount Kenya people will be left at a stranded position to choose between who and who. Ukweli tunapenda this guy called Ruto. That is a must. We like we like Ruto so much, and that's what I'm saying. That is one kutoa Ruto ndani ya meo watu wa Mount Kenya will be the one of the greatest and the difficult things to do. So what is likely to happen? The Mount Kenya people will not go to vote. The greatest expectation that we have that 100% will come, we being about the 5 million, the 6 million that we are talking about from Mount Kenya, no, it won't happen. You just wait and watch on August 9. And that is why Ruto is going to lose, the Kenya Kwanza is going to lose its votes. Watu wengi hawatatokea. Number two, I want to say, as my brother John was saying, maybe I will say in this dimension, when a politician goes to another tactic, let us not say and diminish him and say he is copying from this other person. In politics, Bana, you have to do the best that you can. You have to do what you can to attain the favor or the influence to the people. That is one thing that we have to understand. We have to know there is a difference between being a man of impact and a man of influence. Understand that Raila is a man of impact, but when you look at Ruto, Ruto is a man of influence. Yes, we may talk that what we are looking for in this country is a man of impact, that whatever he does, there is an impact. But let us also consider the men on influence. That is why I always say, as long as even if Raila Amolo Odinga is surrounded by we say the regional kingpins of Mount Kenya, that is not an assurance that he has the votes of Kenya. Hiyo ndio shida ambayo tuko nayo na Azimio, ya kwamba tumepata ati ya kwamba tumezungukwa na wakuu. Mr. WG is raising up his hand.
So, Bwana Dan.
Yes, sir.
You ran into network crisis while making submission. So there is a
Okay.
part of what you said that we did not capture.
Okay.
Secondly, you're
Yes.
speaking on behalf of Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
When did you assume this responsibility?
I speak of it because I'm also a Mount Kenya pastor, and I come from that place.
I'm sure you have heard the deputy president telling the president that he only has one vote.
Yeah.
Could I be wrong if I say you also have only one vote to speak for? Secondly, when we say that the deputy president has changed tag, what we mean is he's been criticizing the other team for sitting down with people and talking in hotels and things like that. So when he changes and begins to do the same thing, we must question, because that was not his strategy. He despised it. He took it for granted. Why does he change into it for now? Does it mean he has hit a snag?
Mr. Bernard, okay, allow me answer the two categorical questions that you have asked. When you ask me about the Mount Kenya factor, is because we can run by what we see. We can run by seeing what is happening on the ground. I understood, and I am so clear to say that I have one vote. But when I take a side and speak, maybe even if today I take a side and say I'm on the side of Kenya Kwanza, wakati ambapo natetea Kenya Kwanza, it does not mean, sir, that I understand the perspective of one vote, but I'm speaking as by understanding that this is what is happening. And you now talking about, when I'm speaking about what is happening in Mount Kenya, tukiongea ukuli Bwana Bernard, I'm speaking about our region, what is happening to our region.
You know, Bwana Dan.
Yes, sir.
We are not visitors in Kenya. I'm not a tourist. I was born and raised here. And I'm a student of history, specifically keen on the historical voting patterns of different communities in Kenya. What you are telling me and the rest of UDA people have been on this platform and told me does not agree with how the mountain voted in 92, 97, 2002, 2007, 2013, and 2017. So you must tell me something drastic has happened, that they're going to change that pattern. Yes. What you are suggesting that the young people are going to lead the mountain on where to vote. That has never happened.
I think now the difference comes because you did not get me clear. Okay, this is what I said, Mr. Bernard. This is what I said. On 2013 and 2017, with capture Uhuru coming and telling us that 10%, my 10 years, I go for 10 years, then the other 10 years, I'm going to leave it to Uhuru. Let us give this comparison as, if you go to Luo Nyanza, let us talk the region of the Nyanza region. Talking when Raila comes and speaks, whatever he speaks, let us go in that manner. Whatever he speaks is taken to be truth from the people who come from the region. And when I talk in this dimension, when he spoke to us about the 10 years,
Dan, are you
Benabona
saying,
niwacha nimalize kwanza. Do you need to talk about?
I've gotten your question. You are saying that if Uhuru Kenyatta met me on the street and promised me a shirt, I should come to Mount Kenya to collect it. Uhuru Kenyatta promises, but Mount Kenya pays. Is that what you mean?
Let us not talk about how we can think it in Bernard in our own civilized language. Turudi mashinani bana. Turudi mashinani. Unajua the problem is no. Bwana Bernard. Tusikizane Bwana Bernard.
Kuna masuala ambayo Uhuru anaweza kufanya kwa niaba ya Mount Kenya. Okay? Na kuna masuala ambayo anaweza kufanya binafsi. Si kweli? Kwa mfano, ninyi watu wa Mount Kenya ndo mlimtuma atafute William Ruto kwa deputy wake. Mlihusika kokote kule Uhuru na Ruto walikutana wakakubaliana kurun for 2013 election? Did you participate?
Hello.
You are only invited into it. So right now you are making yourself decision makers on a decision you did not initiate. So where do you come in? Two people met, agreed they're going to run. Now you have assumed Uhuru went to meet Ruto on your behalf, made agreement with Ruto.
Bwana Bernard.
And now that the person that made the agreement is withdrawing from the agreement, you say, no. You cannot withdraw from the agreement. You did the agreement on our behalf. We will continue with the agreement even if you have withdrawn the agreement. Does it make sense? From where I see it, it doesn't.
We didn't hear your first statement.
Sorry?
I think Bernard.
Ulikuwa umepotea network. We didn't hear you.
Hold on. John, you will come wherever Honorable Bundi utakuja, subiri kwanza. Bwana Dan, nataka tukubaliane. Mkataba katikati ya Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa kwa niaba ya Wakikuyu ama ilikuwa Uhuru Kenyatta na rafiki yake William Ruto?
Uhuru na rafiki yake William Ruto.
So watu wa Mount Kenya hawakumtuma Uhuru Kenyatta kumtafuta William Ruto, wala watu wa Rift Valley hawakumtuma William Ruto kutafuta Uhuru Kenyatta. Ni marafiki walikutana, kama ni chai walikunywa, alafu wakakubaliana vile watatafuta uongozi, sio? So huo mkataba ulibadilika saa ngapi ndio ukakuwa kati ya Mount Kenya na William Ruto? Kwa sababu wahusika ni wawili. Ni kama mimi na mke wangu, okay? Tumeoana, alafu sasa tunataka kuachana. Alafu sasa familia yangu na ya mke wangu wanasema hapana, mwezi kuachana, mlisema mpaka kifo. Sisi wawili
niko na swali moja Bwana Bernard.
Tuna haki ya kusema sio ninyi mnaishi pamoja, sisi wawili tunaishi nini pamoja. Kwa hivyo kuna limit ya nyinyi vile mnaweza kutuingilia.
Niko na swali moja Bernard.
Uliza.
Sawa, umesema kuhusu baba na mama. Sasa tuseme ya kwamba baba ndiye mzee wa nyumba. Na wewe kama mtoto akuje nyumbani na mwanaume yote akwambie kutoka sasa nataka kuwaletea huyu ndiye atakuwa anko yenu. Niko sawa? Ama now nikuulize, baba akiondoka ama akifa ndio posa tutaacha kumuita anko yetu?
Mnakosaje kumuita anko yenu?
Now that is the same question I'm asking you. He was the Mount Kenya thinking, and he still remains to be. But he brought us to someone and he said, this is what I'm expecting to do in 10 years, and then in another 10 years, I'm expecting to choose you people. Ninawapa nafasi ya kumchagua Ruto. Who are we brought him to us? We didn't know about Ruto, but you brought him to us and we accepted him. Do you expect us to get...
Kama aliwaletea, okay? Na amefanya kazi na yeye. Si mungoje awarudishie. Aseme kulingana vile nilivyowaambia, hakuna kitu nimebadilisha, ni vile vile tulivyokubaliana. Huyu rafiki yangu niliyomletea nimemrudisha tena, nasema tuendelee na mkataba kama ulivyokuwa. Ni makosa mimi kama nililetwa alafu najileta mwenyewe, nimeacha yule alinileta, okay? Najipendekeza kwenu, nasema yule niacha msiniwache kwa sababu nililetwa kwenu. Hiyo katika Biblia ni kuiba mioyo za watu kutoka kwa kiongozi wao ili watumie kufanya matakwa yao. Kama ile Absalom alifanya. Absalom anakaa kwa mlango wa State House ya David, okay? Watu wakikuja kuona David, yeye anawaita kando, mwambia huyo mtu amezeeka, ningekuwa tu mfalme ningewahudumia haraka, unaona vile line ni mrefu, songa hivi kando, mimi nitakushughulikia. Biblia inasema akaiba mioyo za watu, okay? By what? Undermining the king. And what happened to Absalom? Did he become a king? He did not, because of sabotaging the other king. I have finished my sermon. Alex,
please. No, I think before Alex come in.
Hey, you are behaving like this.
Kwani Alex amefanya nini? Yaani jina Alex inafanya mnabweka?
Ngoja Alex ndio ingia. Wewe pata moja mute kwanza.
Mute your mic. Mtumeze Maina. My long-serving personal secretary was called Maina. So relax him for that. So sawa. Relax.
Maina,
thank you.
The question was direct to me.
Usijitume quarantine tafadhali. Don't shout back. Thank you. Okay, Bundi, you have half a minute.
Maina, first of all, I want to ask you a question. Whether you are saying you are from Central Kenya. You saying you are from Central? Okay, Central imeanzia, mnasemanga imeanzia Udhiru hapa Kangemi. Sasa ni Central hii ya Kinoo ya Udhiru ama ni ya Kimbo Thika Road? Second question. When you are telling us kwa nini Ruto aongea juu ya corruption na mwenye heko achaongea juu ya corruption, that is the second commander of the country. Ni naibu wa rais wa Kenya hii. Kwa nini asiongele corruption? Nini atafanya na nini amekuwa akifanya? Last question for you, Mr. Maina. Uhuru alisema yako 10 yangu 10. Si amemaliza 10? Hii 10 nyingine ni gani? Because it's 10-10.
imeenda 10 na huyu amemaliza 10, ama Ruto amemaliza 2, sasa tumpe 8 ifike 10. So please answer that question.
Okay, hold on, Dan. I hope you're noting down the question. WG, was it WG or Jared? Okay, mfuatane hivyo, Jared and then WG. But quickly, don't make your question long.
Dan,
Actually, okay.
Through you, Bernard, I would like him to tell us. He's saying that the mere fact that Raila has the leaders, the kingpins, does not show that he has the ground or people on his side. I want him to tell me, in the history of this country, whenever in any of these the regions, when the leaders were on one side, but the common mwananchi went advised the leaders to follow them. Because in Central, we know that all the elders of the Agikuyu are pro Raila. All the governors, save 2 of them or 1, because our area has not mentioned going to the other side. So when will the ground advise all the leaders to follow some particular direction as opposed to the other side, or the elders, the leaders? How will the ground do that?
Thank you, Jared. Quickly, please.
Dan, I was also on the line of what Honorable Bundu was asking. I wondered, maybe sometimes, language might be difficult. I wanted to know, did Uhuru Kenyatta say 10 yetu na 10 ya Ruto, au alisema 10 yangu na 10 ya Ruto? Because that's a very big difference, because they were together. Why would he say 10 yangu? Angesema 10 yangu ya Raila 10, because he was not with him. So hakusema 10 yetu tena 10 ingine ya Ruto, because hatakuwa huko. But he said 10 yake na 10 ya Ruto, meaning what Honorable Bundi is saying. They were talking about what they are now going to finish. That's one. Second question, do you think that Raila needs 50% of Central to win?
Thank you. Hey, you people, relaxing. Alex.
Shukrani sana kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Ndugu yangu Dan, asante sana. I wish you could have been given more time to just finish your thought process, kwa sababu it was quite interesting, na naitaka uimalize kwa sababu ulianza kuwa sisi tunampenda Ruto sana na sisi tuliletewa Ruto. Ulianza hivyo na ukaendelea mpaka ukasema what is going to be the fate of Ruto is not that atumpendi, it's because of voter apathy. Tuna hiyo steam na motivation ya kuenda kupiga kura. Na hapo ukawachia hapo, maswali yakakuwa mengi. There was something that you were trying to finish before we started interjecting. What was that? Because there is a point you are cutting across in regard to the central province, the way Ruto is going to lose. Ama Raila is making a few mistakes that he needs to revamp himself, because there's this leadership is not what you people are looking at. When you finish the questions, can you finish your thought process that you had? Because that was what you initially came to say before we started asking you questions.
Yes, Adams.
Mine will be a quick one, just to find out from Dan, because he cuts across to me as an undecided voter, which is a good thing for us. I am an Azimio supporter. Dan, what do you think we would need to do as Azimio to attract undecided voters in Mount Kenya? What strategies, if you were a member of the strategy team in Azimio today, what would you do differently, because I think attacking you does not give us any edge. We need to know what we can do better to understand how to get to somebody like you.
Okay, John.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I have a question to my brother. My question goes to this. I heard you saying that people have been saying Ruto is corrupt, but nobody has taken him to court. And my question goes this way. You know, we don't mean that Ruto is corrupt the way you think. There are so many things he has done. Now, can you give me a place where maybe he has gone to Central, Western, Nairobi, where he has come out clearly saying that if I take this seat, I'll go somewhere and like I make sure I filtered everything called corruption from the government. Is there any place he has mentioned since he started campaigning or since he has been in the government for these 10 years? That's the question I have for you.
Harun, uliza swali.
Wacha ya Dan amerudi. Yeah. Mr. Dan, ningependa kuuliza kuwa in fact wakati president alikuja akawaambia kuwa yake 10 na ya William Samoei Ruto 10. Sasa hivi amebadilisha mkondo, amesema atamuunga kura yake atapatia mtu mwingine mwenye anaona kuwa anaweza sukuma agenda ya Kenya mbele. As the president come to Mount Kenya akawaeleza why he has decided not to hit to the promise of yake 10 na yake na ya Ruto 10. Amekuja akawaambia mbona ama ni sababu gani imemfanya asipatie William Samoei Ruto 10 yake vile alimwahidi?
Bwana Dan. Dan Maina, are you there? Are you able to get us?
He is muted. Dan.
We can't unmute. Ni kama amehang. So we remove him and try to resurrect him.
Now can we now submit instead of asking questions? We can change our questions into submission.
Hold on, you people are now taking over. Relaxini kwanza, mpatie nafasi anaweza kurudi. Who was going next after Dan? John Adams did not finish. John Adams, you can finish your submission as we wait for Dan to resurrect.
Yeah, so I'm just going to take maybe a minute and a half just to encourage. I know us Baba supporters can be very passionate, but I want us all to remember this election is not really about getting our support base peke yake. We need to convince people who traditionally have opposing views. So I'd urge that we try to engage. Some of the arguments might not be very interesting. They might not be very convincing, but remember we still have to persuade even the person who's saying baba ni mzee na ni azimio la kuzimia. That is the voter we are targeting. So to finish what I was saying is just this. With regards to corruption, the idea that corruption will change with the president is a fallacy, but we can have less corruption than we are seeing now. And secondly, we need better policies and a vision for Kenya. And I think the moment as Azimio we begin to sell our vision, no disrespect to the bottom-up economic model, but I don't think it captivates everybody in the country. I think if life has been quite unfair and harsh, it does sound appealing. But to some of us who want to see industries in the county, the one county, one product is attractive. For some of us young people who have studied, the idea that you would be getting opportunities in international NGOs to broaden policy thinking, that is attractive. The idea that there will be social protection for families that go to bed hungry, that is attractive. If you listen to people like Nderitu Muridhi, you will realize that the Baba is not just about Baba. There's a whole team behind him that wants to make him successful. So to anybody on the other side, ours is to assure you, a vote for Raila is not just for Raila, it's the whole team behind him. We are going to champion for matters employment, introduce reasoning and logic to some of these challenges, not just beautiful promises with very little results. And lastly, this election is not just about what you will do, it is also about who the person is. And there's no better representation of character than history. And when you see a man run away from history, he's hiding from his character. This idea that we must block history is just an idea that we must forget my character and listen to what I am saying. But remember, everybody can tell you good things, but judge a person based on the book. So in 10 seconds or less, think about the first term. How many million jobs were created? We keep hearing Jubilee performed better. How many million jobs did we see? These loans that are eating into this country, when were they taken? How many corruption scandals did we hear? What was the DP's reaction to those corruption scandals? Did he call them out or did he defend them? And based on that, make your decision. Think about Baba as Minister of Roads. Think about Vision 2030 during the Prime Minister's Roundtable, and then make a decision. And we will respect that decision. So all the best to you guys, and asante kwa kunisikiza.
Okay, thank you. There was a question by Dan. Why is the president not talking about corruption? Is there any evidence to that effect?
Can I answer that one?
Quickly, before we go to John.
I think President came out one day and gave a very long list of corruption individuals who were supposed to be investigated. And people went to court to block their names to be investigated. And there was nothing the president should have done because he's a law-abiding person. Lazima angefuata sheria, and that is one of the laws. He's trying to say that the laws about corruption should be changes. No, mtu asipate mwanya wa kukimbia kotini aki-block, because some people are using courts. And again, the president cannot fight corruption alone. He needs a proper courts to work on it, DPP and individuals. So we cannot only talk about president, because president is a symbol of unity, but he needs a backup. And again, about Ruto, I think the president should have given time to go. For example, as Mount Kenya people are complaining, to tell the people of Mount Kenya kwa nini ndoa ilikatika, ni kwa nini hawaendelei pamoja. He should have given that time, so that maybe should have come out clear and tell us kwa nini pale mang'ombe sikukuwa sinachinjwa 300 kama leo sinachinjwa kwa siku. Ni kwa nini wananchi hawakulipwa mahindi, na ni kwa nini mahindi ilitoka South Africa na kulikuwa na mahindi Kitale, Bungoma na nchi zingine. Ni kwa nini Mumias ilifungwa na kampuni za sukari pale, na hili hali kulikuwa na Minister of Agriculture ambao ni Deputy President alikuwa agriculture wakati huo. Those are the things we are waiting, and the death is coming. Ni masaa tu tunangoja.
Okay, thank you. On the other hand, the president is free to explain himself to the mountain, but he's not under obligation to do that. He's free to, but he's not under obligation to do that. Secondly, the presidency is not for Uhuru Kenyatta to give to whoever he wants or take from whoever he wants to take from. The presidency is for Kenyans, and Kenyans decide who becomes president. And so the pretext of kumi yangu, kumi yako, it was just a political statement. It has no bearing on the next person to occupy the house on the hill. So whoever holds him responsible for that is looking for an excuse. If we really want to face it, we should understand there's no need of us going for elections. Kama Uhuru ashapeana kumi, bas yule alipewa kumi aendelee, kwa sababu there's no need mimi niende kustruggle tena ni campaign ni convince watu kama nishapromiziwa kumi zangu, niende tu kuchukua. If you promise me a shirt, I'll come to the shop to pick. Do I need to campaign and convince people that I'm going to collect the shirt? So if Uhuru had the capacity to give 10, he would have. But this is something we compete for, we fight for to get. So nobody should hold him responsible for that, except we just want excuses to prolong what needs to be settled shortly. And then swala la Uhuru kuongea kuhusu corruption, I think he has done. And we have had more corruption cases prosecuted, or rather in court, during Uhuru's term than any other term before. The former Minister for Finance, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, is in court to answer, and the other people. We have never had that high-profile people taken to court, not during Kibaki's time, not during the other time. And so anybody saying Uhuru is not talking about corruption, I don't know where they're coming from. Uhuru is on record saying that we are losing 2 billion every day to corruption. Is that not talking about corruption? Or rather, he also said, I've given you the anti-corruption, I've given you the officers, I've given you the vehicles to catch the thieves, I've given you the investigative capability. Mnataka nifanye nini tena? That means whatever that was needed to handle issues of corruption, I have facilitated. So the issue of corruption, those that are implicated, mentioned, said about, they should come out clear and clear their name, not to say that the president is not talking about it. The president is not supposed to talk about it. If you've been accused of corruption, you go and clear your name. How do you clear your name? Go and say, these people have defamed me, saying that I am corrupt. Let's tukutane wapi? Kotini. Ukifika kotini, evidence itolewe. Kama ni ya kutosha, ufungwe. So the reason they are afraid to go and defend their name, probably, I did not say, probably, they may be guilty as charged. But all the same, tusubiri tutayaona. Naomba tumsikilize John, alafu kuna John wawili, John Adams ashaongea. John
Bernard, we have two ladies in the house. I'm requesting that we be gender sensitive.
WG, niko karibu kupeleka quarantine. Yeah. Subiri hapo hapo. I've seen the two ladies and I'm waiting for their submission. But I want John to speak faster because he's been on hold for ages. John?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bernard. I want to comment something. Just in brief, there is this thing that we should say every day, each and every day.
Well, John, your audio is bad. Move closer to the mic.
Okay. I guess let me get out of the car.
Bwana hatukusikii sasa kabisa. naomba urekebishe mitambo yako. Aliwacha wifi kwa gari. Oga, we can't get you, sorry. Hii imani nakwambia ni kali.
Now somebody telling us sisi Central tunampenda Ruto, si unampenda. Unajua when I come
So, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arun.
Yes, Van.
I want you to vote for the ladies to speak first. I just need your vote right now.
Bana, sisi ni vigogo wa zamani, wacha ladies wabonge kwanza.
Asante kwa hiyo kura. Naomba kura ingine kutoka kwa Alexi. Alex amesema he will not vote. Oh, Bwana John. John, we lost you. Unmute, Bwana John.
ya unanipata sasa?
Yeah, that's better now. Enda moja kwa moja, umepoteza dakika 2 tayari.
Okay, sawa, nilikuwa nasema even if we start there are people who are wanajifanya tunasema they tend to behave like they will never change, but change will change them. UDA supporters, we have been singing to them. We don't need a situation whereby we are going to lose billions of money. Once we elect that person, you're trying to drum up like it's the best. We need a situation whereby in the next 10 years, we have some like 50% of our people having jobs. That's what we are drumming up for. That's why we are supporting people who are right-minded. Like people who have no corrupt ways, like people who don't want to involve themselves in money laundering. That's majorly what the Azimio people are saying. To what is it, Mr. There is some guy who when I'm a comment apple from Central, I'm very much when you say tunampenda, you know, the word tunampenda doesn't mean that when you love somebody, your neighbor loves the same thing. Mimi sipendi kuku na kuna mwingine huwa anakula kuku daily, so it means nikisema tunapenda kuku, the person who is sitting next to me hata atakagi kusikia hilo jina, so it means you're trying to feed us something that is irrelevant. So Central, whatever the guys who are like drumming up like we need Ruto to be the president, these are the desperate individuals who are jobless. Those guys who usually go there, they are given something that will fix something for a short time. Like you're given 1,000, this 1,000 will push you like 1, 2, 3 days. That's all. Those are the guys who are like, we need Ruto to be our president. We need Ruto to do whatever. Now, when he says like, akona wafuasi on the ground, whatever, you know, there are people like, I'm sorry to say the name, Honorable Gachagua, somebody Gachagua. I don't think so even if hiyo kuongea kwake itamrudisha kwa hiyo kiti. I'm doubting so because people are getting educated, people are seeing what they're gonna vote for. People are now, this is not the Kenya we had previously, whereby you are corrupted with $10 shillings, you end up suffering for the next 5 to 10 years again. No, so I guess whatever he was trying to say, like the mountain is behind Ruto or Nampenda, that is his own opinion. That's what I heard, Mr. Banani.
Okay, thank you, John. Now let's hear from Julia. Although Dan is back, after the ladies, we'll go to Dan to respond and then we continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Uh, Good evening, everyone. It's about 4:21 here, 4:21 p.m. I think it must be very late in the night where you are.
It's midnight in Nairobi.
Wow, I see. Now, I was listening to Dan, and I want to tell Dan that I come from Central Kenya. I'm born in Murang'a County and I'm brought up in Nyandarua County and have worked in Kirinyaga County for a long time. I don't want him to respond to me, but I want him to think about these things. One, why has President Kenyatta preferred to support Raila Odinga when we know that all those many years, Kikuyus and Luos have been contesting for power? Why has the president preferred to support Raila Odinga? Why he has abandoned his would-be right-hand man, William Samoei Ruto? I think that's a question that you can only answer when you ask why a man goes for a second wife. Why would a man marry a second wife and leave the mother of his children? It's very hard for men to abandon the mother of their children. It's a decision that they really struggle to go against. So if I'm not justifying polygamy, I wouldn't even live in a polygamous home. But sometimes we as women, we want to point fingers at men and say that this man was doing 1, 2, 3. But we should also go back and ask ourselves, by the time the man went to do this, what happened in that home? What happened? So what happened between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto? Now, I think this answer everybody can see. I think if I'm in Uhuru's shoes, I will not work with somebody who is disrespectful, somebody who cannot take your instructions, somebody who goes around, he wants to show off he's the one who is working. You are the president, he's your deputy. And I think the running mates that are going to be there now, anybody who wants to be a running mate should learn that big lesson. That if you want to work with somebody, you need to give them respect. I'm equating it to a wife and a husband. I'm sorry, I'm working in the US, but I'm very conservative. Religiously and traditionally. I think everybody should just play their roles. Kama wewe ni bibi, wewe ni bibi. Wewe si bwana. Haumwezi kuwa bwana na bibi kwa nyumba moja. Moja ni bwana, mwingine ni bibi. So we could only have one president. We could not have two presidents. Even this thing that somebody was electing his own cabinet secretaries, that was a wrong thing. Somebody saying, hii ministry ni yangu na hii ni yako. And then he went on, and we can see the disrespect. We can see the disrespect even now. So if you are in Uhuru Kenyatta's shoes, Mr. Dan Maina, put yourself in Uhuru Kenyatta's shoes. What would you do? Kama mtu amekupatia hiyo madhara yote, utafanya nini? You'll go ahead and let him take over? You will not do that. You'll only work with people who you can work with. So ask yourself, Bona Uhuru went all the way to look for Raila Odinga. Ask yourself, why? There are very big, good reasons. Now, second thing, if you hear UDA talking, they talk about the Kenyatta family, and they start saying that the late President Kenyatta, sijui alinyekua mashamba, sijui. Kenyatta family is not vying for presidency. It is Raila Odinga who is vying for presidency. So why we keep bringing back the Kenyatta family? What has Kenyatta family got to do with Raila Odinga? Okay, then they keep saying that ati kuna watu, they are corrupt people, sijui KEMSA billionaires, they have not been sued. Two wrongs cannot make a right. The fact that I am corrupt, you cannot go around saying you'll also be corrupt because I'm corrupt. So if you do not have moral authority to take people to court, how do we elect you to be president of Kenya? How? How in our normal senses? Unless we are mad. In fact, I'm telling you the truth. If Kenyans go ahead and do that, the rest of the world will think we are crazy. We are crazy. Unless we are sick in our heads. How do you expect this person to correct the problems, the issues we are having in corruption? So ukisikia watu wa UD wanasema ati wasituambie maneno ya corruption, hata wao ka corrupt. Okay, let's agree. Uhuru has done this, has done that, is not doing this, is not, so what? So we make another wrong again. Two wrongs cannot make a right. We cannot jump from a frying pan into the fire. So if the Uhuru's government has done 1, 2, 3 wrong thing, so we go again and make another mistake because Uhuru's government has not done 1, 2, 3. It is like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. And we will not do that unless we are mad. I'm saying this. Now, I want to tell people from Central Kenya, the picture you are giving the rest of the world, if you are really sobari ati utaamka hiyo siku August, uende upige kura, upigie hao jamaa kura. The picture you are giving the rest of Kenyans is that you were so corrupt and that you believe in so much corruption. Yani nyinyi hamuamini kwamba mnaweza tia bidii, you take care of yourself. I have been telling people all my life in Kenya, any small thing niko nayo, hata kama nika nyumba nimejenga, nimeng'ang'ana, nimekopa malone kwa KCB, nimekuwa nikikopa malone kwa Mwalimu Sacco ndio nilipe my children education, hata kugununua kagari I have never been given anything free, and I am not hoping any brother or sister or anybody will ascend to power ndio anipatie tender illegally. It is high time Central Kenya we change that mentality. Let us prove to the rest of the Kenyans that we work hard. Tunaenda shambani, tunatia bidii, tunalima. Let us prove them wrong. The picture you are giving people by going around defending corrupt people is that nyinyi mumeamini shortcut. Ati mnafikiria mtu atakuwa kwa power, awapatie tenders bure, awaibie ni. That is the picture you are, that's a very wrong picture. Me, I am telling everybody, I am not wealthy. I'm not even dying to be called wealthy. I don't even want to reach a place and be called the richest. I don't want to get there. I just want to have enough. I do not need 2 homes. I can only sleep in 1 home at a time. I can only drive 1 car at a time. I cannot drive 2 cars. So, Mr. Dan, ask yourself those questions. Why Uhuru decided to back Ruto? Last thing I want to say, this affects all the presidential candidates. Now, Kenya just did to do a few things. One, the first thing Kenya must do is zero tolerance to corruption. It is possible. I have heard people saying that it is not possible. It is possible. It is possible to destroy corruption. If it begins with us, inaanzia na sisi wenye tuko hapa, tuseme mimi sitapewa kitu ya bure, sitang'ang'ania kitu ya bure. It begins with us. Number 2, the next thing we need to do is to ensure that all Kenyan children have equitable access to equitable education. That's the step number 1. All children need to go to school. So we must find a way of making sure, if you look at the West, I am teaching in this country, and all these children go to school. Watoto wanaletwa mashule na basi. Wakati they are given free laptops. I mean, every child has a laptop. Every child has a laptop. They're given breakfast in the morning. They're given lunch. Yani, the thing that this country has made is that their children go to school. Our children are not going to school. They are paying heavy boarding fee. We need to deal with that. We need to decide, do we even need the boarding schools? We don't. We need public day schools that all children. Mbona watoto wengine wanasemekana ndio wanaenda Alliance na wengine wanaenda day schools? Kwani ni mtoto gani amelaaniwa ndiye aende day school na mwingine aende Alliance? Alliance is a public school. So kids have a right to go to Alliance School, to Sarehe Boys Center. All kids have a right to do that. That's what we need to address in Kenya. The next thing we need to address, and I want to appreciate Uhuru's government for this, is health. I want to surprise you. Mutu, be grateful for where you come from. I would rather be sick in Kenya than sick in America. I want to surprise you that. I come nakujanga kutengeneza meno yangu Kenya. Because Kenya, you can afford. My 2 kids wako nyumbani and they have NHIF and they use their father's card too to access good health services. Baba yao ni mwalimu pia. So they can take their dad's card and access good health services even in Kijabe Hospital. What am I trying to say? Kenya has made milestones when it comes to health. Stop condemning Uhuru for nothing. I want wanafungua midomo, wanaropokwa, they just say things without thinking. Kenyans are accessing health services. The only problem we have now is that the hospitals are not equipped and we don't have medicine, and we also have a lot of corruption, madawa inauzwa. But the truth is, you can access a lot of health. Upper America, we are still struggling to access health services. It's such a struggle. I don't want to fall sick here. I don't even want to imagine falling sick here because it's a big thing. So you can see sometimes Kenya, we are ahead in other things. So we need to appreciate that. The last thing that we need to do is infrastructure, which the government is doing a lot, is investing a lot in infrastructure. I have seen the roads, the big improvement in the roads, but we need to look at power. Everybody needs to access power and water, clean water. That should be the agenda. These other things, bottoms up, I don't know, bottoms up, that doesn't make any sense. Talking about giving somebody money, ati mnawapatia pesa, hiyo pesa mnatoa wapi? How will you have made that money in the first place? Where are you giving them that money? How will they pay for that money? So Kenyans just need free education, free equitable education, health services, and infrastructure. And from there, usiwatapatie pesa, they'll be okay. And they'll be very, very okay. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Okay, thank you, Julia. I hope there's no question. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Mkenya Spain, alafu John, is that lifting hand or keeping yourself from the sun? Okay, Uliza swali.
Mrs. Julia, I'm sorry. There is something that I heard you said yesterday about teachers. I don't want to help my sisters because they are teachers. They can manage themselves back in Kenya. But I have teachers who are good teachers while I was in high school. They are my best friends. So please, can you link me up with that proposal of yours so that I can give them something so that if they try, they win that thing, they're gonna help themselves. Yeah.
Okay, I will send the link again here on the chat. But it's a simple thing. It's if you go to the internet, just search teaching with faces. Faces, you know the name that spells the word also, face, FACES, faces in South Carolina. You know, you just search that teaching with faces in South Carolina. The link will open up. What you can tell them, what they need. They need to make sure they have a valid Kenyan passport. They need to have a Bachelor of Education degree, and I think experience of 2 years plus. And then they need to have a driver's license because in South Carolina, we don't have really public transport. So you need to be able to drive a car. I mean, the moment you land here, you must buy a car. But you don't have to be worried about buying a car. That farm is licensed by the government, by the American government. So they are placing teachers on behalf of the American schools. I think they get some kind of a commission or something. I think they get some commission, but it's a real thing. You don't pay them anything. Instead, they ensure they follow processing your documents. They pay part of the fee, and then they pay for your air ticket to the first flight that you make here. They pick you at the airport and they host you for about 2 weeks. They also make sure they connect you with teachers who are here who help you to get housing and all that things, cars. I mean, they help you settle down. So just browse teaching with faces in South Carolina. I think that link is going to be very helpful. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just because I'm somewhere here too. That's why I was like, Maryland does nothing like that, so I'll go and check it.
Okay, thank you. I think that settles that.
Thank you.
Mkenya, Spain.
Hello, good evening. Habari zenu? Jambo from Spain.
Jambo kutoka Nairobi ni good
Jambo from
morning.
Nyamira. Happy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine everyone. Na wenye amna you search.
Bwana asifiwe sana. Amen.
Amen. Amen. That's our prayer. Okay.
Karibu tafadhali.
Asante, Mr. Bernard. Okay. For those who have been asking about why Mr. President is not condemning or talking about corruption, I think if you go back and listen what Mr. Uhuru has been talking, I think he's tired. He has been talking, condemning corruption, condemning leaders who are corrupt. But I think also as Kenyans, we we influence on this when we talk about corruption, as also we should be on the first line to fight against this. We can't say that our president will fight corruption when we Kenyans we are not fighting it. So that we can fight corruption in Kenya, we have us as Kenyans fight against corruption. That's why am I saying this? Here where I am, here people they don't know corruption. Ati uende kwa ofisi ati mtu akwambia ati toa kitu kidogo ndio nikusaidia hapa. Hata sasa before mtu aseme hiyo kitu kidogo, where will he get guts to tell you ati toa kitu kidogo ndio nikusaidie? When you go to, this worries me a lot. Ukienda Kenya hata kwa hospitali surely uko na mgonjwa, this person is very sick, almost dying, and instead first to save life, first what they do is looking money surely. We value money more than life. It's like yani ni kama Mkenya tu, Wakenya ni kama tulindungwa na tukawekwa pesa ndani ya damu. Instead first we value what we have first, that is life, to save life. Person is telling you, no, just give me little so that I can I can give you a chance so that I can do this. No, you want surely. Mi kwanza nikifika Kenya sometimes nasikianga ni kama I have a burden. Why? Because where I am, I've learned that I should not bribe anyone so that should do good for me. If you want to do something good, you want to do what is my right, I have a right to receive any service from my government. So why shouldn't I bribe you so that you can do that to me? I think if us Kenyans who are back there in Kenya, if we learn that it's not a privilege that you have to do this to me. It's my right. I have a right, like a Kenyan, as a Kenyan, to receive every service which I need as a Kenyan. But the problem is, when you say that, they don't attend you. It's like you become helpless. You become like ati tunasema sasa, hata nikikataa kupeana kitu kidogo I will never get any assistance. That's why I'm saying sometimes I feel like niko mbane nikiwa Kenya because sisi hapa tumezoea everything what you need you are supposed to get that service, and I think the Kenya for us to fight corruption, first thing what is needed is that to know us as Kenyans, what are our rights. I think many of us of Kenyans back home, they don't know what are their rights. Why? Because we are not given the chance to exercise what are our rights. Hata ukienda na huko village, if you ask people if they know their rights, watu hata wanjui what are the rights. Why? Because we are not given that space, that at least a chance where we can exercise our rights, where we can know what is justice, Kila mahali hata I read something some time back where those people makes memes. I don't know memes how you call them in English there. Those they said just come to Kenya where even the president
Not
himself,
meme.
yeah, even the president himself is asking is crying for justice. Surely if the president of Kenya is crying for justice, if the president himself, so who surely who can help us to get the justice which we need as Kenyans? In fact, what we need as Kenyans is people to get educated. What is right? I think somebody has talked about morals. Sometimes when we talk about that growing morality right, that your conscience tells you this is wrong. If sometimes we educate the conscience inside ourselves what we are supposed to do, what we are not supposed to do, we will not be running behind those leaders who are just promising us even when we know it is not easy. It is not, you promise me that you can take all of us to I don't know where when we know it is not possible. Just you just tell us this and this what we can do for Kenyans. We have seen leaders have been promising youths things which they know is just but a lie. Why? Because what they want is they give you them their money, and that money they will just go back those 5 years to harvest their money, and nothing they will do for us. Because if they give us their money when they are doing the campaigns, uh, we can't accept anything. Why? Because they have to go to that leadership to get their money back, and that will take them the 5 good years to at least to become rich. And that's what is there. We can't say that we'll get manna from heaven. This is not time of manna. This is God has God has given us the intelligence to know what is good, what is bad. We should not like sitting down to wait somebody to come from heaven to work for us. We have to know as Kenyans to become rich. I don't need somebody to come and dig for me a trench. I have. If I don't have money to hire someone, I have to do it myself. But laziness is one of the biggest problem with our youths. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm seeing it. Mi ati mtu aseme ati juu niko hapa sijui what happens there. Unapata mtu anaenda sokoni from morning, hakuna kitu anafanya. Anaenda from one duka mpaka the last one on the na huyo mtu hakuna kitu anafanya surely. Na ukienda kwake nyumbani nothing is doing. We have seen it on the campaigns. Watu wanafuata the leaders who are campaigning without chenye tunataka ni at least I get 100 shilling and that's all. And that time I can use it better to better my life. I can use that time at least to do something, because when the word says Western time, you can't recover it. When you waste 1 minute, that's why here if you are late just for a second, you feel like you have wasted the whole of your day. Why? Because these people, they educate themselves that the right comes first, the rest should they even calculating that I have to waste my time, that doesn't exist on my calendar. If I know this is what I have to do, I have to do that. You can't find somebody just from day mpaka night ati anafuata huyu ndio anipatie 100 shilling. 100 shilling will not help me anything. This money will just make me poor. And every day if I'm waiting somebody to give me 100, it will come time that sitapata mtu wa kunipea. What will it happen to me? I think the best thing Kenyans can do is to be educated, to know what to do, what to accept and what not to accept. And even if we talk here, we just tuangalie venye who will elect, when we vote wisely. But kuna watu hawalewi what is voting wisely. Kuna watu maybe they think voting wisely ni hao watu wanatupea, those people when we go to their campaigns they give us 100 shilling, we go back with 100 shilling, but they are not thinking about tomorrow. So we should educate Kenyans what is voting wisely. And I think there's somebody here talked about the church in Kenya. Surely the church itself, it has to play a big factor on this. It should educate their people. Don't allow people who have corrupted our money, people who have stolen our money from government to bring it back to church. That's very bad. And I know those who have read Bible, those who know Bible, they can agree with me. Where were the Israel nation? Why were they taken to exile? Because they are leaders. Those who were the Jewish leaders, they accepted the political leader to use them. And if the church in Kenya allows corruption to be taken to the church, that is a failure. Why? Because if you are called a servant of God, you should go to them good. You should educate. You should be an example. You should be example to those the Christians, to the followers of Christ. You should give them example. You should show them this is not the right thing. Lakini si watu wanaenda wanaimba pesa wanaleta kwa makanisa surely. I don't want to talk about this. There's a doctrine social of the church which says the government should help and should be there to support even the little one in the society. See ati mambo ati I'm coming to just request you to do this for me. And you are being called a leader, you are being called whatever. But what is the church? What is the church in Kenya? What is it doing? What is the role of the church in Kenya? Is it just waiting for the believers to go to the church on Sunday? What else? I'm not criticizing anyone, but we have a big role to play in the society of Kenya. We have a big role, and people need to be educated in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mkenya, and you are a good teacher. I think you should consider to come and teach Kenyans the civic education.
Thank you. Maybe soon, but nimesikia Northern Carolina kuna kazi ya walimu.
Sasa wewe vile uko closer, lakini tunataka urudi Nyamira. Nyamira huko ndio kunahitaji civic education sana. Ukiteremka hapo
it's closer to Mutembei. Nyamira is closer to Mutembei TV.
But you can
walimu Kenya waliongezwa pesa.
We will give you a slot so that you have a special show here to teach people and Kenyans to follow what they need to follow. Otherwise, I appreciate your contribution and lengthy observation of the Kenyan culture. Umeenda mpaka kwa mayouth, ukaenda mpaka kwa church, kufika church ukakwama hapo kabisa. Unataka kuwa overseer ama kuwa bishop?
Hapana bana, mi hata si hivyo. Unajua nini?
Inaonekana tukikufanya bishop sisi wachungaji tutakula fimbo.
Mi sitaki kuwa bishop. Just being a normal Christian, it's enough for me. Because unajua saa zingine, sometimes you see, hata Paul mwenyewe alisema watu wangu, kwa nini watu when he was talking, mi siwezi nikakuja hapa nianze kusema mambo ya Biblia. Yeye mwenyewe alisema watu because of lack of knowledge. So if we have that knowledge to know, we are not slaves. Ati si kila mara we vote na si hapa 5 years ni za kula njasho. 5 years ni za kushindia hapa watu wakisema oh hii imepanda, bei imeenda hivi. Now we have been hearing Uhuru saying, complaining. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe hata maybe amechoka juu kila mara ana complain about this. Watu wenye wanasema ati Uhuru doesn't condemn corruption. Ebu sikizeni sana speeches zake. Somebody said Uhuru ni kama anatumia parables when Jesus when he was talking. Sometimes kama msikizi poa, it's not that easy to capture the message which he wants to send to people, because he hasn't been condemning. The other day he was talking about mambo ya agriculture. He was asking people, was I in the Minister of Agriculture during this time? Why? Because he wanted to send a message to people. He wanted to communicate something. So let us think about this, and we'll find that we need to go more. We need something in Kenya. Even najua Mr. Bernard, because you are a pastor, but at least when you try to preach, just educate people. I know you do that. Just educate them to know what are their rights.
So thank you very much. And that's why I'm on this platform. If it was my vocation only, I'm not allowed to participate in politics kwa sababu ya mafuta ya bwana. But we violate that to secure Kenyans in proper understanding. Now, nataka tuendelee na mjadala, lakini kabla ya mjadala, since swala la corruption limetokea, na watu wengi wanadai kwamba Uhuru hajaendeleza vita kinyume na corruption, is just everybody has we are free moral agents, free to express ourselves, but we don't also appreciate that Kenyans, when corruption issue arises, there are two things. It's either I'm being politically witch-hunted, or our community is targeted. So we retrieve to our tribes or my political affiliation. And in the process, we lose the battle because we need to wait. And I want to play a clip that is a little bit disturbing, where there is somebody whose vocal say, hata akiwa mwizi, ni mwizi wetu, tuachie. Okay? So when we have come to that place whereby we are willing to do anything to defend somebody, because eshenyu, that's what they say in our village. At times we defeat the national purpose because we are digging deep to defend what we think is our personal or mtu wetu. So we'll just listen to that shortly, then we go to Maina to respond to the questions. Alafu tuende kwa Mkururo, nataka kila mtu amalize submission yake, tukimsubiri Themba.
Kazi ya kufanyia wananchi wakuje wafukuze locust, wasitulete. Tumekubali BBI, sawa. Kampeni ya nini? Sisi tuko na shida zetu kama wananchi. Wanafunzi walipita wako nyumbani, barabara ni mbaya, shida ni mingi. Kama Kapswar Ward kuna shida ya magonjwa. Si watu wakuje Ruto na Raila, musitucheze nani? Musitupime akili kama wananchi wa Kenya. Mukikosa kazi, lala na ufikirie. Ngoru watch mui. Lala mwanaume na ufikirie vizuri. Wakenya si wakuchezea. Na musituchochee kama Wakenya. Musituchochee kama Wakenya tuchukue sheria mikononi. Our passports ndio iliwaweka kwa State House. Na mambo ya kuchokoza Ruto, my friend. Oh, fikiria mara hii. Kama ni mwisi ni ya mtu. Kama ni mwisi sisi hata ni wezi. Na sisi ndio tulikupitisha Uhuru uende ndani. Kama Ruto ni mwizi, hata sisi wezi tulikuweka ndani. Kwa hivyo tuwache sisi. Wachana na Wazingishu. Wachana na Rift Valley. Hiyo neno ya kusema Ruto ni mwizi ikome as from today. Nimeongea kama mwanamke tosha. Heshimu nani? Heshimu Ruto. Na Raila, I want to warn you publicly in press that Deputy President is your own Deputy President. Hakuna Deputy President mwingine unless otherwise. Na kama ulipitia mlango wa nyuma kuingia ndani ya serikali, tutakutoa kwa fucho. My friend, round hii hatutaki mchezo. This is 2020. Hii ya baraka. Mwaka ya baraka. Kila kitu ni dapo dapo. Tuliza boli wanasiasa.
Twende kwa wana Maina, dakika zako 3. Dan or Maina, I hope you remember some questions. If you don't, I will not repeat them. Maina, tena umekwama. Maina, unaniangusha. Is it your internet? Unmute ndio ongee. Kama neti yako iko chini, disable the camera. Weke tu audio. Unmute if you can hear me. I think twende kwa Arun.
Asante sana Mr. Panad kwa kunipa nafasi ndiposa nichangie kwa mjadala wa leo kuhusu the topic kuhusu the issue about corruption. In fact, mimi ningependa kusema let us blame the courts, because in fact hizi courts zetu umeona hata juzi kesi ya Gachagua ingeanza tu mapema, lakini imekuwa postponed to September ndiposa akuwa allowed kusimama August elections. Vitu kama hizo in fact cause ziko na shida, but we hope when Raila ataingia ataweka mechanism mzuri na sisi wa Kenya inastahili tupeane pressure manze kwa hawa churches wetu manze, in fact wapate kuwa wakati kesi ya corruption inakuja ama kesi yoyote ipate kuharakishwa iishe. Kama corruption case inastahili isiende more than drag kwa court more than 2 years, hata 1 year, because we have got lawyers ambao watakimbisha hiyo case pande zote, then kutoka hapo the culprits wapate kuletwa into justice. So kuhusu the topic of today kuwa William Samoei Ruto in fact has changed the tact. Sasa hivi anaenda kusikiza the ground. Ningependa kusema namna hii. In fact, you saw what happened when Ruto baada ya kumaliza kuchair the IPEC committee aliulizwa vizuri kuwa are you campaigning? Akasema hapana, mimi mkiniona nikimove from one place to another, my job is to inspect Jubilee government projects. Then kutoka hapo President Uhuru akakuja juzi akasema nani kazi haifanywi juu ya magari. Sasa jana tumeona William Samoei Ruto ameamua kwenda pale Nyeri kwa consultative meetings on problems facing the people of Mount Kenya, specific Nyeri mahali alikuwa, na muliona kuwa in fact they are crying about tea farming, about coffee, about in fact farming in general. Now my question to William Samoei Ruto, for these 4 years when he has been going inspecting Jubilee government projects, when he has been working while he is on the roofs of his Brado hajaijua kuwa in fact farmers in Nyeri wanapitia shida hiyo miaka ine yote. William Samoei Ruto, he has been to how many times, if I can ask you, how many times has he gone to Mount Kenya? Several times, in fact, numberless. Ndio mimi ndio I want to pose my question. Watu wa Mount Kenya, Moso farmers, are you not seeing that William Samoei Ruto, in fact, anacheza in your minds? Why am I asking you that? In fact, mumeona hiyo muda yote William Samoei Ruto being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, mumeona amewa fail for those 4 years wakati amekuwa karibu na nyinyi, cause yeye wakati mnasema kuwa your president abandoned you, nani amekuwa karibu? It is the deputy president ndiye amekuwa karibu na nyinyi. So mimi I was expecting yesterday kuwa in fact ingekuwa ni celebration kuwa in fact since tulikupatia our grievances about our tea farming, about coffee, about potatoes and anything about milk production. In fact, those challenges, the way you addressed them, in fact, we feel so happy. Right now, look, 4 years, he has failed you. And then again, this same person, you are going to impress him, mumpatie kura, then you expect kuwa, in fact, ataenda kuwafanyia more uongo mbaya. Even the young people. Mmeona vile William Samoei Ruto, same. He has let you down. Reason being, yeye ndio anachea IPEC. So, na mliambiwa vizuri na JP Mkuri kuwa William Samoei Ruto, kwa vile yeye ndio anachea IPEC, he is able to put money on borders, mama mbogas, on vijana. But William Samoei Ruto, kwa hiyo miaka ine yote, wakati amekuwa karibu na nyinyi, he has done nothing. But now he is coming to the ground to listen to your grievances in hope kuwa in fact kwa hizi kidogo hii miezi ine atazi address uongo mbaya. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Let's go straight to Alex. Then Mama Selina.
Bernard, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity again to speak about the politics of Kenya. I still wanted to speak after Dan. There is something Dan was talking that I think is going to be helpful to us. We can't talk just the Azimio people here, and I'm glad Baz is here now. And can I speak after Dan has spoken? Because Dan was trying to tell us about the undecided, and he is one of them. I want to know how we can get to the undecided people in Central, and why they have decided not to vote. Because he said they're going to be voter apathy in Central. Ruto is so loved. That is what he said. We love Ruto a lot, but we are not going to vote. That's what he said. I want to hear that interesting analogy from him. Then I'll talk later.
Dan, there you go.
Sorry bwana, network yangu inaleta shida, imebidi nihame.
Aya, karibu Kenya.
So I will just start with a statement and say, no, asante. A statement and this to say this. One, it's so sad that
if your net is problematic, mute the camera so that you use audio only so that we can get a faster flow of your information. Disable the camera, then ubakishe audio. Alafu ongee.
Okay.
Bernard, tafadhali usitoe huyo jamaa bwana.
Nanipata?
Endelea bwana. Endelea sasa.
So, thanks, Bwana Alex. So, well, first of all, I want to start with this statement that it is very sad for us as Kenyans in the 9th August of 2022 that we are looking to choose the lesser evil. That is what it seems to be in the politics of Kenya.
Bernard, weka maombi manzee, tunataka huyu Dan manzee.
You guys.
Kama una bundles tutakununulia bwana. You will talk here today. We tuambie tukununulie bundles tafadhali. We really want to hear you. We want you to be part of us today.
Okay, Dan has dropped off. Let him come back. Mchange hiyo maneno ya bundles. Alafu muone vile mambo itaenda. Cha muhimu ni kila mmoja ahakikishe kwamba Kenya ni moja, alafu tunasonga mbele, haturudi nyuma. Even if it's just moving forward one step, that's a better vote than voting to go back 10 steps. One step forward is better than 10 steps backward. So it doesn't matter whether it's less evil or higher evil. Is it progressive? Is it taking us to the future? Then we will go to that future. But going back to the dark ages, hapo kura yangu huwezi kuhesabu hapo. Naomba hivi.
Mr. Pana na drop out, please ambia Dan aingie. Thank you so much.
Amekusikia, anakuja. Asante. So Alex umesema unangoja Dan, so ngoja hapo hapo.
Wacha sasa tu niongea. Looks like Dan today will not be able. Look, we have really been patient with Dan. Looks like, but I think there was a place I was concurring with him. What was instilled in them looks like has not come out. It looks like the campaign of 2017 and 2013 in Inoro and vernacular demonized Raila so much, and some of them have not come out of it. From my own analysis, because when you look from the way he was speaking, he was alluding that to Liletewa, and you questioned him. Yeye ni rafiki ya Ruto ama ni mulimwambia mumvotie? He couldn't answer. In the end, he accepted kuwa, no, these people are just friends. Sio sisi tuliwaleta pamoja. But it looks like he's not coming out of that, what they were told in 2013 and 2017. They did not understand it was the art of campaign. And after people have campaigned, they can work together when they want or not work together. So it looks like what I wanted to know is, does he have a group of friends who still think like that, or they should be helped to get out of that? Because how can you refuse to vote just because Raila is in the ballot box? And now the president is not a friend to the friend that came. So I don't see any logical sense in that. And that is why nilikuwa nataka tumpeleke pole pole. And if there are any people who think that way, that tuliletewa huyu jamaa tukaambiwa kumi yao, so that these are undecided for, because many people have come here from Central and we have asked them, between Raila and Ruto, what do you think? And many of them seem to be alluding that there are going to be a voter apathy. And some of them are saying they don't know if they are going to vote. So that's why I wanted to take on him and ask him, what can we do to get into them, or they can never, or they have given up their constitutional right to vote because it's between Raila and Ruto. So that is all. So when we get this kind of people, let's interrogate them and hear why should they think that them not voting is better than them voting.
That is clear, because historically there was always an object of aggression, like it was ably put by, I think, Professor who that the mountain did not vote for Uhuru Kenyatta. It voted against Raila Odinga. Okay, they did not vote for Ruto. They voted against Raila Odinga, and the campaign were, if Raila Odinga becomes president, wote mtavaa kaptula, nyumba zenu hazitalipwa rent, plot zenu zitachukuliwa, so tusaidie tafadhali, tukomeshe huyu mtu, tupeleke Bondo ili sisi mali yetu ikuwe safe. So they all rallied together to stop Raila Odinga, not to endorse Uhuru Kenyatta or William Ruto's leadership. Right now, the object of aggression is now the object of embrace. Na ina utamu yoyote sahi. So right now they don't know who do they vote against for them to vote for the other person. And that is the struggle with the UDA, because they have tried to create that object of aggression. It has refused. They tried dynasty, imekataa. Bottom up, imekataa. Wamesema wamejaribu project, sasa pia hiyo imefanya nini? Imekataa. So right now it is a matter of nilitaka 10 lakini nipatie tu 5, mnijaribu kwanza. You see now the story is changing. So the mountain is the mountain will not turn up to vote, just like they did not turn up to vote during the repeat elections. If you remember, when Raila Odinga withdrew, they also went to sleep, because they have always voted against Raila Odinga and never for Uhuru Kenyatta. It was a struggle to make the 25% required in half the counties, so that legitimize Uhuru Kenyatta's presence in the repeat election. So the same thing that happened in the repeat election is bound to happen. And that is why it is dangerous for William Ruto to bank on the mountain to get enough votes to make him president. If the rest of the country come out seriously to vote the way they refused to vote during the repeat election, that they have the majority of the voters refusing to vote after they were asked by Raila Odinga not to vote. So Raila Odinga won the repeat elections by his asking people not to vote, and the majority refused to vote. The minority voted in Uhuru Kenyatta. So those are the dynamics at play. This other one, Uhuru abandoned us, or Uhuru spoiled our business, are nothing but excuses. Object of aggression is the missing matrix in the 2022 elections, because the once enemy is now friend. Mama Selina.
Asante sana Penat, karibu Temba. Mjadala wa leo imeshika moto. Mambo ya corruption, Penat. Kama wewe unajua uko na weakness, ama ukubali kuongea mambo ya corruption, Wakenya watakuuliza swali sana sana. Kama unakuwa na wasichana wawili unawatongoza, na wakipatana wote wawili, utashangaa, utasema nani ni girlfriend yako, nani si girlfriend yako. So watu double standard, watu kama hao ni ngumu sana kuwashika na ni ngumu sana kuelewa, kwa sababu anamwambia huyu msichana mwingine nakupenda, akifika huyu mwingine anamwambia nakupenda. So sasa imekuwa ngumu sana kwa watu ya UDA kuongea mambo ya corruption, kwa sababu wenyewe wanajua, na hiyo ndio kitu wa Kenya wanataka kusikia, ya kwamba ukichukua serikali utamaliza corruption aje. Na sasa marafiki zako na ile kila mtu anataka kukusupport, anajua tukiingia serikali, kwanza mungejiuliza swali kama wa Kenya. Members of parliament ama senators wale wamechakuliwa first time ama second time, unakuta watu wako na mahelikopta, walisipata wapi? Wakati ya Moi nikirudia, kuna wajumbe walikuwa wakianguka, hata walikuwa nasaidiwa kuchangiwa because they were going home with nothing. Ebu sasa mkuje wakati huu, kijana kama Ndindi Nyoro, and I'm sorry to say, to mention people, hiyo kijana ameingia 5 years ama 10 years, lakini ukiangalia maisha yake sahi na vile anatembea, enda mtu kama Makurmen, enda mtu kama Sudi. So watu wamejua vile walifaidika, and they are fighting for this government, si kwa sababu ya mtu hiyo mdogo ama si kwa sababu ya nini. They want to be Ruto. Wakati alikaa na Uhuru, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya siasa ya Uhuru 202, by the way, Uhuru hakuchua Ruto. Mwenye alishikanisha Ruto ni Moi, na alifanya siasa ya Ruto ya Uhuru kwa sababu ya Moi, na kila kitu alikuwa napata kutoka kwa Moi. Hata wakati siasa ya Biwott na Koskei wangechukua kiti ya chairman ya KANU, ni Ruto mwenyewe alimwambia msee eri tupatie Uhuru. So Uhuru amefanya kazi na Ruto kutoka hiyo wakati ya 202, na anajua vile huyu kijana alikuwa aggressive. Ukiangalia siasa ya watu wananyamaza, ukifika nyumbani kwake kwa Tribute Today Sugoi, ile nyumba imechengwa pale, sitani hata hiyo mnaongea shamba ya Uhuru, sijui Katundu, sijui alikuwa, sitani kama kuna Mkenya as we are talking today hako na palace ama hako na mahali vile huyu my brother amepata. Ni mzuri kutafuta mali, lakini sahi mkiongea, ukisikia Raila akisema tunajua mshahara yako, lakini ile vitu uko nayo inafanya Wakenya kutout. So mambo ya corruption, uwezi shika mtu mwenye anajua vile anafanya akuja aongee kuhusu hiyo mali. Na watu wengine sahi wanapigana kabisa, wanajua maybe huyo msee akichukua serikali, hii vitu yote tumechukua kinyume, sitarudi. Ukisikia kina Makurumeni wako na mahelikopta, mshahara yao ama alikuwa leader of opposition ama leader of government in wherever in government, hawa watu hiyo pesa wamepata ni nini wamefanya kuliko Wakenya wengine. So wakati tunapoongea ni kwamba mtu akitaka 5 years ama akisema munipatie hata 2 years, kwa hiyo 5 years vile alikuwa amefanya huku nyuma ataitable, kwa sababu anajua hawa watu watanipatia kura. So aita mtaenda uchi na yeye akae sawa, aende nyumbani. So ile kitu tunasema ni kwamba tukue sincere. Kuna mtu amesema tunapenda Ruto lakini hatutapiga kura. Nikasikia Alex wanasema tunataka kumwona. Wakati Uhuru walikaa chini na Ruto, ilikuwa ni mambo ya hake, ilifanya wakakuwa pamoja. Tusaidiane kwa sababu wote wamekuwa victims. Walirudi, lakini mkijua siasa hiyo ya Kenya, wakati walitoka hake, siasa yao ilianza 2013 immediately tu wakati wamechakuliwa. Lakini huyu jamaa alikuwa mwerefu na alijua what he want, alifumilia. Ni ile mwanamke amechapwa analala nje lakini anarudi, kwa sababu kuna kitu alikuwa anajua. For now anaanza kutifosa, anasema okay, wacha mimi niende kifyangu, kwa sababu amepata ile alikuwa anataka. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alinyamaza na akawacha serikali ikaenda, mali zikaenda. Hii mambo ya tenda, nasikia hata tenda ya milioni 1. Hii watu 8 mnasema waliwekwa wanatoka chama moja. Lazima ulikuwa unaenda ukipata kitu unapeana ya State House. Wakati ya Moi, wafanyikazi wa serikali walikuwa wanapeleka pesa kwa State House ya kwa Moi briefcase. Na hiyo briefcase Deputy alijua kwa sababu he was one of them. So watu wote walikuwa wanafanya kazi, ndio Waitito alishika pesa ya Katundu akasema nimechukua wapi? State House, kwa sababu waliambiwa lazima tutoe pesa ya kampeni ya 2022. So tukifaulu kupata hii ya 2022 sasa ndio muingie 2026. Oh my God. Kenyans, sahii munalia, hakuna kulia, hakuna kitu imefanyika hapo. Hiyo manyumba yote ya sijui inaitwa nini Nairobi, hiyo line yote watu watachukua. Vile walichukua singine ya Eldoret, watu walikuwa nauza mayai, waliambiwa tafuta aita life ama serenda kuuza mayai Eldoret. Sitakucha mingi kama hizo, sababu hizi biashara pia tulikaa kuchunga ng'ombe sana. Hata si tunataka kukuja town tungangane na Wakisii na Wakikuyu tufanye biashara, but lazima tukuje tunyemelee. Sasa Kenya lazima wakuwe na akili, otherwise kama Wakenya tunataka ile kitu tunaomba sana saa zingine ni amani, na si mbaya watu kutafuta, lakini siwe genuinely. Kama umetafuta mali iwe ni ile hata mtu akifuata, kama ni tenda ulifata tenda kwa haki, mlishindana watu 4 na wewe ukawin. Hiyo ndio Wakenya tunataka. Ya mwisho, kwa sababu nilisikia mama aliongea, na hiyo ndio message iko uko chini. Kwani iko nini? Kama nyinyi mlikuwa na hoteli Nairobi ama nyumba? Hapana. Si mlikuwa na baba alikuwa Nairobi miaka yote tulipata mlikuwa hatuna. Tulikuwa na beach Mombasa kama wanaume wengine? Hapana. Sasa mimi kama nimeenda tafuta na nikapata, kwani iko shida gani? So saa zingine kijana yangu akikuja kuniambia mama, nimewacha kuchunga ng'ombe, nimeenda Nairobi tukanyakane na wanaume, nitamwambia sawa, lakini sasa makosa sijamuuliza hiyo nyumba umepata Nairobi ama hiyo pitch umefanya Mombasa ulipata aje? So ukirudi nyumbani tukiambiwa Central ama Wakisii hawakukuwa na kitu, lakini saa hii walienda Nairobi wakaendesha magari, wakanunua magari, wakakuwa na mabasi ingine tulipenda kupanda sana. Today number 1 ni Kikuyu, number 2 ni Mkisii. Sasa vijana yetu 2 ama 1 akirudi nyumbani kutuuliza maswali, kweli sasa mimi nikiongea kama mama, hapo ndio ulisikia hiyo mama aliongea na uchungu chu, ameambiwa nyinyi nimeenda kutafutia nyinyi, si kuletea sisi, nimetafuta jina yenu ikue sawa. So unakuta watu wanakuwa wenda simu, kwa sababu kijana yangu akisema niko na nyumba 5 Nairobi na hatukukuwa hata na moja, tulikuwa na moja ilikuwa hapo opposite Parliament, sijui inaitwa nini, moja tu ilikuwa ya Moi hapo tu kidogo, hata hapo tu, hakuna ingine. Lakini saa hii tuko hapo tuko tunaelekea River Road hapo, tulemaliza hapo karibu na tuko na karibu na City Hall hapo. Hiyo nyumba moja hapo ilikuwa ya Muhindi, tulichukua tukamwambia chukua pesa ama ukatae. Sasa si mbaya, lakini Kenya hiyo ndio kitu mnataka. Mtapata mingi hiyo. Wacha Gachagua anataka kuwa running mate. Na nataka kusema hii kwa watu ya Central, ya kwamba ni mzuri mnapenda, lakini sana sana mtakuja kuchua tu, kwa sababu hata sisi saa zingine tunataka Kenya iwe karibu na kila mtu afanane. Ya mwisho ndio nisipoteze wakati, najua kuna watu wako na maneno mazuri wanataka kuambia wa Kenya, ni kwamba tuamue. Sisi wengine tuko na watoto, tunataka waishi wamependana, tunataka watafute kazi, wapatiwe makazi, lakini hii siasa ya UDA imefika mwisho. Na mtu ya Central, hata wewe Penat, utatokaje nje na mtoto yako si iko nje kwa baridi? Saa zingine unalala kama saa 12 watoto wanaenda shule na yako hakuna. Kwa nini mimi niamke niende kwa baridi? So kuna mambo watu anafikiria itakuwa ndiye sababu watu ya Nyanza wanaambiwa kumera, tokeni kwa wingi, kwa sababu leo mtoto ni yenyu. Mimi kama sina mtoto ya kupeleka nasari ama anafanya form 4, kwa nini niamke mapema? Nitaamka tu nikiweza. Kama mimi ni mgonjwa, nitaingia blanketi yangu nilale vizuri. But wasisahau kuchagua viongozi wale watawasaidia. Hiyo ingine ninakubaliana na John. Kwa nini tuende tuamke mapema na hakuna mwenzetu? Wakati ya Kibaki na Matiba tulitoka kwa wingi. Wakati ya Kibaki ndio tulitoka, wakati ya Uhuru tulitoka. Ya pili, siasa ya Raila ya kutusiwa, ndio sababu unaona UDA watu wengi wamesoea ukitusi Raila unachakuliwa. Saa hii wamesahau ya kwamba wale watu walikuwa na tusi Raila walianza kusema Raila alikuwa mzuri, lakini jameni, huyu baba alikuwa anashindana na mtoto yetu. Wacha sasa tuwaambie ukweli, Raila was a good person, lakini kwa sababu hatuna mwenzetu hatuwezi kumtusi. Lakini kama kunakuwa na moja tu, sahi Raila ile machina angekuwa naye amungeamini. So hii watu wengine wanafikiria kuuza tena hiyo china ya kutusi Raila iwasaidii wenye walikuwa najua. Wakati ya Moi, Michuki alisema tutoe Moi. Wakati Moi alitoka alisema sasa tuache hiyo kwa sababu ni mtoto yetu. So watu wajue kutusi Raila itawasaidia. Wenye walikuwa na tusi Raila wameomba msamaha. Wakasema tulimtusi kwa sababu tulikuwa hatukukuwa na otherwise. Lazima tungeambia watoto yetu Raila akitokea ni nyang'au, na watu waliamia ni nyang'au. Watu waliamini Raila si binadamu kwa sababu alisumbua Moi, amesumbua Kibaki, baba yake alisumbua Kenyatta, amesumbua Uhuru. Sasa watu walikuwa na believe, lakini sasa hole wa wale wanataka kutumia hiyo kutusi Raila. Hakuna, imeisha. Lakini kama ni Central wangekuwa na candidate, hiyo baba angelala. Asanteni.
Haya, nani ana la kusema baada ya hayo yote? So I want us to listen to Themba nafikiria uko tayari kukuwa chairman. But kabla ya hapo tusikize RMJ ndio tuende kwa Buzz. Those are the two people who have not spoken. Then Themba. Sawa. So RMJ, karibu. Your audio. RMJ, we can't get you. What is happening? Okay. Naonekana akona hitilafu ya mitambo. All right. So tuende kwa Buzz. Bwana Buzz, sema.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bernard. Thank you, my fellow panelists. I think I will go straight to the topic today because it's very central to the point, and I think the campaign is gaining momentum. What the DP is now doing is what he should be doing. I listened to the kupasuliwa kwa bottom up by Professor David D, actually in vernacular, which was it was to the point. He has actually told the central people what they want to hear. And he has told them, we don't want a person who is taking over from Kenyatta to continue. we want a person who is going back to where President Kibaki left in terms of economy. He has gone on to give references to the infrastructure vis-a-vis the life of the people. And I think that is what matters most to the people, because it may sound like arc. It may sound barbaric for people to say we don't hit roads, but at times it sounds very correct, because he gave a reference to schools and hospitals, and he told the people actually in vernacular and told them, yes, you have schools, but you are still fundraising for the kids to go to school. Yes, you have the hospitals, but every time there is a WhatsApp group to fundraise for the medical assistance, which is very true. That's what people are going through. He spoke about what bottom up is, and actually downplayed what people have been saying. Bottom up is giving money and all the rubbish that has been levied by people. He actually said what it is. And if that's the kind of campaign they're going to roll out in the central Kenya region, the subject of aggression, Bernard, you're looking for, will be created. And this time, the subject of aggression will not be an individual. It will be the economy. What people are facing will be the subject of aggression. And I think that was it's a masterstroke strategy for them to approach. I give big up to David D even for saying, on this program, I will be in charge. He actually said, I will be in charge of this program. So he has given a hint of the role he's going to play should the UDA form government, which is very good. It will sell very good to the central people. John Minor, what John Minor is saying is quite makes a lot of sense.
Bas, before you go to John
Yes.
Minor, you just told
Yes.
us that Professor Andy
Yes.
broke down for you people in vernacular on what
Yes.
bottom up is.
Yes.
Do you mind telling us what it is? Because we've been looking for that animal since we started this these shows. So now that it has been broken down, tell us, what is it?
Bernard, it is sometimes very difficult to translate vernacular into English. I may get lost in translation. And being a pastor, you will acknowledge that there exist a lot of problems with the Bible, because we have been lost in the translation from Hebrew to many other languages. So I will not want to go into depth. He spoke about 30 minutes. And if I was to talk about what bottom up is, I would have to speak the entire 30 minutes of what he said, because it is not a bottom up. It is not translation of words. It is a concept, which that's why he had to be taken to the ground. I think even in the Azimio campaign, you have not seen technocrats going to the ground to explain something. We have all been listening to the political hubris.
Barnabas, you have avoided my question. Just go ahead with your submission. Thank you.
I have not avoided your question. I have given you an answer. Yes.
What is the answer?
So I'm saying
you're asking for 30 minutes to tell me what bottom up is.
I've said
a concept that has two words, bottom up. Then you need 30 minutes to break it down. Hey.
Let him summarize.
So what I was saying, Bernadette, and my fellow panelists and those who are listening, is that I think what they have started today, and from the point they have started it, starting with Nyeri was not just an any starting point they did. They did it because that is where they want to give honor to President Mwai Kibaki, who left this country in very good shape economically. And they had to start an economic conversation in that place in his honor. So I think it was very good. I have not followed what Azimio was rocking in Migori. They can continue rocking. Actually, all they do is to rock. We are now looking at constructing the economy. We are not trying to rock anything. And I believe, God willing, inshallah, tarehe 9, going by the figures by IEBC, Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais atakuwa rais. Asante.
You still want to prosecute that? Okay, Themba.
Buzz, nice to see you, bro. You know, Bernard, my concern is wamefanyisha politicians kazi mpaka sasa wamerudi kufanyisha Ndii kazi. You know, Ndii is supposed to be the technical brain. You should not be attending political meetings to go and interpret technical things into political whatever language. My concern is it that the DP's political front has missed that point that they have to call Ndii to go and explain? Ndii was the technical guy in Baba's last time. You never saw Ndii anywhere in front. In any political meeting, you could never see Ndii. So what is happening in DP Ruto's camp? I think that should concern Buzz, other than how many meetings can Ndii attend? How many places can Ndii go and do that explanation? So for me, that is a concern. The desperation and the lack of coordination into interpreting a technical thing into a political language. It has failed completely.
John Adams, and then Alex, and then I need to respond. Even
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just take a minute to ask Buzz 2 questions. One, it baffles me how Buzz in one setting talks about how Kenyans don't eat roads and Kibaki left this place in a good place. Uhuru took over from Kibaki with who? Who stood there while they built the most expensive infrastructure project in the country at 500 billion shillings? Who was number 2? Who went and took loans from China? Why didn't this opposition come then? How does that person then now put you in a problem and then tell you that I will take you out of that same problem? And lastly, Buzz, who did Kibaki work with, both in the first term and the second term? What was Ruto's contribution to Kibaki government? What was Raila's? If you can analyze those 2 things and tell me how the person who took the SGR loan, stood by it, can now come and tell you that you do not eat infrastructure, they have been ignoring you, and suddenly they care about you. How many jobs did they create in the first term? What will be different? Buzz, sincerely, you're a smart guy, but it baffles me that this argument works largely in central Kenya. So I just hope you can answer me and tell me what has changed in Ruto's thinking since 2013. Why didn't he speak against SGR?
lastly, MJ, you had a question for Buzz?
Not really a question. I just trying to persuade you to give me a second chance. That's it.
Yeah, your chance is waiting. I knew it was technical issues, and as soon as Buzz finishes, you're coming. So, Alex, yes.
You know, I'm still going to follow with Themba's line. Buzz is happy that David D came to deconstruct that very thing that originated from him. And he's not telling us totally what bottom up is. Because when you are here being happy that he came to whatever name you used, the exact name I forgot, because you used a peculiar name that you are happy the one David D was. There's a peculiar name. I wish I remembered it. There's a word you used, and yet you said, yeah, and yet you said nothing of what he said so that we can understand exactly about the bottom up. You should have taken time because it has eluded you to hear in this forum for you to tell us what bottom up is. So now that he said what he said, and I listened to him, because that forum was put under Elephant, an economist journal that lately has been criticizing for coming up with dubious writings that do not correlate with even the journal's ethics. And yet he said nothing. Can you tell us what he said that can support the bottom-up economics than just the cliche of saying that David D came and talked about bottom-up?
Baz, respond, please.
Yes, I think. Thank you very much, Alex, and your question is very, very well answerable. What David D said, he gave an example of the model, and he said, for example, he said instead of having to put an infrastructure of 200 billion and leaving the people, collecting money from the people through taxation, and by so doing exorbitant taxation, you mop up money from people's pockets to put up an infrastructure and leave them pocket dry. Why don't you leave money with the people so that they can be able to put the infrastructure in production, that the one you're putting up? He said, for example, he said, as a government, you don't have to borrow from the local market to crowd the people who will benefit, and then you borrow from the local market to do an infrastructure. How will that infrastructure translate economically to the people? And these are some of the issues that I think what John Miner was saying, or what I would say even myself, if Azimio, I think there's a guy who said, what can Azimio do so that they can be in the same wavelength with the people who are opposed to them? And I think the one thing they need to say, and I think Baba needs to put clearly, is to completely and very clearly say that he is not the government he is going to lead after taking over will not borrow from domestic market. That is a masterstroke. That is all Kibaki did. There was no much bigger magic. It is to let the people have money in their pocket. Let government do what it can do in infrastructure, and let people put that infrastructure into economic use. They can only do that with having money in their pocket.
You know, 30 seconds. You know, when you explained what you said, I think, and this is the narrative of David D throughout, David D comes out to be somebody who really hates the Kenyatta family. When he comes to the media or wherever he writes, and that is what you said, that what he said was, we need to continue where Kibaki left, not where Kenyatta left. We don't want any Kenyatas. And that has been the consistent, persistent narrative of hatred of David D to the Kenyatta family. But he did not deconstruct the trickle down. In fact, what he explained was trickle down, not bottom up. Go listen to him again.
Thank you very much. I think I would want that to rest there. Baz, you did not answer the questions asked by John Adams.
Yes. I think Adams asked about statistical analysis of what was achieved when the President Kibaki was working with the Prime Minister Raila.
No, Baz, my question was simple. Was Ruto present when the SGR at 500 billion was taken? Was Ruto present when they borrowed from the domestic market? Did he raise any questions? Did he oppose? What changed?
Thank you. I think that was a party. that was a party decision to follow that line, and I think he could not have opposed a party position at that time. And I cannot answer for him, but what he is talking today is resonating with me, and that is why I support him.
Let me just ask this then. What did Raila do when he was with Kibaki? Did he borrow from the domestic market? Did he oppose it? Why would you accredit somebody who has stood with a track record of doing what you say and listen more to somebody who's saying and did not do?
I think we were all here when during the Grand Coalition government, and all we can recall is that I was not consulted. So I can also say clearly that those were the policies of Mwai Kibaki without consultation.
Bernard, the last thing I'll say is just to ask Baz in his own time to consult the Prime Minister's roundtable and realize that Vision 2030 was birthed at that roundtable. I'll ask him to take time and research on the policies that are used even for drought, NDMA. Where did that policy for ASAL areas come from? Take time, Baz, and please interrogate. You will come back here and regret.
Much obliged, Mr. Jones. I will.
Thank you, Bonabaz, and I wish you all the best in your attempt to break down bottom up. But I will still tell you, when you come back here, you will still be where you are, because bottom up is one animal that does not exist. It only exists in the imagination of one man called William Ruto as a ploy to hoodwink the less fortunate to give him votes. After that, the next statement that will come from the mouth of William Ruto is yaliyopita si ndwele tugange yajayo. You can keep this video, you will watch and we will talk. Naomba tumsikilize jirani mwema RMJ. Vipi?
Safi, sasa unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana tena. Ali namna gani na Mama Suluhu huko?
Mama Suluhu yupo anatembea tu, na yeye anaenda kuchukua mikopo, afu tuje tumuulize mikopo nani alikuruhusu ukachukue huko.
Ninyi msaidie mama kwanza. Naona anajiandaa kwa uchaguzi tena.
Hiyo politics ya kwetu mimi, politics ya kwetu huwa nime switch off kwa sababu is one way politics, you're not gaining anything.
Mchakato wa katiba mpya,
I don't know, probably my kids or my grandkids will be able to see that.
Please make your submission. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Naona ubona ni pita tu hapa. Unampa chance Alex. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Bernard. And it has been a good debate with all panelists. And see some good remarks has been made today. I was just on the car. I was just watching from behind, but there's some concern made me come here again, especially the concern for corruption. Before I go to the concern of corruption, I would like to give thumb to, I think, is it Julia? I think she's not around there. She picked a couple of things which most of the time we don't want to agree, we Africans. When it comes to politics, we don't want to give thumb to people when they do good things. She picked things which most of the time our developing countries need. Energy, equitable education, water, infrastructure, and health. People, those things, they don't want to hear it. They'll just keep hitting around the bush with some fancy terminology words. But when it comes to concrete, putting the forward message in terms of those things, they'll try to avoid a bit. And another thing, Baz, good work from your team. You're trying to do a lot, but sometimes you have to be careful. When you take a step or you're trying to distance yourself with someone, ukumbuka hayo matope yatakupaka na wewe, because it looks like now you're trying to distance the Kenyatta family, Kenyatta regime, and you're trying to make sure that Kenyatta regime, it has failed, because you say, oh, we want to take you where Kibaki left. So you're trying to skip Kenyatta regime. But the Kenyatta regime, he didn't work himself. Every time DP say they work together. So it means if they failed together. Is it? You can't skip that. So if you think you're pakaring matope someone else, ayo matope na wanajipaka bado. Okay? That's the only things I wanted to pick up. And another thing is, most of our politics, I can see, especially the generation of the 18th up to 26 or late 30 to the late 20s, we have the tendency of, I call it like a DJ anapiga ngoma anacheza mwenyewe. When a DJ playing a music, is the audience has to dance. If the audience is not dancing, you DJ, you're playing the music and you're dancing yourself, the audience not dancing. That's what the politics of this generation. They want to hear the things themselves which they like it. The things which is, if you tell them, example, most of the time they come forward, they ask, especially the matter of corruption. Oh, President Kenyatta is corrupt. How come he's not addressing? How come he hasn't taken someone to forward in terms of, taking forward to deal with corruption? Those are simple, petty, noise in terms of politics. But when you come to the real things, we have mentioned several times here, Kenyatta has tried his best. The problem with the Kenya politics is, in terms of corruption, is on your constitution. You have a good constitution, but the president has been stripped off when it comes to deal with corruption. So the president hasn't got that much muscles to deal with corruption. The way the corruption now it has been dealt is someone has to go to court, and the way you deal with it once it's in the court, oh, you need to wait. Oh, we have been appointed only because we support certain section. That's the way you will come forward. That's why when people they've been proposing BBI, some people came from the other side. They say they want to bring imperial president because they knew that. Because once they give more, duties, power for president to deal with people like corruption people, it was going to be a big war. That's why they went to make sure that BBI should not go forward, and to make sure that we should not have something like an imperial president who has got power to deal with the corruption. So that's why when we talk about corruption, we have to think our other bodies. Okay, our courts, the presidency itself is so separated to the court. You can't tell anything to the court. So we should stop blaming Kenyatta in terms when it comes to corruption, because for him, he'll point out there's some other bodies, they have to play their part. So I think that's the only way I would like to advocate in terms. I think it was it Maina? Maina, I think he raised the concern in terms of corruption. Because you can't play corruption alone. Corruption has to be for everyone. Kenyatta can't play corruption himself. So that's where we ask ourselves, why people they were so against in terms of BBI? Because they know BBI was coming to haunt them. Because once BBI was giving a big chance to the presidents to have certain amount of power, how it can deal with corruption. So if that case, the question of asking why president is not doing this, why president is not doing this in terms of corruption, I don't think that's the one which we need every time to bring forward. I think another thing, which is this generation of young generation, even some of us when we have been in that generation of 18 to late 20s, we used to hate the Kenyatta family big time. We think, These people, they're so well, they're so rich. You know what I mean? Where did they get this money? But at the end of the day, we are blaming the son. For him, we found that wealth. It's not him. For him, we found it. Someone has to correct me. Because now, every time they will come, oh, Pandora, he has been in this Pandora paper, he has been in this. The guy has tried it his best. That's why when his marriage with the deputy, I think they didn't structure well from the beginning. That's why always my opinion when it comes to their marriage. It didn't work because both of them, they took for a ride each other. Because they thought, oh, huyu atanibeba na huyu atanibeba. And the other one is, oh, huyu kwa matajiri huyu, na mimi ngoja na mimi niwe tajiri. You get the point? So that's where things went wrong. But someone miscalculated completely, seeing that this guy, because he comes from this family, I can play a part as well. But Kenyatta is not, the way myself I see, is not that kind of person who you can associate with him with those kind of scandals. The man found the wealth from his father. If his father mistake, he made it, but you don't have to blame him. He has tried to put the country together, bring unity, and to make sure that everyone is capable to have health care, put that kind of infrastructure, and bring the unity within the country. So those are the kind of things sometimes you have to give him a thumb. Because if we come every time we're trying to bring him down, I don't think that's you guys, you can have any nation which can move forward. Because it's not a matter of just keep cheering for someone, even though he's not trying to direct the nation to the right way every time we are cheering up. I don't think that's the best way. The only thing I would like to focus is where there's a thumb up has to be done, to be given, let it happen. Where there's a mistake has to be spoken out. So that's my only submission. Mainly, I wanted to emphasize in terms of corruption.
Okay, asante. Yes, Bas.
Thank you, RMJ. I think you misunderstood me by saying that the submission today, they said that we needed to go back to where Kibaki left is like actually ignoring or rubbishing what the president has done. The president has done a lot of good things. That is given to say, but in the context of saying let us go back to where Kibaki left us, it is in terms of individual economy, not about that we are trying to write off or throw away what the president has done. He has done a lot of good things, and we cannot be able to write them off totally.
Mr. Baz, you're changing your language. Eh? You said very well. The best part of the deconstruction, not the breaking down of bottom up by D in vernacular was that let us stop what? We should not vote for anybody who will continue with what Uhuru started. Let's all go back to where Kibaki left us. Okay? If my memory is very good, I can brag on that when it comes to statements that I've had. You said, Ndi said, let anybody advocating to continue from where Uhuru left. He's your enemy, he's your problem. The best thing to happen to this country is let us go where Kibaki left us.
I think Bernard,
yes.
Bernard, he said when he said that let us, we cannot continue with the massive infrastructure at the expense of the general well-being of the peoples economically. That's what he said. We cannot continue. If maybe Raila wants to take over from Uhuru and continue with the massive infrastructure at the expense of us economically, I think that's where we differ a little bit. That's what he said. Not that we stop everything. No, we can't. We need infrastructure, but not at our expense.
You want infrastructure to whose expense?
Bernard, let me give you a small example and say that if your salary is 100,000 and that is what you live on, you cannot take the entire 100,000 and roof the house. What will you eat? Yes, you will not be rained on, but what will you be eating? But the roofing is important.
So what I say?
What I'm saying, there must be a balance
We should
between
roof the house half, then eat half of the 100.
I think that one you are very trivial. You are trivializing what I've said, Bernard.
No, it is exactly what you have said.
What I'm saying is there must be a balance. Kibaki created this balance and the country was very good. That's why we are saying we need that balance.
And the principal assistant to the president, who sits in the committee that distribute national resources, okay, has been doing it for 10 years. He did not strike the balance. You want to give him another 5 years to go and try to bring the balance. Does it compute?
Bernard, it does, because if you disagree with your boss to that magnitude, then the honorable thing you can do is quit. And I can say maybe DP was not ready to quit. So you just stick around and let him carry on his legacy, and you'll come to carry on yours.
Baz, if you're honest with yourself, it is not sticking around, okay? Is eating together. And now when the plate has been pulled away, you begin to protest and say this dame that we're eating, okay? The time you are eating together, dancing together, wearing same ties, greeting each other, everything was all right. But when we say now, let's stop the eating, let's do the roads. You said, no. Let's continue eating. We are used to eating.
We cannot be hungry.
I don't want to turn into a preacher. I mean, I'm already one. Alex, what is it?
You know, today is Valentine and Baz ako kwa kitanda. Looks like ako na project today. Baz doesn't sound like the Baz I know. Baz, do you have a project?
I am on a seat.
Baz, that's not you. Baz, you are very cogent. You are very persuasive, even when you are wrong. But today, Baz, you've said nothing. Trust me. And there are people in the comment section. There are people in the comment section who wanted to leave, and when they saw you, they say, "Hey, Mr. Baz is here." They are very disappointed that you said nothing. They want to know what David Ndii said, but you said nothing, and we know you are going to say nothing. So David Olo is here just because of you. Just see, David doesn't come here easily. But Mzee Bantu Warriors was here. Amebeba mkono Bernard Ujamwona. He's been carrying his hand like for 20 minutes.
Subiri. Just a moment. Kuna huyu anaitwa Diana Olianga anasema kunywa kahawa akili irudi kwa Bwana Baz. So Bantu Warriors, unataka kusemaje?
Asante sana bwana Bernard. Alex, nakushukuru sana. Ndio kwa vile mimi nikasema wewe tutazungumza baadaye. Baz, who is David Ndii? David Ndii, he looks like he's the guy, he can work anywhere for highest bidder, you know. Na David Ndii kama yeye anaongea kulingamana na hiyo infrastructure, na sisi tunakopa pesa nje nyingi, na country yenyewe iko dry bone, ama bone dry. Sangeweza kusema pia kwa upande mwingine, nani alifanya hii nchi ikawa ni hivi ilivyo sasa? Pia hiyo alikuwa anataka na explain, kwa sababu corruption iko so deep, deeper than longer than rope, iko deep sana, na hiyo ndio problem ambayo tuko nayo sisi. RMJ pia ameeleza kitu kama hiyo, na wengi, hata mama Selina ameexplain. Corruption iko chini sana, na huyo David D hajaeleza vizuri, na wewe pia umeshindwa kueleza hiyo bottom up. Hata in summary pia umeshindwa pia kutupatia summary, na wewe umekuja straight away with the full force 100 miles per hour in one day. Umeshaelewa hiyo bottom up. Tuelezee ndugu yangu, tunataka kujua kitu gani. Usituambie habari ya mabarabara, just explain to us in a simple way, even a baby to understand. Asante sana Bena.
Yes, Adams.
My question to Baz is very simple. In 2017, the NASA team complained about the very things that seem to entice him today. Ndi was on our side. We talked about SGR. I hope you know, Baz, that the contract had been issued, it was revised and issued at a higher price. I hope you know that Ruto was there. I hope you know that this railway line that is said in Tangatanga rallies to Naivasha, to Uhuru's farm, they say, Ruto defended it in 2019. This idea of taking power lines, do you know why power lines were switched from wooden power poles to these concrete beams we see today? Do you know who runs the factory? Do you know how, if you've traveled to places like Garissa, you will find kilometers of transformers in the middle of nowhere, when we had solar power that could have been issued at a cheaper price? When you talk about these things, Baz, I have no issue with anybody supporting Ruto. But let us be honest that I just like this guy and I am supporting him. But these things that you're saying about a government that chased after infrastructure, in spite of us having Vision 2030 that was so specific, why did they chase after the infrastructure aspect of Vision 2030 to the detriment of Kenyans? It was because there is money in construction. Now that they've made that money, it's time to come back to you and say, hey, now I see you. Baz, vote for Ruto, but let us be honest. He was there when this country went down. He might have had a change of heart, but do not excuse him from his contribution to where we are today. Do not place that blame at the hands of one person. It was not Uhuru alone. These things were talked about in 2013. They were stated in 2017. It did not convince a lot of Kenyans. Today that we feel the pain, they tell you that it is the handshake that changed. Is the handshake, when were loans taken in this country that have put us in receivership? Do your research. How many times has the debt ceiling been raised in the first term of this government? Who defended Waiguru? Who told us that Aurora and Kimorer was only 7 billion? Do you know that 4 billion shillings was taken as an insurance cover for the contractor in Aurora and Kimorer? Did he speak? What makes you think this man will then come today and speak? It's election time. He will tell you anything. Check his track record. Asante.
Okay. Barnabas, you have a response?
Just a very quick one. I think Adams is very sober and he has given a very, very valid point. Alex, I think on the SGR that was was raised, I think if my memory serves me right, they said there was a redesigning of some aspects. That's why the cost changed. Whether that is true or not true, we don't know, because even the first design was not yet public by then. What they changed, we don't know. About the dams you're talking about and generally corruption and everything. Corruption is all through to all kind of government. As who defended Waiguru? Was it not for the handshake team? Waiguru could be in the same category as Sonko and this guy from Kiambu. He could have been impeached. It is the handshake team that defended him in the Senate. Kirinyaga had already done away with him. So the people who defended Waiguru are the senators from the handshake. I think that's a fact. So when you say corruption is, you cannot blame corruption on one side. It's all over. And if it is to ever be fought, I think we'll need a holistic approach, not just we cannot cherry pick one person and say this is the corruption. Let us get away with him. It's holistic.
Baz, how did the handshake defend Waiguru?
When Waiguru was brought to the Senate, check the Hansard of the Senate who voted against her impeachment.
Before she was voted in as governor of Kirinyaga, did she have corruption issues?
She had corruption allegations, but that one does not prevent people from voting the person
the
they want.
allegations came up.
Yeah.
Who
Yes.
brought up the allegations?
Which are you speaking about? The allegations from the NYS or the allegations about Kirinyaga
NYS.
County government?
Before, after she resigned from government to go to do lighter duties, then you gave her heavy duties at Kirinyaga.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
you
the people of
gave her
Kirinyaga gave her. The
Kirinyaga.
people of Kirinyaga gave her the duties.
Good.
And you
Then
cannot crucify them. Mhm.
then they now come to seek help from ODM to help them remove the person that they were warned that this person is corrupt. Hire him at your own expense, at your own peril. Okay? They hired her. They said, Minji, as long as she's our Minji, we will put her in office. Then you put her in office.
Yes.
Then you want to remove her from office. And why didn't you just remove her?
Yes.
You now want to blame the people that warned you that this person is bad for refusing to help you remove her. Hiyo ni kututumia vibaya.
Bernard, people who fight corruption will fight it today, tomorrow, and that will never change.
The moment
those who are serious
elect
about fighting
somebody in office, never elect me in office in hope that a law is going to be used to remove me. Okay? If I'm unfit for public office, keep me out of public office by all means. Open cases against me, block me from being cleared by IBC, make sure I don't get to the ballot. If I get to the ballot, I'll be voted. You get that? But if you insist to put me on the ballot, na unasema huyu mwizi ni mwizi wetu, then vote me into office. Then be prepared to remove me, not to hire somebody else to come and remove you. Or yes,
Bernard, let me correct you a little bit just in a minute. When a county assembly sits to impeach a governor, they sit as a court, and their appeal in that process lies in the Senate. When a Senate sits to impeach a governor, it is like another court. You understand? So when the decision made by the senators, it is like judges determining a case. So those judges who are fighting corruption from the other side, who decided on this one we are going to pardon, those are the ones that are now pretending today to be fighting corruption.
Guru was not
you get my point.
Of fight against corruption. It was fight against impunity.
BBI.
Okay? Impunity by reason of what? The MCAs that voted to bring Waiguru to the Senate, they slept inside the Senate assembly. Okay? Fully grown men with beards slept inside the chamber to vote at night to remove one woman. That is unprocedural. in the first place. So you use an procedural way to come and get ratification at the Senate to remove somebody from office. It doesn't work that way. But that aside, you can defend Waiguru or prosecute her. She's your governor until the last day. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's make progress. But don't say it is Raila who has made her governor. It is Kirinyaga people supported by you, and now she's fully in UDA, and there's a probability she can be running mate for the UDA anti-corruption party. This Kenya is a very interesting place to be.
Absolutely it is.
Subirini tafadhali. Nataka tumsikize Olo na Jakin Dubey, wale watu wajaongea kwanza. Mama Selina, ngoja naomba. Olo, sema. Najua unakuanga brief.
Oh, ni aje?
Poa, namna gani?
Poa sana. Mimi
nilikuwa na ngoja red wine sikuiona.
Unajua hata nilisahau ati kuna kwaga na Valentine. So unajua sisi ma free thinkers we don't believe in those kind of conspiracies. So nataka tu Buzz ako very very interesting. Sasa unasema ati Waiguru alikuwa sanitized na Raila. Saizi Waiguru yuko wapi? Kwani if by that time the side of UDA wanted to impeach her, when did she become clean? So unajua hapo hivyo, that what you are saying is that a nonsense. And then unajua wewe si mtoto mwenye tutakubembeleza kila siku ati uchange, because we know you can't change. We can't teach an old dog new tricks. Wewe itabidi tu uende hivyo hadi kwa debe ushindwe ndio ukae nje kidogo. Maybe you will wake up during that moment, but for now we will not beg you because you keep twisting story every time. And alafu najua unaongea ni kama umeshiba. Wajua mtu ameshiba, no matter how much you try to explain to him a problem, he will not understand. He will just laugh at you, smile at you, then he walks again, he comes back the next day. So there is no need to argue with you. Another thing I want to say about bottom up, I think bottom up is a scam, because when they say bottom up, they mean bottom then up. They don't say at bottom up down. You know, when the money goes up, it doesn't come down. Who is receiving it up there? you know such kind of money, you can't hold anyone accountable for it, because pesa imetoka kwa taxes. Ile kitu wamepokea ndio watapresent, si kama pesa imetoka juu yenye inajulikana ni pesa fulani imetoka juu imekuja chini, so that if anything disappears, unajua ni pesa fulani imepotea. So unajua hiyo yenu is just another way of looting in a way that you will not be caught. The big man up there is the one who will be receiving every money. He will be a god. All our taxes, he will just be enlarging his kingdom ndio atukalie. So bottom up is a scam, na mtu yote ana believe kwa hiyo kitu, hiyo ni kitu haiwezi work. Trickle down ndio inaweza work, because money must come from the rich people towards those people who are poor. But how does it make sense ati watu wako chini ndio wanatumiwa kama ladder to enrich those who are on top of the ladder? Is it really fair? So bottom up is a scam. That is what I can say. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Maoni yako hayo. No rebut on that. Twende kwa Jakindu Bay, alafu Katwe ndio Stone PK. By that time Themba will be here. Jakindu Bay, upo?
Nipo.
Jakindu Bay, upo?
Nipo.
Aya, karibu.
Asante sana.
Samahani, ni kama jifungia. Hebu nione kama atapatikana. Katwe namna gani?
Unajua, nimeona buzz hivi nikasikia damu imechemka, nikasema sitakaa kwa comment section, let me come. This is what I wanted. You've been out of this arena, we've been racing alone. So hata niko kwa giza in fact. So nimeamua kukuja kama mchawi. Nao wale wachawi wa Malemba mlienda kutafuta ndio hawa sasa. So we are here now. So so let me tell you something about David D. Nilipata ukiongelea David D. David D, when he was trying to give a proposal of an economic proposal to Mwai Emilio Kibaki, Mwai Emilio Kibaki trashed it on the event of their arrival because it was total crap. David D always tries to remain relevant all the time when politics are very hot. David D will look for a person to push his agenda, but not knowing that these people are so learned to a point that they really want to scrutinize everything. David D wants to push a proposal by force, by fire. That is why he was looking at William Ruto, akampatia a very stupid idea to a point that hata ANC ndio wamekuja kumsaidia kusema pesa mfukoni, ndio at least siku hizi tumeacha kusikia that nonsense of bottom up. So let me go back to the point. Sitaongelea SGR because the change of the design of SGR, you know, at some point people do not understand when it comes to this construction of this kind of infrastructure, there are so many things that are involved. The proposal that was given by Jimmy Wanjigi to do that SGR was supposed to be a sole proprietorship of him and himself alone to transport containers from Mombasa to Malaba, and he was going to benefit alone as a company. And when you look at the proposal that was given, that proposal did not have even a way leave. You understand that when you're doing something that wasn't in the physical planning, it is subject to way leave, and subject to way leave is also subject to compensation. That thing did not factor in compensations at all completely. So wakati anasema ati that SGR was supposed to be constructed with 50 billion, I'm wondering, hajawahi ona KWS trying to sue the government. The government suing itself that SGR ifai kupita pale kwa KWS, and that one has to be a compensation going through. Haven't you seen even MPs trying to say that the expressway is a security threat to them? These are some of the challenges that you find zina increase the amount of money when you're doing something that was not in the physical planning. So tuache kupoliticize hii kitu ya Jimmy Wanjigi anajaribu kuleta just because the government decided to say that now we cannot have a person doing a railway by himself from Mombasa to Malaba, a benefit yeye peke yake na anataka apitishe kwa shamba ya serikali. That is what Jimmy Wanjigi wanted. That mimi nipitishe SGR, ni transport, nifanye kila kitu, but hataki kucompensate hao watu wenye walikuwa wanafaa penye SGR ilikuwa inapita. Honestly, that was to be the biggest scandal in Kenya and in Eastern Central Africa, the biggest one. So let me go back to what happened today. Actually, is it yesterday I saw something about William Ruto? And when we say William Ruto is the biggest hypocrite than the hypocrites that existed in the time of Jesus Christ, it is very true. William Ruto said yesterday something that really put him on a very huge scrutiny on social media, that we are not going to accept a government that is going to give relatives, government jobs to relatives. Yet, he has June Ruto, who is an ambassador in Poland, the same country that was responsible to the arms bill. Why wasn't it that it was another country with another ambassador? Why wasn't it that? Why is it that it was supposed to be June Ruto, where in Poland, where June Ruto is representing as an ambassador? Come on, let us not try to be hypocrites in this. And when you check on what the president was saying the other time when he was endorsing Raila, he has been saying categorically that, you see, I told these people, let us work kwanza. And then time for politicking will come. And I've always given an example. In the case of the US, Joe Biden was very much experienced, far much experienced than Barack Obama. But when the time came when Joe Biden was supposed to be made president, and let me quote this one, we don't elect presidents. All over the world, we do not put presidents on those seats. Presidents are made whether we like it or not. When it came when Joe Biden was supposed to become president, Obama made sure that he even lent Joe Biden, his wife, go and campaign for Joe Biden because he had earned that respect. You take a case of scenario where Jacob was wrestling with the angel. He said that I am not going to leave you until you bless me. That was what William Ruto was supposed to do. Look at how Raila is older than Uhuru Kenyatta. But have you ever seen, ever since they joined hands, Raila disrespecting Uhuru by the fact that Uhuru is younger than Raila? Let us be candid in this politics that we play. If you see the kind of speeches Uhuru has been given, and when Uhuru said that when the time will come when we will start politicking, you will feel the heat. And in the art of war, it is not a must that you win the war with a physical fight. There's a time you win a war by just a mere deception, by just keeping quiet. What the president is doing, he has never taken time to answer William Ruto every day. He answers when appropriate. It's like now we are fighting an enemy and you do not know the arsenal that he has. What you do, you just shoot one bullet on the air, he returns 100 bullets, you keep on counting. It even gives you a chance of knowing which type of rifle that this particular enemy has. So when William Ruto is throwing tantrums, he's giving the enemy the upper hand. And I'm wondering, does William Ruto have advisors? If the advisors are the likes of the Kapseret and the Tinderet MPs that he's walking around with who are psychopaths, then I will tell you for a fact, William Ruto will not garner enough. I'm very quite sure that if atafikisha milioni 4 from the Tenderet and the Kapseret votes and the Kapsabet votes and some few from the corners that he has managed to convince people with his nonsensical bottom-up thing, he will not garner more than 4.5 million. Reason being, he did not take his
Mind
time.
your language. Mind your language, please.
All right. I withdraw that one. It's not on record anymore. So basically, what I will say is this, that let us try to play politics where they are supposed to be played. When we put infrastructure, we play politics with it. It's like we are putting our country on a platter and trying to slay it. It is not prudent that unasikia mtu anasema, like the biggest person that I ever respected, Musalia Mudavadi, telling Kenyans that Wakenya hawatakula barabara. It is the same thing we experienced in Wajir when Governor Jir, the former governor who was 2013-2017, was building roads for them, and then the Somalis were telling him, ngamia zetu zitaumia na miguu za ngamia zetu zitaumia kwa sababu ya hii lami. But when he forced that particular infrastructure to continue, today a lot of vehicles are being bought. In fact, there are yards of vehicles that have been put in Wajir. Sometimes the infrastructure can be very painful. We do not dispute that. There should be displacement of people. But you see, at the end of the day, it is going to benefit the economy. You cannot remove economy from infrastructure whatsoever. This is something that was done after the Second World War in the US, where the US borrowed a lot of money from the World Bank and other countries to build the infrastructure after the Second World War. Today, the US is one of the richest countries in the world because of the infrastructure. Where are we going as a country if we cannot embrace from the examples that we are seeing from the best countries? Thank you and good night.
Ribato.
It should begin with Bas.
Thank you, Bernard. I think let me congratulate Katwe for being very elaborate. I think he has now dispelled what was originally the SGR figure and what it was intended and why it changed. The second thing, I think, Katwe, you have been very clear. You said the economy of the US was built by borrowing from World Bank and other countries. That is very correct and very good. What has killed Kenya is what has brought Kenya to where it is borrowing domestically. Only that is the big issue. That is the elephant in the room. If the borrowing was from other countries, World Bank, IMF, name them, and we were left, we as the SMEs, to borrow from the local banks, this economy will be in another level. But the issue is when the government borrows locally. That is the only issue we have, and it is crowding us from borrowing.
Borrowing internationally, the money never arrives, but no problem. Alex.
You know, and again, I did not want to rebut on what Bas said originally, but because Katya has brought it up, we must reinforce it again. And remember yesterday again, we watched the Prime Minister speaking about why the intra-continental Africa trade is at the lowest of 15% more than other continents. We are talking about Canada and US and Mexico. Their trade at itself runs up to 60%. And you may think that most of their things comes from China, but they come from Mexico, Canada, and the intra-trade between these two countries, it's at 60%. And Raila was elaborate enough to even tell us the kind of network roads, 6 major roads that we need in Africa. 2 of them cuts across in Kenya. One is the one that coming from the Lapset Road, and the other one is the middle one that cuts across. And when you start saying that we don't need infrastructures, we need food in our pocket, and we need money in our pocket, then we ask ourselves, if we want to attain economic independence, because 80% of raw materials that China is using products to re-export back to Africa, the raw material comes from Kenya. It's not that we do not have capital. It's not that we do not have human capacity development. It's not that we do not have land. It is, in fact, because we don't have infrastructure to bring cotton from somewhere and bring it to Kenya so that Rivertex can continue to thrive. It's because we do not have good transportation so that we can get more sugarcane from Uganda and elsewhere to the molasses plant in Kisumu, because molasses plant so far is the biggest molasses plant in Africa. So how do you make it even bigger than where it is through infrastructure. So infrastructure bars will create employment, will open markets. Jobs are just markets. Markets are natural resources. You transport natural resources from where they are, you bring them to industries, they are production and manufacturing starts, people get jobs, money is put in their pockets. Money is not put in people's pocket by printing money. What you guys want to do is print money and lie to people that you have money. Where are you getting this money from? That money must be accountable, that it has to come from a production farm. The government must get revenue from somewhere, and you get revenues from places where revenues is being produced. So when you say that we don't need infrastructures, I think you're dead wrong. Dead wrong. And I'm great that Katwe came. And Bernard, just put that speech of Prime Minister speaking yesterday at Chatham House, because I think it's elusive for a man who is educated and a project manager who may be one of the greatest project managers in the future under Azimio, the one buzz. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And I'll find the video and play, but I want to get Nani to speak first. But before that, there is the mindsets that are different here. We have leadership that proposes to expand the cake so that every Kenyan can get something to eat. Then we have another mindset here that wants to reduce the number of eaters so that the cake that is available can feed the few and most hungry people, so that the rest of the other people can do what? Can find where to find their food on their own. Now, when that meets together, there will be conflict. My humble submission and humble proposal to the propagators of bottom-up is that the only thing they can manage is a municipal council, okay, where the traders come in the morning with their wares, then they collect their 20 shillings around, okay? That's what they want. It is not a Kenyan economy they want to grow, because they have no idea. You cannot fight. Infrastructure development is the vehicle that will enhance economical expansion. The houses on Thika Road, when Thika Road was one way, okay? Now go back there and look for a house to rent. Just by the expansion of the road alone, that infrastructure changed all that. Renting a house along Thika Road is expensive. That means the landlords along that place are making more money because of the road passing there. I don't understand why anybody who wants to be president should be advocating to go down on the infrastructure and expand Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni. It does not compute in my school of thought. I'm not most learned, I'm not very much educated, but it does not compute how you want to stop what really will reward lives. And you want to say you want to save life. You can't save life. For example, the war against BBI was they will increase the number of MPs. The number of MPs can be increased to a limited number, okay? But the number of children we give birth to, do we have any government anywhere? I mean, does the UDA government have a plan of stopping people from giving birth every day? And how many children you should give birth to? So you're controlling the members of parliament, but you can't control population increase. Before 10 years now, we'll have moved to 55 million or 60 million. We are fighting about 200 people. That doesn't make sense in my school of thought. But iko nini Adams? Nataka mzee aongee ama tucheze hiyo nini kwanza.
Bernard, maybe just 30 seconds.
30 seconds from Adams.
Yes, please.
I use that 30 seconds as I get this video.
Yeah, just to say, I think in defense of Buzz, the theory behind bottom-up is not necessarily negative. There has been a bit of a disconnect between the government policy and micro, small, and medium enterprise and lower monanchi. The problem is not roads, it is the cost of the roads. We have roads that are being constructed at 2-3 times the price. And that is what happened with projects like SGR. It has happened with so many roads being constructed like Lamu. So you will find a road for 17 million is costing 81. So the issue is not roads. We need both roads and we need policies that support MSMEs. But shida need the cost of those projects. And what you must ask Buzz, as you agree with me and I agree with you, is who was there when these costs were being discussed? Who was there when these projects were being mapped? Did they speak out? Did they defend you? If they didn't, then what are they telling you now?
First,
it is not the video.
Cheza hiyo Bernard bwana.
Oh, unataka gani?
No.
Hii ni ya
No,
BBI. Unataka kusupport BBI this time round? Okay, wacha nikuonyeshe BBI. Yes.
First, The national government should be reconfigured to comprise the national executive headed by the president and the official opposition headed by the leader of the party or coalition of parties whose presidential candidate wins the second highest votes. That is good for accountability. And secondly, it removes or mitigates the winner-take-all perception. The leader of the party which becomes second becomes the leader of the opposition, and with his or her running mate automatically becomes members of parliament and assume the leadership of official opposition. This formula should apply at the county level as well. I further propose that with the leader of opposition taking leadership of the opposition in parliament, the deputy president should then take over the leadership of government business in parliament. This should be replicated at the county level by deputy governors. The Senate, we must make a decision to make the Senate the upper house. Thirdly, cabinet secretaries should be ex officio members of parliament and must attend sittings of parliament at least once a week and whenever required to answer questions on the floor of the house. This will remove the perception that there is a disconnect between the executive and the legislature. I, however, maintain that members of cabinet should not be elected members of parliament. Fourthly, we must resolve once and for all the mechanism for the attainment of the 2/3 gender rule. We must apply ourselves to it, we must deal with it, and we must overcome it. We must resolve once and for all the mechanism for the attainment of the 2/3 gender rule. We must apply ourselves to it, we must deal with it, and we must overcome it. The contest for the leadership of Kenya should be about track record, ideas, a program that works, because that is what will make the difference in Kenya. It is not about the things that will not matter to the people of Kenya. We were told in 2017 that you cannot win an election on the basis of a development track record as a government. You need some emotional things. You need to appeal to emotion. You need to appeal to your community. You need to appeal to... But we said no. Kenyans can see for themselves what we have managed to achieve.
This morning, and I work with Madam Amani, who has spoken before, for the African Union in the field of infrastructure. We all now agree that the aid era impoverished Africa, and that what Africa needs today is trade and investment. This is what has been accepted. But then the constraint here are two major factors. As Madam Amani said, the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement came into effect a few days ago. It has been recognized that Africa trades very little with itself. The inter-African trade is only about 15%, whereas the inter-European trade is 70%. In Asia, it is 50%. But then how does Africa trade with itself? Or what are the constraints? One is infrastructure. It's a major constraint to inter-African trade. Madam Sylvie here has told you She comes from Central African Republic, a stone throw away from Kenya. But how does Kenya trade with Central African Republic? You have to get a ship that will want to go around the Cape, up the West African coast, up to Douala in Cameroon, and then by road to Bangui in Central African Republic. The French are earlier there than you. So we're talking now of trying to connect Africa. And the African Union has come up with infrastructure projects. The inter-African highways, 6 major ones, Cape to Cairo, to Tripoli to the Cape, Dakar, N'Djamena to Djibouti, and then Dakar, Lagos, Mombasa in East Africa. Then there is Trans-African Beltway, the railway line from the port of Lamu in Kenya, through Juba in South Sudan, Bangui in Central African Republic, to the Cameroonian port of Douala, to create a trans-African highway, railway line that links the Atlantic Ocean and Indian Ocean and opens up these landlocked countries in the interior of the continent. That will make the trade easier within the continent. The other constraint is energy. Energy, because most of the African countries export many commodities. They export agricultural produce and minerals, in terms of oil and other solid minerals. There is need, and this is recognized in the continent, that there's need for value addition of these raw materials that are abundant in the continent. Africa is the richest continent on earth in terms of resources. So this is an area where Africa also requires investment in order to add value to these resources which are abundant in the continent before they are exported to the rest of the world. And here is where we need Russian investment. First, energy, because most of African countries are energy deficient. Some of our countries have oil, like Angola, Nigeria, Egypt, and so on, but others don't. That here we have, for example, a huge hydroelectric potential in the Congo River called the Inga Dam, with the potential to produce 110,000 megawatts of power. This cannot be developed as a national project by the DRC. So it requires to be developed as an African Union project. And investment is required in order to be able to tap this potential and interconnect the continent. We have the Southern African Power Pool, the Eastern African Power Pool, the Northern African Power Pool, the Central and the Western African Power Pool, which could all be connected. This is also another area where there could be opportunity for cooperation between Africa and Russia. Thank you. I rest my case.
That was wonderful. Can I just...
Mambo ni kama hayo, and I would just say this on what Adam said, okay, on the issue of SMEs and bottom-up approach. I would say we don't need to go on a fishing expedition to cure a problem that can cure itself. Kibaki created an environment that is conducive to do business, and all these other businesses rose up. The border people came up, the tuk-tuk was made available, and business began to thrive. When the government does not make it difficult to do business, that is when we now begin to look for trivial things, specific places to take money. But when money is left to circulate in a free market, and there are people who are trading, they will get the money, even the person who's doing the least of the business. But when we begin to look for specific places to take money, We'll be just transferring a problem from here as we create another one there, then as we create there. And before you know it, the 5 years are over, we have not done anything. Let's take Kenya holistically and be able to give it an economic development program that is able to expand our economy to feed every Kenyan and make every Kenyan productive. Mashamba yale ambayo yatumiki yote aidha yawekwe kwa kutumika ama yalipwe ushuru. If you have land, you are not cultivating it, let it generate tax. Then that tax let it be used for irrigation and other products so that we deal with food security, we deal with completing the infrastructure program, deal with the energy issues. When there is energy is enough, electricity is enough, we have industries, and we have every Kenyan productive. Every Kenyan productive means every household has somebody who is working. Nobody's eating for free. It will only take 3 years, this thing will turn around. So hii maneno ya tutafute wale ambao ni wanyonge sana ama hao watu ambao wanafanya biashara tuwa boost, it is all an excuse for somebody to run away from responsibility. After having been in government for 10 years, you can't come back and say you have dreamed out a better way to solve the problems that you are elected to solve initially. Nimlete Jakindube.
Asante sana Bernard. Nawasalimia sana Bantu Warrior, Adams, Selina, Mwaura, Alex, Tony. Nawasalimia Katwe, nawasalimia wote. Bernard, nalalamika sana kwamba umeacha Baadhi ameenda, na mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza na Baadhi kwa sababu
yuko amejificha, wewe zungumza tu hata kusikia.
Kwa sababu watu kama kina Baadhi ni watu ambao wanaegemea sana. Mimi naweza kusema watu kama hao nimeshazungumza nao sana. Ni watu ambao wanaegemea sana kwa ukabila. Kabisa ukizungumza naye karibu atakwambia tu nia yake, atazunguka kwambia hizo vitu zote anasema, lakini mwisho atarudi tu kwa ukabila. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia watu wa Central wanaposema ati waliambiwa vitu kwa Raila, ati walikuwa wanafikiria, mtu anasema ati Raila sio mtu. What do you mean? Kuna mtu yoyote Kenya sio binadamu? Hiyo ni uongo. Ni uongo mtupu ambayo haifai mtu mzima kuja hapa kutuambia ati ameambiwa ati Raila sio mtu. What do you mean? Nani asiyemuona? Kwani wamesahau kwamba Raila juzi hao watu wa Central alimkampenia Kibaki, kama Kibaki ameumia, na yeye ndiye alisuggest Kibaki tosha. Wakati huo Raila alikuwa nani? Waache hii mambo ya uongo. Mimi nimesema uongo ni jambo ambalo halifai kuja kuambia watu mbele ya watu eti waliambiwa sijui nini juu ya Raila. Hiyo ni uongo. Hao ni watu ambao wanaegemea kwa mambo ya ukabila na mambo ya kusema ati sijui Uhuru amewaacha, sijui Uhuru hajafanya nini. Uhuru si walimchagua mara ya pili. Kama alikuwa anafanya vibaya, mbona walimchagua tena? Kitu lazima sisi wana Kenya tujue kwamba kuna viongozi, kuna kiongozi na kuna wanasiasa. Kiongozi na mwanasiasa ni watu tofauti kabisa. Kiongozi ni yule mtu anaongoza wenzake kwenda katika mrengo wa maendeleo ya nchi. Mwanasiasa ni mtu ambaye anatafuta saa zote sababu na kusema nitafanya na hawafanyi. Kwa sababu sahihi tu Ruto, sahihi tu anazungumzia mambo ya sahihi tu. Nimeona hiyo clip anazungumzia mambo ya BBI. 1 minute anapinga hiyo BBI. Sasa maana yake ni nini? Nataka vile vile niwaambie watu wa Central ni kwamba mimi kwa kweli sielewi, labda mimi ndio mimi labda ndio sielewi, lakini mara nyingi sana kuna wengine watu wa Central wanakataga hata hii devolution. Nafikiri walipinga, kama sikosei, sijui kama nasema ukweli, walipinga devolution. Wengi walipiga kura against it. Hiyo si jambo la busara wakati nchi inataka maendeleo. Tunataka vitu ambavyo vinaweza kutupatia maendeleo. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka kusema ni jambo la huzuni sana kusikia mtu anasema ati barabara hatutaki mabarabara. Mabarabara, kama hatuna mabarabara tutaendelea namna gani? Hao watu ambao wanasema wanataka pesa mfukoni utapata kama una barabara? Barabara ni jambo la muhimu, lazima iwepo. Hata Europe saizi bado wanajenga mabarabara, wanasema wanataka infrastructure. Infrastructure ndio inaleta development. Na mimi nataka kuuliza jamani, wakati unajenga nyumba yako si unajinyima, na ukisha jenga hiyo nyumba kuna mambo mengi inakusaidia nayo. Itakaribisha wageni wako. Kama ulikuwa huna nani nzuri, we mwenyewe utapata mahali pa kulala. Imekupunguzia zile vitu ambavyo ulikuwa una. Kwa hiyo sisi kama Kenya tukitaka kuendelea lazima tuwe na hizo infrastructure. Huwezi kuwa na hospitali kama huna barabara ya kwenda kwa hiyo hospitali. Huwezi kuwa na viwanda kama huna barabara. Hata hiyo pesa ambayo, huwezi kuwa na bank kama huna barabara. Utafikaje kwa bank? Hii ni jambo ambalo halitakikani mtu kusema juu ya kwamba ati infrastructure. Huyo mtu ni muongo ambaye anasema hivyo. Na mimi nataka kusema, baadhi nilikuwa nataka kumwambia kwamba Bwana Ndii hawawezi kusema Bwana Ndii ni mtu anafanya kwa kazi hizo ambazo anafanya kwa malipo. Kwa hiyo ni mtu ambaye siwezi kusema kwamba nitamchukulia, kwa sababu wakati wa 2017 alikuwa anasema serikali ya Ruto na Uhuru imejaa corruption. Sasa na hawakuwa na nia nzuri ya maendeleo ya Kenya, kwamba economy yao haikuwa. Sasa inakuwaje leo yeye ndiye anaenda kusema kwamba hiyo bottom up ni mpango mzuri wa economy ambayo itasaidia watu? Hiyo ni uongo, kwa sababu hata sahihi baadhi ameulizwa kujaribu kuelezea, ameshindwa kuelezea. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo mimi nasema ni mambo ya siasa tu, kwamba watu wanasema siasa, na wasemaji wa siasa wanapenda, sisi wote tunataka kuwapatia nafasi ya kusema uongo. Na hiyo uongo naona Wakenya tunakubaliana nayo. Mambo ya corruption, mimi nataka kusema kwamba sisi Wakenya wote, sisi Wanakenya wote ni wezi. Sisi tuko wezi, kwa sababu kama nafikiri Katu amesema kwamba huwa kuna problem wakati barabara inataka kujengwa, ama kama ni railway inataka kujengwa, kwamba gharama ya compensation inakuwa nyingi. Hiyo ni kwa sababu ya utapeli wa sisi wana Kenya. Tunakubali, manake hata hapa watu wengine wanasema ati nikiwa na njaa mtu akiiba 100 nitachukua. Hiyo ni wewe ni mwizi. Nimewaambia tukataeni mambo ya wizi. Tukikubali mambo ya wizi, kwamba mtu anaweza kuiba na atupatie na tukubali eti kwa sababu nina njaa, hiyo ni makosa, kwa sababu ameiba pesa yetu. Sasa anaiba pesa yako, anakuja kukupatia, alafu unachukua. Tunakubali kwamba huyo mtu akileta pesa tuchukue? Hapana, hiyo ni makosa. Kwa hiyo tukitaka kuzuia mambo ya corruption, tuanze sisi wenyewe kusema hatuchukui. Afadhali nilale njaa, lakini hiyo pesa ni make sure kwamba hauibi tena hiyo pesa, kwa sababu nikikukataza kuiba hiyo pesa, bila shaka itanisaidia siku za usoni. Lakini tukikubali kwamba mtu anaiba pesa alafu tunakubali kuchukua hiyo pesa, hiyo ni makosa. Na jambo la mwisho, mimi nawaomba wana Kenya wote, sisi wote tukatae mambo ya uongo, kwa sababu Ruto jana nilimuona akisema kwamba yale maendeleo yamefanywa kwa Jubilee, hawezi jina lazima achukue. Sasa atachukuaje uzuri na ubaya achukue? Na watu wa Central Province wanakubali kudanganywa. Hiyo ndio kitu moja inanishangaza. Wanakubali kudanganywa na huyo mtu anawadanganya. Anasema hawajafanya maendeleo. Kama kitu ni makosa anasema si yeye. Kama ni kitu imefanyika vizuri anasema ni yeye. Asema kama bila yeye serikali ingetengenezeka. Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ni uongo wa wazi. Serikali ya Kenya haitegemei mtu mmoja. Serikali ya Kenya hauwezi kusema bila wewe huwezi kuitengeneza. Hiyo ni uongo mtu. Na watu naona wanapiga makofi. Hiyo tusikubali. Mimi nasema hiyo ni uongo, na watu wa Central Province waelewe kwamba kuna vitu vingine za uongo ambazo hazifai. Nataka Bernard, ukinipatia dakika moja, nataka kupatia mfano. Katika mwaka wa 83, nafikiri 83, 81 hapo, nafikiri 81 ama 82, nilikuwa nikifanya kazi
Jakindube, umeme umekatika. Jakindube, what happened? Okay, it's like his net imekatika, so Stony PK, njoo tafadhali, aendelea na mchango wako, akirudi ataendelea mahali ameachia. Then after PK is Jiru, and then tusonge mbele.
Thank you. Asante sana Bernard ndugu yangu, and then wale wote ambao bado wako pale, Alex, Babu, Banturia, Slina, Jiru wa Mura na Jakindube akija alikuwa anaendeleza vizuri sana. That was very good. Good to be here, and I've been listening to very serious deliberations. Let me begin by saying this. Selina also, I can see you. Thank you. There was a time I talked here and said, I think Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, should one day, and I hope when Baba gets to power, he can declare a day of reflection. A day where every Kenyan, usiende job, ukae kwako, listen to yourself. Because we are haywire. Tumepotea njia tu kabisa. You know, for those of you who have traveled a bit and interacted with other African countries, also abroad, honestly, if we swallow our ile ati uwezi jikosoa, if we can be realistic, we will see Kenya tumepotea njia 60 years, we cannot be proud of that. We had achieved so much, but then we killed all what we had achieved from Moi's time. That's when we started retrogressing seriously. As we retrogress, we continued to praise ourselves. You know, unapiga step mbili mbele, unarudi 10, bado unasema unajua, bado tunafuata nyayo. For 24 years, we killed ourselves. We committed suicide. The damage that we instilled in ourselves and generations to come, we will not recover until after 100+ years. Okay? Because we buried our heads in the sand and said, oh, we started praying sana, tukaenda kanisani. Oh, we are praying. Not forgetting that when the colonialists came, they took us to church. We were given the Bible. And as we embraced the Bible, they were stabbing us. They raped us. I'm not saying religion is bad, but we took it blindly.
There is a pastor on the panel.
It's okay. It's good to have a pastor. In fact, they are the most hourly to mislead sana. Because one, unakuja, unapata umebeba sword.
Utawekwa quarantine.
It's okay. Si nimeanza by saying
prosecute this point, not religion. Thank you.
Not religion. I'm just saying an example of how retrogressive we became. Now, let me come in with you messages home. Right now, Kenyans are just debating over useless things. Debating as to whether Ruto should be president of this country with the bottoms up. Na tuko na maprofesa, na tuko na PhD, na tuko na akina Ndii. At just because he has chewed books and pretends, and I will use that word, I can be quoted anywhere, pretends that he's an expert, an economist expert. By the way, it's good to explore some of these Kenyans, whatever, CVs. You know, uone kwingine watu wamebahatisha. You know, wakabahatisha tu wakamenuva personal whatever, wakabahatisha wakajikuta mahali fulani. But when you look and analyze some of the papers they write, you fail and refuse to criticize just because umeambua mtu ni doctor in XYZ. You know, but listen, in Europe and in the US, people critique. You know, you say you are a holder of this and you have given a concept, it is criticized. Here in Kenya, you criticize, unaambia una criticize kwa sababu wewe si Mkalenjin. Oh, because umereziwa na Mjaluo na wewe ni Mkikuyu, umerezi, unaambia unaona huyu Mkikuyu apendelee. You know, we bring in huyu ni Mcatholic, huyu si Mcatholic, huyu ni Muislam. We bring in very non-related issues to cover our rot. Okay, now what are we talking about here? We are talking of one of us, sons of this soil, whose interests are not this country at all. Because when I open my mouth and say corruption, and I want to use this very example, you ask me, how do you plan to, what are the biggest ailment in this country? You enumerate, blah, blah, blah. You wait for this guy to mention kitu inaitwa wizi wa hela za serikali. Mtu amechochoa. Haya, wewe kama reporter ama kama intelligent unaambia, by the way Mr. X, how about hii issue ya inakula Africa, and especially Kenya being part of Africa, inatukula, where a road was supposed to cost 1 billion, it may cost 15 billion. Where this bridge or this dam was supposed to cost 3 billion, imekuwa 21 billion. Where this, you give those examples, from where? Who gave you that? How did you know this? What proof do you have? Sincerely, repeat, Mr. Stone PK, I'm a reporter. I don't sit in a government office, but I rely on reports and investigations that are done. And you are part of some of these confessions. Nikikuuliza hiyo maswali unaniuliza you have to prove, you think Kenyans are fools, wajinga waliisha Kenya, hiyo pesa kama hiyo iwezi ibiwa. And it's a song that has been sung for many years. Huyu ambaye tumepatia ni kiongozi wetu, anakuambia he does not think corruption can stop development. And here we are, we spend hours, we have following, not because this guy is good, but because he's from my tribe. And then you expect Stone PK to come with the proof and to prove that the KRL, as an example, or the SGR, Stone PK sasa akuja aanze kukupatia proof. And me, I'm just a voter, uko chini, ni mimi nafuata vile inasemekana na finance. Nimeona watu wameachishwa kazi because there was suspected this kind of a thing, but now you tell the common man to come and prove. I would want us to do it this way. Let's also deal with the hearsay, because why is it that out of, let's say, 120 ministers, I'm giving a arbitrary figure, 6-7 are being accused of stealing from Kenya Power, stealing from XY. Why those specific names? For me, Kenyans should say, ukitajwa ionekana na bibi mtu, whether there are photos there or not, toka nje, you go and prove that you are caught. Ukitajwa ulipatwa na nyavu za stima, na wewe si engineer wa Kenya Power. You know, I want to quote Magufuli here. You are not an engineer of Kenya Power, but ulipatwa na vifaa vya Kenya Power kwa yadi yako Dandora, matransformer na nini, ati unaanza kuambiwa ungabu ya uchunguzi. My friend, I think as Kenyans, we are lost. I'm saying this because we are going to vote. Tisa. We know wale wameambiwa ni wezi. We know wale wameambiwa ni murderers. We don't have proof. But let's get those who have not been, wale ambao wajahisiwa, those who are not suspects, because we are not shortage of Kenyans. Na hii, it should come from MCA all the way to the president. Ikiwa MCA kwenyu anaambiwa amekula contract, amepatia brother yake contract na hakuna daraja ilitengenezwa, why do you want to defend? Go straight, badilisha. Akienda kujiprove, akirudi kuitisha kura, then if he is clean, you do that. What I'm trying to say quickly is that Kenyans to follow hearsay. Okay, if we hear uko suspect, kaa kando, we get whoever is not being mentioned. If there are 3 guys, 2 wanashukiwa, toa hao, weka whoever it is. We go that try and error in order for us to gain the track again. Coming to DP Ruto changes tag again from Kenyan, this is even a nursery school. How on earth do you begin with public rallies for 9 years? Umekuwa ukienda kwa soko juu ya gari ukihubiri ukisema wewe ni mzuri, then you realize it is not working, unaanza at consultative focus group discussions, and shamelessly you are standing in front of a few people na notebook, a whole doctor, and then you expect that guy to be your president. Somebody who is inconsistent, somebody who mara says bottoms up, then anakuja pesa mfukoni, then anakuja hustler nation, then anakuja dynasties. This guy atawapigisha kona na itakuwa ni utapeli mtupu. Ground changing, Azimio, rocking Migori. Yes, Azimio. I'm going quickly for others to talk. Yes, Azimio is planned. This is what called when you draw a strategy and a work plan. Work plan inakuanga ni point of reference. It's like for teachers. They plan lessons. Shule zinafunguliwa kesho, they report a day earlier. They plan their lessons. Now, if kama kuna siku sasa tuseme something happened, some lesson was not covered, they know how to look for time to cover that. Other than waking up in the morning, unaanza, what am I going to teach? That would be mediocre. So for Azimio, they are good. Look at Baba is away. In fact, I would like Baba to be away for another 2 months. ndio watu wajue baba anacheza kama yeye. He is empowering people, which he is known for. You know, we can run this campaign, baba akuje mwezi ya 4, and it will run and it will go. Look at it, 16 meetings. 16 meetings in a day. Who does that? Give Huda that, they will die. They have no material, they have no nothing. So kudos to Azimio. Only thing I say that we need to improve kwa Azimio ni pale consensus. Pale sibling, pale masibling, because atuwakatazi au masibling tujaribu manage. If there are 5 of them in one position, we manage them, because it is not do or die, as Baba said in Narok. It is not do or die. Baba's government will be big enough. You can have a role to play in. It is enough, and ugali ni kubwa for all of us. So that is what is really pleasing me, you know. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'm still around. I could come in. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK, for that elaborate. Mama Selina, are you lifting your hand or you explaining? Okay.
Sorry,
And
I'm explaining something.
Okay, sawa.
Oh, nafikiria.
Yes, Njiru, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Nilikuwa nikifikiria ni kama Serena alikuwa anataka kusema kitu, anaweza sema tu. Naweza ngoja.
No, she's on a phone call.
Oh, okay, ni sawa. Okay, thank you for our meeting today, and I'm happy for everyone. Naona tu tunaendelea tu kupanda pole. Mimi nitaongelea vitu kadhaa, and I will also try to comment on some of the things zimesemekana. Allow me to begin by commenting about education. Unajua, kwa hii maisha, hata ukisikia mtu amesoma, people can use education wrongly or in a good way. So, my dear brothers and sisters, ukisikia mtu amesoma, kuanga unajua ya kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuwa ameamua deliberately kutumia masomo yake the wrong way for his own advantage. Kama mnakumbuka siku chache zilizopita, tulikuwa na mtu ambaye alikuwa anazalisha wamama. He was a gynecology. Yule alikuwa anaitwa Migori. He was a professional. Whether certificate yake ilikuwa fake kama nini, but at least he had gotten some little form of education ya hiyo kazi alikuwa anafanya. So in that comment nataka kusema hata mtu kama he might be a professor or somebody in whichever nature, but somebody can decide to use his education the wrong way. Ni kama vile unasikia hata huku kwa Facebook na kwa nini tuko na maswindlers, ama tuko na watu wana hack systems za watu kuibia wengine, ama muna appoint mtu kwa nini anaibia wengine. So when you hear somebody is running, just let's get it clear that people can use education the wrong way. That is the point I wanted to say. And that's why even when you are dealing with somebody na mtu akikwambia I'm a professional, the first thing unafaa gauge kwa huyo mtu, is that person using his education rightly? Ni ma-engineers wangapi wametundizainia manyumba zikabomoka, yet they have certificates and everything. Ama people are just so that's why I'm just saying mtu kukua amesoma, it is not enough. We have to analyze that person is using his education. Number 2, let me comment about corruption. In fact, I've been a citizen of Kenya for quite a long time, since I was born. Na kama kuna kitu imeniletea shida kabisa ni corruption. And unfortunately hapa hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa they know my line of development. Lakini I'm one of the person ambaye nimestruggle sana in Kenya. Because personally I want now to comment on a personal level, because I want to rebut a little bit vile Jakedu amesema that all of us Kenyans sisi ni wabaya sijui nini. I want to dispute that. Personally, I want to say this one, and it's not a matter that I'm a Christian or what, but it is part of the morality which naomba Mungu anisaidie and the way my parents have also brought me up. Personally, toka nizaliwe, I've never paid any bribe. Yeah, I'm almost approaching my 40th year. I've never paid a bribe in Kenya. Personally, mimi nimejikuta siku kadhaa nimelala kwa police station and watu wanashangaa huyu mtu anakaa namna gani. I've been arrested because of driving mistakes, zile mistakes ambazo watu wanalipa pesa kidogo wanatolewa. I've been taken to court, nimekuwa fined, nimefainiwa na serikali because of mistakes here and there. So mimi ile shida naonanga ya Wakenya wako na shida moja, we fear court too much. Kama saa hii polisi akikukamata na makosa kidogo, tunaona sasa ati huyo polisi akinipeleka mbele, things will become very difficult. And that is what has been bringing a lot of issues hapa, na unakuta watu wana compromise. Personally, I've even lost a plot to somebody because that guy chose to do a lot of corruption, but mimi singeweza kufanya hiyo mambo. So tulikuwa tunashindania plot moja sisi watu wawili. The guy went, I earned everything was changed, and I met myself in that status of losing a property because one person chose to do corruption, but I was not willing to do that. So I'm just saying that in Kenya, if you choose not to be corrupt, it is very difficult for you. You have a rough life. But I just thank God sababu mimi imani yake tu inaniendelezanga. Sasa hata nikienda pahali mimi nakubali tu ile imenitendekea. But in Kenya, unless we do that individual commitment to say mimi sitailipa bribe as a country, I don't think we can manage now because it is our norm. Watu wanalipa. So second, okay, Sandra, let me comment about hii story ya nimesikia watu leo hapa wakiongea story ya economy, na nasikia sasa DP hata ameanzia. In fact, hizo vitu DP ameanzia kufanya leo, hiyo ni plagiarism. Kama kuna mtu anajua plagiarism, yule mtu amekuwa akitukalisha chini hii Kenya na akisikiliza maoni ya watu, amekuwa baba. So whatever DP is doing now, he is plagiarizing what Mr. Raila Odinga has been doing and has been catapulting him. So he is just reading our script.
One moment. Patriot, what do I say?
Thank you, Bernard. I didn't really want to interject. I was wondering, how does one lose his property by refusing to be corrupt? If it was your property, I was just wondering loud, if you could explain. If I have my shirt and it's my shirt, how do I let my shirt go with a thief because I don't want corruption? I was just wondering if you could explain. I got lost, Bernard, please.
Waranjiru, kazi kwako.
Okay, I didn't want to explain much about that. You know what happened is that I started to buy a plot, and by the time I was finishing to pay that plot, the guy who was selling us that plot, he sold it to another person. So, and I was processing. I was almost in the process of processing everything. So hii shamba ilikuja ikauzwa mtu mwingine, but records zote zilikuwa zinaonyeshana I was the first person who had started to buy. So now what happened is that tulipelekana kwa kesi. So kupelekana kwa kesi, huyu mtu nilienda nikashtakiana na yeye. he looked for all the connections which were there. Alitafuta mapolisi, he bribed the surveyors. I'm saying things which I know. I don't need to legitimize this of vitu hapa. So there was a lot of things in the background zilifanyika, and I was annexed out. But watu wengi sana walikuwa na advice, walikuwa tu wananiambia wewe hii kitu yako imeenda sababu umekataa kutumia pesa, lipa nani. So that is what people were advising me. But I want to say legitimately is that I lost the property because somebody decided to use corruption means. And even hata huyo mtu mwenyewe he agreed that he came late to buy that plot, but he used the dubious means. So sitaki kuelezea sana because it is something which I'm saying ni vitu zinatendekea wa Kenya in different ways. I moved on from
so
that situation.
In that case, thank you, my brother. In that case, I choose to just, digress from your explanation because you chose to lose rightfully a property that was owned by you. I just want to say it is sorry for that, but if I may put my mind into that, I will say this. In life, one will say, if you have nothing to die for, then you have nothing to live for. That was rightfully your property. I don't think it's right to say that it was corruption you are running from. That's why you let your property go. Let me give you an example, a very quick one, Bernard. If somebody, my brother, came and he wanted to kill your child, he has a panga, then you are told,
Oga Patriot, thank you, but that was an example. If you make an example a subject, we lose direction. When your turn to make submission, you can make reference to that, please. Thank you. Mr. Njiru.
Okay, let me go.
Conclude your submission.
Okay, it's fine. So maybe to Patriot, I went to court and I received all the frustration. I had a case for 3 years and nothing happened. So I can tell you Nikitu nilifuatilia. So let me talk a little bit about economy. I've been following the issue of Baba economy and I want to explain here. Unless huyu jamaa amekuja hapa na bottom up, akatuambia David D ameongea 30 minutes and he couldn't even tell us even for 1 minute vile David D amewaambia. It is unfortunate that. So Baba ameongea, kuna kitu Baba ameongea anaita rural and urban economy. Ni vitu mimi namfuatanga mimi mwenyewe. So he is talking, when he is talking of rural economy, anaongea, he is trying to say that we need to partition Kenya in the rural counties, zile ambazo zinafanya agriculture, zile zinafanya different types of production, zifanye, so, and they will be supported. Then when he is also talking of urban economy, vile nisikia akisema story ya urban economy, alisema tutajenga viwanda, places kama Nairobi, we will have some different viwanda zile zitajengwa huko. And one thing which I wanted to say is that in this life, wealth is created, and you cannot create wealth out of nothing. So what I believe is that if you want to help poor people, they do not have anything. So you cannot come and assemble poor people and again tell them that we will create wealth through you. The only way in which you can be able to help the poor people is you create wealth through the people who have money, or creating a pool of money. Then after that, you can be able to help the poor people. But there is no any proven mechanism which has showed that people on the bottom, on the bottom of the pyramid, if I may call it that, there is no theory which has shown that these people can create money directly. Because what happens, hawa watu, ile kitu nakuanga, ni majority of them ni wale wanaitangwa hand to mouth. Like all the money they produce, most of the time, they don't have even enough which they can save, and maybe so that they can use it for investment. So you need to come and give them something. So that's why I'm saying you need to pump money into that system. But these people cannot pump money. So hakuna ile siku ati pesa itatoka tu chini ikipanda. No, these people, they are surviving. They do not have cash. They want to support their families. They are paying school fees. They are paying what? Hawana pesa ambayo the little money they have needed to, and they are contributing to the taxation. So hawa watu, you just need to give them a conducive environment so that they can grow. Mtu kama kona boda moja akuje akuwe na boda tatu, or ama I diversify, maybe kupitia ile pesa kidogo anapata kwa boda through masako ama vitu zingine, hiyo pesa they can put it somewhere. So but David D has not been able to explain that. So on the politics now, vile siasa inatendeka sahi in the limelight, mimi naweza na umeshare by the hapo video mbili hapo, kuna video vile Ruto ameongea hapo. Ruto tu ameongea tu story ya viti, yule mtu amesikiliza hapo, he talked about those seats, sijui maneno ya sijui opposition akishindwa atapata hii, huyo akishinda atapata hii. Natoka asimame, na sijasikia hata akiongea anything. He has not talked about how he will improve Kenya. He has not talked about what is in Kenya, and it was in an international conference. So mimi hapo naona Ruto tu ni kutudanganya na tudanganya, sababu he is talking about seats in a video, na sahi ati anasema ati mimi sitafuti viti. And in any case, why are Kenyans falling karibu of this? He is saying mimi sitafuti kiti, and he is telling us to vote him for the president. Ameleta akina Mudavadi na akina Wetangula ndani. Au akina Wetangula ni kujitolea, wamejitolea, sio vitu wanatafuta. Au watu wote hakuna kitu atapewa. I don't get that politics when somebody says that mimi sio kiti natafuta, and yet you are campaigning. Kama utafuti kiti, then stop campaigning. What I know is that Raila ana campaign and atafuta kiti. Ni kutafuta anatafuta. Lastly, the rallies. So one thing which I want to say about the rallies is that rallies zetu za Azimio, they are motivating me because wamefanya division of labor. Na unajua in this life ukifanya division of labor, kazi na kuanga rahisi sana. Na utakuta watu wa Azimio watachoka sana, and the productivity and the output will be so much. Kama sasa ukisikia kuna watu wa Azimio wanaguza almost like 3 region. Unasikia kuna kitu iko central, kuna kitu iko like in Nyanza, and there is something in western. Yeah, so every time ukisikia watu wa Azimio wanaguza like many region, and then unaona team ya Azimio it is growing and growing and growing. So hii story ya DP ati amekuwa leo, and I want to brush the bars a little bit. Ati bars ametuambia ati deputy president ati anataka he want to use Kibaki platform, ataki kutumia platform ya Uhuru. For your information, that one is, to me, I see hapo sijamuelewa. Why? Because the deputy president ameenda hapo akaanzia kupea watu promises. I want to ask a question. The deputy president is still in power. Does it mean that hizi mashida zote watu wa Nyeri wako nazo angepeana hata solution moja? We have to wait to elect him in August ili akuje kusolve hizi shida. As a deputy president, hizo mashida za kahawa au watu wa Nyeri wamemwambia, hizo shida za wakulima wa ng'ombe, hakuna kitu. He doesn't have a presidential decree. He can solve those issues that he has to listen and wait to August. You people, I want us, this guy is in power, and kila sana tuambianga wamegawanya hii serikali mara mbili. Why does he want to solve our problems when he becomes a president and yet he is in presidency? Sijui kama tunaelewana. I don't understand this guy. He is in power and he is not doing anything. So which other power does he want? Already ako kwa serikali, he has 50% of the government and he is not solving this problem. Sasa story ya kunegotiate na watu wa minanda ya kahawa, what does it mean? Story ya hizo masako na nini hizo wanasema atakreatia watu huko, what does it mean? So let the deputy president come up clear. The deputy president cannot promise people. He is already in power. He cannot promise. He is in power, and when you are in power you don't promise, you deliver. So I was expecting deputy president akifika Nyeri angewaambia hii tunaifanya hivi, si ati hii tunafanya hivi. So the deputy president has to stop confusing between being in power and looking for office. He is already in power. He cannot promise. When you are in power, you cannot promise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Njiru. Jackie Dube, you got disconnected.
Asante sana, asante sana. Bwana Njiru,
tumlete Patriot.
Bwana Njiru, mimi nafikiri hao watu ambao mimi badala ya kumshangaa vice president, mimi nawashangaa watu wa Nyeri vile wanakubali kudanganywa. na wananishangaza sana, kwa sababu mtu anawadanganya machoni mwenu, anawaambia atafanya hizi vitu, mbona hajazifanya, na yuko kwa serikali yeah? Kila kitu yeye anasema yeye ni vice president, mbona hawezi kuwasaidia hata hizo, kusema mimi naenda kuzungumza na president tufanye hii na hii na hii. Hiyo ni uongo ambao ambao watu wa Nyeri ndio wanatakiwa waulizwe kwa nini. Jambo ambalo nilikuwa nataka kusema, mfano ile nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba mambo vile nawaambia watu kwamba tuacheni kuzozana, kwa sababu mambo ya ukabila ni mambo mbaya sana. Nilikuwa nasema 1981, 82, 83 hapo nilikuwa nafanya kazi International Laboratory for Animal Research pale Nairobi, na tulikuwa sisi wana Kenya tulikuwa na nafasi nzuri katika hiyo organization. Tulikuwa na mmoja wetu alikuwa secretary company, tena ndiye alikuwa nafasi ya financial controller. Halafu tukawa na Mkenya mwingine katika sehemu ya administration. Kwa hiyo kwa ujumla hiyo sehemu ni tulianza kumea Wakenya wengi, lakini Wakenya hao wakaanza kupigania, wakaanza kuzozania kikabila. Walipigania kikabila mpaka the All Institute tukagoma, ikagoma, watu wakagoma. Unajua jambo la ajabu ni kwamba walipoteza hizo sehemu na zikachukuliwa na wazungu. Unaona? Sasa pesa tumeletewa, sisi wenyewe tupate hiyo pesa, alafu sisi wenyewe tunazozana, alafu tunanyang'anywa hizo sehemu, tunanyang'anywa, wanapewa wazungu. Sasa unaona hiyo ni hasara ya kuzozania kitu. Ndio maana maendeleo ya hapa nyumbani tumekuwa stagnated, kwa sababu ukiangalia watu wengi wanapenda kusema sisi wa Kenya tunasikiza. Sio hivyo, ukabila tumejaza, tumebeba mifukoni. Unaenda makanisani, watu wanaomba, akiwa kanisani pale anaomba, akitoka nje anachukua ile kabila anarudisha kwa mfuko. Tuacheni nchi yetu, kama ni mambo wanasema sisi ni Wakristo na Waislamu. Ukienda kwa kijiji utapata kuna kanisa 20, hakuna banka hata moja. Lakini ukiwa kanisani huwezi kuacha simu yako chini, ukaenda labda kupokea, urudi upate hiyo simu, na uko kanisani. What is that? Hiyo ni kuomba Mungu gani mtu naomba? Ndio maana nasema sisi wote wa Kenya ni wezi, kwa sababu kama tu sisi si wezi, hatuwezi kubali mambo ya corruption. Tuacheni mambo ya corruption, na hiyo sisi wenyewe ndio tuache. Sisi unaanza na wewe mwenyewe binafsi. Mtu kama, usisemi wa Kenya wote, kuna watu wengine kama Mwaura vile anasema, ndio kuna wengine moja, lakini Wakenya wengi sisi ni wezi, kwa sababu serikali ikitaka kuweka kitu mahali unaipigia bei kali. Ni kama wewe ni mgeni wa nchi fulani, hiyo barabara itakusaidia. Unaona? Unaanza kutafuta utapeli ya kutapeli serikali, wewe serikali yako wewe mwenyewe. Hiyo ni kusema sisi ndio wezi, lazima tuwache. Na ndio maana ninasema tusikubali mwanasiasa yoyote kutuletea pesa alafu mnasema tuchukue hiyo pesa. Hapana, hiyo pesa tusichukue, kwa sababu tukikataa hiyo pesa hawezi kuanza kuiba. Sisi mwenyewe hiyo wizi ni lazima ianze kwa sisi. Hata tukiachilia polisi tu, polisi peke yao hawawezi. Lazima sisi wote wa Kenya tushirikiane, tuunge serikali mkono kwamba hatutaki mambo ya wizi. Na hiyo corruption ni wizi. Hawa watu wanatuibia, alafu tunasema hatuna hospitali, hatuna barabara, sijui nini. Hizo ni kwa sababu tunakubali hiyo mediocracy. hizo mambo ya upuzi ni sisi wenyewe tunakubali. Kama tunakubali kuchagua mtu kama Waititu, alafu tuna complain, tunachagua huyu gavana wa huyu mwanadada Uhuru, alisemekana ni mwizi, alafu watu wa Kirinyaga wanamchagua na wanaacha Martha Karua. Wanamchagua alafu wanaacha Martha Karua. Alafu sasa ninyi mmeshamchagua, mshamchagua, wao wengine wana jambo gani? Sisi International walituambia Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa wahalifu. Wakenya walifanya nini? Si tuliwachagua. Alafu mshawachagua mnaanza tena kulalamika. Na tumeshachagua, tumeambiwa hawa ni wahalifu. Tunataka ni watoto wetu. Kwanza ndio ni watoto wetu, lakini wajisafishe, waseme washinde. Hiyo ndio tuwapatie kazi. Lakini sisi tuliwapatia kazi bila wao kusafishwa jina. Tunasema hapana. Na hapana, na mtu hajaenda kujitetemea. Sisi wa Kenya ndio tunatakiwa tujifunze. Hawa politician ni sisi tunawajifunza, kwa sababu sisi ndio tunawachagua. So tuwacheni hii mambo ya kulalamika. Tumeshamchagua mtu ambaye ni corrupt. Mnasema mpaka apatikane ni eti yuko ndio, lakini anakisiwa. Kama unamkisia mtu, unamwambia kaa bwana, jina lako inahitajika mahali, kaa kando. Prime Minister wa Uingereza.
Jakindube, wacha kuingilia wa Kisii. Jakindube, wacha kuingilia wa Kisii.
Sijasema jina la Kisii. Sijataja
nafanya mzaa, umesema wa Kisii, wa Kisii.
Hapana, sisi wa Kenya, sisi wa Kenya. Prime Minister wa Uingereza anataka kufukuzwa kazi.
Kukisia, sio mkisii.
Sahi president Prime Minister wa Uingereza anataka kufukuzwa kazi kwa sababu alisema uongo, na uongo ilikuwa ni apathy. Kama ingekuwa ni Kenya hakuna mtu angejali, lakini hiyo kwa sababu sisi tunataka nchi iongozwe na uongo. Nchi yoyote ambayo inaongozwa na uongo itafail. Kwa hiyo lazima tuanze kukataa mambo ya uongo, kama vile makamu wa rais anaenda akiwadanganya na anadanganya watu wanapiga makofi. Hiyo mwache. Mimi hiyo sipendi kabisa, mtu kusema uongo. Hii ni jambo linanikasirisha kabisa. Mtu anaenda kanisani, mko kwa kanisa mnaomba, ukiweka simu yako kando yako hapa, simu imeenda na mko kanisani. Hiyo ni tunaomba Mungu gani? Kuna sehemu zingine ukienda hawaombi, lakini kanisani wakuti, unakuta kanisa zingine wameweka ba, lakini ukiwacha simu yako utaipata. Watakwambia chukua bwana, simu yako imebaki hapo, au apatiwe muuzaji wa pale kwamba kuna mtu ameacha simu yake hapo, na hiyo umeacha kwa ba, sio kwa kanisa. Kwa kanisa hata mtu hawezi kuigusa, atapewa padri ama nani. Lakini sisi unaomba hapo, unaenda kureceive, simu yako umeacha hapo upate. Sasa tunaomba nini? Hiyo ndio maana nasema hata mambo ya ukabila tunapenda kudanganya, tunapenda kusema uongo kwamba sisi sio ukabila. Lakini nimewaambia ukabila ilitunyang'anya nafasi ambazo tulikuwa nazo kwa organization, kwa sababu ya watu kupigania ukabila, alafu hizo nafasi tukapoteza. Watu ambao walipata sana ni sisi wana Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Jakindube. I think that was a good conclusion. Patriot, masomo ya Kiswahili utajisajilisha, alafu tunamchagua Princess Ziana na nani mwingine, na nani huyu Mswahili anakuwa na Kiswahili mingi hapa wakuelekeze katika ngeli tofauti za Kiswahili na masuala yanayohusu hisia na kukisia na it wasn't kisses. Thank you. Now, Themba, now that you're here,
Yes, sir.
Naweza sema kitu moja but ni personal.
Kitu moja personal. Ngoja, naomba tu nilikuwa napeana maelekezo alafu nataka kuacha you drive.
Sitaki utoke, nataka ukisikia.
Haya, nasikiza.
Asante. Kuna mambo imetendeka nyumbani kwangu na imenisumbua sana tangu jana na leo, na nimeona Nyeri niongee tu. Kuna maaskari walienda nyumba yangu asubuhi jana Sunday, so wakakuwa kwa barabara. Watoto niko na car wash na walikuwa nafanya biashara asubuhi. So hao askari wakaingia wakashika mtu kwa barabara. My brother akafungua mlango, wakamsukuma wakaingia ndani ya nyumba. Saa ile walikuta watoto machina ni Kalenjin, walikuta ni wa Kalenjin na askari ni wetu ya Nakuru Central, na mimi naishi mahali inaitwa Showground, na tuko na police station hapo Showground ya kuchunga hiyo area. Hao polisi wakati wameingia kwa nyumba wakapiga watoto. Sasa wakati wamepiga watoto, kijana yangu akatokea. Kijana aliwekwa kwa gari kwa boot. Bahati mzuri akamwambia watoto waandike number plate ya gari. Tena walichukua kijana kutoka saa 3, alipatikana 3 kama police na watoto yangu wanatafuta na gari iko na hiyo maaskari walishika. Unajua saa zingine imekuwa ungumu kabisa kuongea. Wanamwambia mtoto yangu, unanuka Ruto, we ni Mkalenjin. Mimi ni mtu ya Azimio. Watoto yangu si watu ya UDA, but jana ni Mungu, nataka niwaambie ni Mungu ilifanya kazi. Mtoto aliambiwa utapatikana Yala, kile tumetupa watu. Na hiyo mwenye kulikuwa kijana moja ni Mkalenjin, Mnandi kama mimi, Mkisii, Wakisii wawili na Mjaluo, walikuwa askari 4. Kijana akamuuliza mmoja Mkalenjin, hata wewe unaniua na wewe ni Mkalenjin kama mimi? So walifika Central Police Station, huyo akashuka. Kijana alipatikana kama amewekwa punduki kwa mdomo, amefinywa na flies vile wanafinya wanaume. Pati mzuri, nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu wakati waliniitisha pesa usiku, nikawaambia kijana alichukuliwa na alikuwa na simu yenye iko na wifi, so hawakukuwa na vile ningetuma pesa. So wakaniambia tuma pesa kwa hii simu. Mungu kitu ikaniambia, nikawaambia siwezi watumia pesa kwa sababu lazima ni register namba yenu. So wakaniuliza, sasa nikasikia wanamwambia kijana, sasa hiyo ni mwisho yako. Nikamwambia basi wacheni nitafute dada yake awaletee pesa. So nikimwambia hivyo, msichana wangu wako na maaskari wengine na dada yangu. So walienda na msichana wakamwambia umefaa nini, mtoto akamwambia vile amefaa, akamwambia umekuja na nini, wakamwambia aende na pikipiki. So msichana wangu akaenda na pikipiki na polisi ingine anawafuata nyuma. So wakati walifika mahali wamesema wakuja Afras Stadium, mahali kuna hoteli, walikuwa wameficha kijana kwa puti ya gari. So msichana alienda na pesa. Saila anataka kumpatia pesa, askari kumbe wako na akili sana. Kumbe walikuwa wamesimama kando kujua huyu msichana anakuja na nani. So dakika ya mwisho wali notice askari wanamfuata. Askari wengine walikuwa kwa gari. So wali drop ile kijana na wakamwambia enda hiyo direction, na wakakataa kuchukua pesa ya msichana, kumwambia msichana atuwachui. Hapo polisi wakashikwa wawili. So walikuwa wamechapa kijana juu walijaribu kuwapika picha. So hata mimi askari wakaniuliza, mama, kwa nini kijana yako alifanya obstruction kutupika picha? Nikamwambia askari, hapa Amerika, maaskari ya Amerika wako na kamera. Kwa hivyo sikudhani kama ni mbaya kama aliwapiga picha. Akasema, mama, unaongea hivyo, hiyo sheria hakuna Kenya. Sasa kijana akaniambia polepole, mam, usiseme hivyo, wananiua. Nikamwambia basi poleni, kijana yangu amefanya makosa, wacha tu niwatumie pesa. So wakati walishikwa, walikuwa wamedelete usuri ya iPhone, mapicha ilikuwa imepaki kwa cloud. So wakati walienda kwa polisi, kijana wakaweka wifi, ikapatikana mapicha ya hiyo maaskari, na ikanisumbua sana. Nikamwambia watoto, mimi siko nyumbani, lakini kijana amepatikana, na hii watu wakifungwa na wameshikana na wakora, sijui kama wataruhusia watoto, sijui kama kutaenda aje. Wakaambiwa waende walale. So sisi tuliamuka leo, nikamwambia watoto waende kwa polisi, wamsamee hiyo mtu, wawachane na hiyo mapolisi, kwa sababu siwezi fanya watoto wafanye kesi, na ni kesi polisi wanachuana, ita affect watoto yangu. Nimeongea na nyinyi nikiwa na kikasa, lakini nilikuwa nimeumia sana. Ikifika mambo ya ukabila, unaona hivyo, watu wengi Kenya innocent, na waliambia tumetupa watoto kwa maji na tutakutupa kwa maji. Na akamwambia sasa wanaharibu China, wakamwambia sisi ni vijana ya Matiang'i na tutakuua vile tumeua hao Wakalenjin. So moja, kijana yangu ameassociatiwa kwa sababu ni Mkalenjin, hata ajui hiyo Mkikale, anaongeanga Kiswahili lakini Machina. So Kenya nafikiri iko shida ya insecurity. Nimesema tu nisinyamaze, kwa sababu leo kama ingekuwa mbaya pia ningewaambia imefanyika. So vile Mungu amesaidia mtoto yangu, nimeona ni ngumu sana nifiche, ninyamazie kitu kama hiyo, na ni mbaya. In case kama kitu mbaya ingefanyika, ningekuja kwenyu niwaambie kuna hivi imefanyika. So nyinyi wenye mko Kenya, saa ile tunajaribu kuongea, tuambie hiyo watu wa raia, watu wadogo ni innocent. Ama sijui kama vile nimeongea kwa hii, na sitaki kuweka hiyo, hata sitaki watoto yangu wajue mama anaweza kuwa kwa siasa. Kile tunaongea kwa hii TV tunajaribu kusaidia Wakenya. I don't want to believe ya kwamba mtoto kama wangesema hawa ni watu ya Matiang'i, lakini singetaka kubelieve ya kwamba kenye tunaongea hapa inaweza affect familia ya watu. So hiyo penalty nilitaka kunyamaza, nikaona siwezi, kwa sababu hiyo ni mambo ya shetani, na wanasema ukinyamasia shetani ni mbaya. So nataka kusema tu Mungu amesaidia mtoto yangu, akapatikana, na ni kijana tu peke yake niko naye. Niko na wasichana, lakini huyo ndiye baba ya nyumba, huyo ni yanko ya watoto. So nimekuwa nimeenda through a lot, lakini nilijaribu kuchikasa niongee, lakini mwisho nikasema nyamaza.
Selina, God will take care of that. God will take care of that. Just take courage. He has already taken over that. Yeah, and we wish you well. We wish you well.
Okay, thank you for sharing the information. I believe there is always a way out. Don't be afraid. I am sure that you can't when people commit crime and mention names, they're usually not linked to that name, so they just want to implicate somebody. That's why they mention the name, to divert the investigation and mess up the thing. So those are criminals, and we thank God for the divine protection, and we pray that there will be a way out. But the other modalities to go about the whole thing, withdrawing the case may help or not help, but it's good if proper investigation is done and proper channel of addressing the matter is done so that it's put to rest. But as at now, the security of your family is priority.
Yes, they went to see the OCBD. They were all of them, the OCBD, the OCS. So they write everything, but like he cry and say he's taking care of children of a brother. They died. He say a lot of things, and I told my family it may not be the last because if he is doing that every day, I don't want because it will be a lot for me, for my children to be in court, to follow somebody, you know what they do. So I'm praying that God, because we forgive him, and also God will protect my family because if it was not for God, singepata hiyo mtoto. So at least I did it. I told them to leave him alone. But otherwise, ilikuwa kesi mpaka kwa OCBD, mpaka kwa kila mtu wakumalizana kwa barabara. It was in police station with the OCS and the OCBD.
Okay. Thank you. I think other matters concerning that we can talk off the camera, but it is important that there is an express statement from the police station of anything happening to this family, you'll be held responsible. So when that happens, it secures the Nini, because he will have to protect you if he wants to stay in good books. But all in all, everything will be fine. Take it easy, and I'm glad that you are a strong mama to be facing that, and you are still here. We just pray that God will strengthen you and protect your children wherever they are. Mambo mengine tutazungumza kando in camera. Thank you very much. And I believe we are all a big family, global family. And so we'll pull through this together. And whatever information we have that can assist in the situation, we'll share with you. And we are sure that there will be safety. Just nasty people are out there to take advantage of the situation right now. And as politics hike up, there are those who are determined to take advantage of the differences of politics, and then they capitalize on that to siphon money from people. It is, I don't think it had anything to do with the government or the other political party. It has everything to do with somebody who wants to take advantage of the situation. But it shall be well, Mama. Thank you. Now, Wanathemba.
Pole hao ni conmen, walikuwa wanataka tu pesa kutoka kwako. Na tena huyo mtoto wako unamuita mvulana, kuna mvulana na msichana. Ukisema kijana, wote ni vijana, awe msichana awe mvulana. Asante.
Haya, makinike katika Kiswahili.
Point taken.
Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Vile kule kilichofanyika mpaka tukatoa mvulana tukamweka kijana, sijaelewa kabisa. I just wonder that. But yes, Themba, I wanted to just give guidelines on who has not spoken. So
no,
that,
hold on as yes. You give guidelines. Pole sana kwa Selina. I think that's a matter of serious investigation that needs to be investigated. I have heard your statements, but you need a lot of investigations down there. There's a lot of loops to be tied together, and I hope that you guys are following I think Bernard Dukochini, you guys can, and I think Patriot has connections who they can, Kina Patriot, Nani, you guys can find ways of getting to know what is it that use your contacts. Now, Bernard, nataka kusema hivi, I don't know, you are going, but I'm getting into another meeting now for about 30 minutes. So can you hold on for 30 minutes? I'll be back strictly 30 minutes.
Temba 30 minutes yako sijaiamini.
No, Bernard, strictly 30 minutes. Sasa.
It is 4 a.m. Okay.
Yeah, 4:30.
No, Patriot is here. Patriot can wait for you.
4:30, Bernard.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It was a Patriot stand, and then the fighter. Is it the fighter?
Bernard,
Yes, sir.
wewe ukifika kwangu unaanza kustama, you forget it's me.
When you begin with accusation, and you started very early, entering the studio, you are on my. When I try to give guidelines, your fine is increasing. Your fine is increasing. It has now reached 10K.
Don't tell people. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. I wish I will give some info, but you see, as you say, the platform has a limitation. I'm talking to Selina's issue, so we cannot divulge so much. We are online, but I want to say, may the Almighty God find peace, that must be bestowed in your heart to give you courage and wisdom. That will really be the fountain of the wisdom that must flow to direct you on how to handle this. You really need that, because the moment your adrenaline, the moment your chemistry inside you changes, you will not reason well. It will affect you. So I am asking God that He balances that for you, that you get out of this as a strong mama. Allow me to say something again, that those that look weak in front of man, and God knows that they are innocent, He will surely protect them even when they are vulnerable. That is authority from God, and it can't be different. You are a protected mother. God listens to your quiet and silent prayers, and He understands all of us. So you must assign that credit to God. It is God who did His part, and for sure, Mama Selina, you are protected under the blood of Jesus Christ and your family. That's what I was saying.
Amen, amen, amen.
So allow me to move forward by saying that now that it is clear that all of us, God has a destiny for us, and not just independently, but as a society and families, which make a country called Kenya. Kenya is not land in a vacuum. Kenya is a collection of persons that make families, and families that make communities, communities make the population that is called Kenya. So every nucleus element of a family that is called Kenya is very important. That peace that is enjoyed by an individual is the peace that culminates to the together living and peaceful coexistence of a society that is called Kenya. So I want to believe that God will not allow that peace to be disturbed, by distracting, by deconstructing the peaceful coexistence that has existed in our dialogues and the way we appreciate each other. I remember the other day we discussed how our Kenyan families are related. I was very happy to get that acknowledgement from people, including Mama Selina. Kip, I think I realize Kip is more of a brother than I thought before. So I want to say that that we have built on this platform that defines this country as a society, as a people, I want to tell you, my fellow panelists, as a believer, God will never let this country go to the dogs. Elections come and they go. We shall be a people. We shall shake our hands. Even the two protagonists, as much as we go out of the way to make a joke out of this process, I want to authoritatively declare today that whoever is going to become the president of this country will be accepted, including the one that will be defeated by him. That I want to promise you, it will happen, because there will be no iota of doubt that the process will be a clear win. God will not allow gray areas that will put us into difficulties to get out of that situation. It will be an election that even the loser will be the first one to accept before dawn. That I want to tell you, because the way God has planned this, it is the way that things will go. So on the matter relating to the strategy the DP is using currently, I want to say it's a clear indication that the DP and the UDA have run out of ideas. They have gone to a replica phase of thinking, where they are doing what we call copy pasting. They are doing photoshots. You know, when you look at the event that happened in Nyeri, for heaven's sake, if I may ask you people a question, I don't want you to answer it, but I just want to give it as a food for thought. Why will you avoid the camera going to the crowd that you know has perception for you as a politician? Because the moment you show the crowd, people build a perception that you have the numbers. Why this meeting of Nyeri? Why did the camera focus on the speakers and it avoided the crowd if the crowd was there? The only answer to that is this: there was no crowd. There was no crowd to show. Because if what we know about UDA is anything to go by, then in my view, the best thing that will have come, you check at that clip that happened in Nyeri. I looked at that during the day. I checked on the news. Trust me, there is something that is happening at the mountain. Even the way the DP was speaking, it's like he was speaking to himself. There was only one character who was really emphasized, even through the news, who came and I think he was trying to bastardize Kanini Kega and how he's doing campaigns of those sides of CIA. But when you look at the entire clip, the crowd that we always see, it was not there. What I'm also reporting to you from my sitting point as an observer is that the DP is trying to pick a strategy that he has accused Raila Odinga of using. And he has actually realized that boardroom meetings are better than the crowd, because we have been able to see how the second command brigade of Baba have been able to outsmart the DP for the last 1 week while Baba has been away. And when you actually look into that brigade very keenly, you'll realize that is the third brigade. It is the third layer. It's not actually the second layer. So I think the DP, in all his wisdom, is telling Kenyans, I am withdrawing from rallies, you know, I'm withdrawing from the roadshow rallies, because and I think the president did something wrong. He should not have told him that offices of rooftops of a car do not give numbers. He should have told him this on August, not now. You know, he has made this guy to rethink. He has made this guy to actually get out of the car and started to borrow what Raila Odinga is doing. And I think the other thing, Bernard, I'm saying these are facts, was a threat. The thing that you need to do, Bernard, I think, which I want to tell Kenyans, I think the next time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I propose, when a political group has come up with a strategy, let that strategy be intellectually protected. Because the DP is stealing everything from us, my friend. He is now gone to the boardroom. He has decided to consult with few groups a strategy that Raila Odinga has been using. Had Raila Odinga protected that, if he would be in protection in as far as intellectual property rights are concerned, then we will reprimand this guy. Because tomorrow, atageuka. Don't be surprised the DP aanze Azimio la Umoja wheelbarrow. He will start telling you Azimio la Umoja for wheelbarrow. And he's a man who doesn't really care. He will tell you, oh, hii ni Azimio ya Umoja ya wheelbarrow. Ile ni Azimio ya Umoja ya sijui what. And he will not even mention. This man steals with impunity. I think the next thing we need to do, Bernard, let's have the law protect innovative ideas of campaigning. Because I am seeing the DP might not, he's running away from the jaws. He's running away from Sabina Chege. They have been able to outsmart him. So he's now going back to the boardroom, something that Baba has been doing. You people, my friend, that is stealing. That's not fair. Okay, allow me to say this again, that when you look at the DP clearly, you can see, my brothers, you can see that the story is over. Because if what we are seeing is anything to go by, I am seeing UDA becoming a party of Eldoret North, not even Eldoret Central, Eldoret North, because even now as I'm speaking, I'm actually in Rift Valley. We came to do some feasibility study with some PK, and the things we are finding on the ground, my brothers, it's very interesting. Unfortunately, something I also want to register here is this. That's unfortunate for us. Azimio la Umoja might end up sharing some substantive numbers of the Luya boards, okay? But good enough, the way we have gotten we have gotten what is happening on the ground, and partly it touches on what Selina has brought to us. I don't want to go deep on that, on the incident of Selina. And what we have realized on the ground is that the people from Mount Kenya, the decision they made in Mount Kenya is the decision that has reached the people on the ground here in Rift Valley. And these people are not willing to share. but the truth is, they changed their mind some 3 weeks ago. And they have decided they'll do what is correct for posterity and for prosperity of our country. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't want to go too deep to that. So the DP will get 35% of Mount Kenya. I want to state that here, Bernard, with a lot of precision, that the DP will get 35%, Baba will get 75% of the mountain, given the fact that those numbers are very huge. You're talking about 5.8. So even if we lose the Western votes, 50% to the DP, you know who is the 5th president of this country. Though that is the bad news that I've gotten from the Luya nation. But the good news is that our brothers who don't make noise, once they have made their decision, you need to know the culture of people. Once they have done their decision, they don't go around to yap around. Given the situation and the circumstances of Rift Valley, that is what they have made up, and we have very, very clear, reporting that that's the way to go. So let me not bore you with much because it's a morning. I also have an early morning. We have some programs which we are supposed to address with my brother here before we take the afternoon flight to Nairobi. But I want to say this, you guys are great. God really takes care of you guys. Bernard, you're doing great. And of course, out of this, I am asking that not just Selina, but those who are vulnerable, you start by also praying for Kenyans, because we are entering into a very tricky situation where people are cutting a lot of trees, and we don't know if that will save the situation. It is worrying. We don't want to lose anybody, whether those who are going to lose the election. We want everybody to be there. So I think God is in control, but we need to reprimand God to pull up his socks so that he protects us more. That's what I'll just say for now, Bernard. I don't want to go much, but I want to use this opportunity to say thank you so much. May God bless everybody, and be rest assured that this country is in safe hands, not only in the hands of the person who is going to win the election, but always, yesterday, today, and forever. In the almighty hands, we will always be safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot, for that information. Let's make use of the good information we receive and plan towards the same. Can we now hear from ENM Fighter?
Uh, uh, I don't know what I should say. Good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. I'm just quite happy that you have given me an opportunity till this time. I've been over there on the comment side, but I think I was forced to come over here even if it's a bit late, so they can also air my views. And this is what I've observed in my own considered opinion. There's one of us who say that he has never paid hongo, bribe in Kenya. You know, sometimes let us not make some allegations which cannot work, which has never worked. Someone of 40 years old of age claiming that he has never paid, he has never given hongo huko Kenya. It's only that this is his opinion, but we should not be lying to each other. Why am I saying this? Some of us, we are staying outside Kenya, not because we wanted to be outside Kenya, but because our country is languishing ailing in poverty. Most people, unless you move out and try to find capital or the way you can survive, it's very hard to survive in Kenya. The reason why all these things are happening is because as Kenyans, we don't face the reality. We are known like that. Where I am, I'm in Africa, the South African region. But let me tell you, people don't trust Kenyans because we are known for few things. Like whatever information you give cannot be truthful. And that is very, very wrong. When we come to our on our platform like this, then we don't want to tell ourselves the truth so that maybe we can change it on that basis. Why am I saying this? We cannot decide by all means to choose the Ruto, which is a presidency of the two. Now we choose to say Ruto has failed Kenya through corruption. But you say, on the other hand, you say, Uhuru has tried, has done what is good than Ruto. We cannot do that. We have to be realistic to say, if we can agree that Ruto or the regime that was for 10 years failed in some circumstances and managed to offer some services at a certain point, then we can give that credit to both of them. And that is what really Ruto is saying. He has literally said he cannot be denied the right for the benefits or the things that Jubilee government managed to do. At the same time, he has said, and for what they did not manage to do because of we all know what he normally says, because of Raila joining them, he is willing to proceed. So let us be sincere to each other. What am I saying here? I'm trying to say this. Corruption in Kenya cannot be tackled by the president alone. This is the reason as to why the Constitution 2010 tried as much as it could, the founders of the Constitution, to bring up what we call independent institutions that could be doing that business of trying to make sure that we have the least corruption in the country, We have independent bodies which are supposed to, which have been mandated for that obligation. They only work for the president, who is the leader and who is the chief uh, of the armed forces, is to give what we call goodwill. And goodwill is not just standing on the platform and speaking things like someone who is a stranger. Someone said, I don't know whether it was here or the others, I don't know whether it's another platform said, you wonder if the president, when you go to Kenya, is crying for justice. Eh? The big people over there who have the instruments of power to use those instruments and they make the way for us who don't have anything that side or on that platform, but they are still crying. How much more can a common man who is in my Kisi village there can access the services? In Kenya, as it stands today, there is no service you can get. I can assure you, I am is in Africa. It's an African country. But if I go to the police station here, regardless where I'm coming from, my question or my problems will be listened to. I'll be given the police officer. I'll go with him. If he's not there, I'll be told to wait. They will help me. And sometimes you can intend to say to tell someone, I want to give you just a drink, because we have been corrupted. Our mind is just about to appreciate, but in other words, you want to bribe him. He says, no, I'm doing my duty. That can never happen in our country. We desire that in so many words, which you can be explained on that. But the only problem that we have now, how can the president finish corruption when himself is named in the same corruption? How can he say corruption is fighting corruption when he is not giving the people who are fighting corruption the goodwill? The goodwill, I mean, is this. Miguna Miguna was chased out of Kenya due to whatever reasons. He is no longer in Kenya. There has been several orders from court. There is no goodwill from the president to say, since the orders have been out there, let this man come back as per the orders. They don't respect the orders. So, in other words, they are fighting. He is fighting with one arm of the government. How do you expect that arm to deliver to you when you are fighting with it? It's not going to happen. If I may go down to the record, we have this issue of corruption that we are talking about, mega corruption that has happened in our country. Ever since, now let me just quote the 10 years of Jubilee regime. How many people have been taken to court and they have been found guilty of their acts while they are in office? And if I may ask you guys a very simple question, I am a Kisi, I am not a Karenjin, I'm not a Kikuyu. Whether my name resides to be even minor, don't worry about it. But I am a Kisi, so I'm not defending Ruto or whoever it is. I'm just speaking as a Kenyan who is concerned about this. Why is it so hard for the institutions that have been mandated to do the investigations and everything to take the Ruto, the chief corrupt wherever, to court and find him guilty and take him to prison, which is maybe Kakamiti? It is because it's hearsay. They have not been able to trace anything substantive so that they can take him to court and make a claim or a case against him. We are just being told here, this is politics. I want to give a very simple example on my side here. I am a businessman here where I am. I'm doing my business. We had a small group which we were to start doing a certain business together. But because I am the one who brought up the business agenda, then at the end of the day, I realized that business, because of selfishness or that self-interest, when I brought it to them, they did not appreciate it in the first place. But when I looked at the venture, I realized that it has a potential, it can give me something more. You know, the next minute, I was the one who was fighting. We can just leave it. You know what am I trying to bring here? It's about conflict of interest. When we have conflict of interest, as Kenyans, we will never get what we call services. I want to assure you, to assure you guys, you may not agree because of what you believe in, but this should go to record. The government of Kibaki and the former Prime Minister Raila Omoro Odinga, they made some structures, they put some structures in place. That was the 2030 vision. Even up to today, we are working towards that Azimio 2030 vision. We are working towards that achievement of 2030 vision. How then can you come today? We are making roads at this time, which was structured from that period of time. How then can you come here and tell me that since from 2013 to 2017, there was no much roads which were repaired? Many roads have been achieved in 2017 to, 2018 to now. That means the one who was there in 2013 to 2018 did not do anything. We are getting it wrong. Let us face the reality as Kenyans. Let us call a spade, so that we can be able to help ourselves to come out of these crooks. Now I call them crooks. There is no one, whether you call him Raila, you call him Ruto, you call him Kibaki, Raila, or wherever those Wanjigo or whoever it is. There is no one who has never stolen from the covers of Kenya, of the Kenyan people. The only
Now,
thing, the only problem that we have.
Fighter, I've given you time to make your submission.
Yes, let me finish then.
Let me finish. The only problem is that you're not substantiating anything. Which case of corruption has Uhuru Kenyatta been mentioned in?
Pandora.
What was he in the Pandora papers?
They have hidden the money. We all know what's happening.
Hold on, just
let me finish my statement. You will ask the question. You are deviating my statement.
You are leaving a lot of things hanging, and we will be left here with questions.
You will ask me those questions.
The Pandora papers where Uhuru Kenyatta is mentioned. Is mentioned as who?
Let me first finish, then you will ask the question, Mr. Pennant.
Please answer my question. We will not leave the subject until it's concluded.
What do you mean by where was he?
Mentioned is Pandora papers. Tell me he's mentioned there as who? What role did he play in hiding the money?
In his family, during his tenure, the man has been hidden in the Pandora in that scandal. Uhuru himself came out, said, even if it's my sister, I'll fight corruption, I'll fight you, we will fight you.
So Pandora papers said that there is hidden money that was stolen.
There is no investigations in Kenya. There is nothing that has come into the public, because since it was brought about.
Uhuru Kenyatta
Let me tell you, Leonard, now my point of departure here is that you never want to hear the truth.
It is
my point of departure here.
A lie, because you are misreporting.
There's no lie here. I am not the one who wrote the Pandora
papers as a beneficiary, as next of kin.
I am not the one who wrote the Pandora issue or brought the Pandora issue about. I can bring it back home here where you can maybe defend it nicely. Uhuru himself said, I will fight you if you are corrupt. Then he went ahead as far as saying, I want the culprits of the KEMSA in 21 days. Then they will face the law. Who has ever gone to court because of that? How many 21 days have passed? We cannot fight corruption. When you realize that my man or my person or my relative is in it, now you slink.
So
we cannot fight
investigate. When did you investigate the KEMSA and came up with the Uhuru's kin being involved?
My friend, there was a commission which was given a mandate, not me.
And then
there was a commission that was given that mandate to investigate in 21 days. It was on the newspapers and on social media.
You seem to have results that we don't have.
No, you have made yourself blind. You have made yourself not to have the information which is
Look
over
here.
there.
When a commission is given
Because
a responsibility to
and
inquire
let
in
me
a
tell
something,
you,
they submit their findings. Did they submit the findings to you?
they didn't submit to me. They were
Then how
submitted
do
to
you
the
know
one who
the
gave them
names of the people that
responsibility.
participated in the same?
They were to submit to the person who gave it because it was in public. Why do
So
you defend?
I'm
If
defending
they,
because whatever
if
you
they
are saying
submitted,
is hanging
okay,
information, is hearsay.
be
You
it that
tell
they
me
submit,
the report was handed over to the president. These are the names that were mentioned, and there is evidence to this effect. You're telling me what you
are
have.
the, what has listen to me, Mr. Bernard. You know, you guys, or as Kenyans, let me put myself there. We don't want to agree with the facts. We just want to fight because today we are saying Waiguru is a bad person. But the other day we were saying
Facts.
he's
Give
clean
me facts.
like
Don't tell
cotton.
me you are giving me facts. Give me facts. Tell me
The fact is,
William Ruto was accused for taking Muteshi's land. He was taken to court. The court
and then
found
what happened?
guilty. It ordered him to pay to give the land back and pay a fine of 5 million. That's a case that was listened to. It was heard. It was ruled. There is evidence. When we go to the court right now, we'll get the file.
He did what?
Whatever you are telling me, where can I go to
No,
get it?
wait a minute. He did what?
He was found guilty for taking Muteshi's land. He was ordered to return the land and pay a fine of 5 million.
So is that how the case should go? Because is it a criminal offense? Is it a criminal offense or what?
I am telling you, that is what is called a fact. A fact.
So that is the judgment that was made. Why was it to a point whereby he was told to return, not to be imprisoned?
So you think being imprisoned will take care of being returned? How do you understand the operation of the law?
Mr. Bernard, I want to say this just for the record.
Yes.
We are here to help each other. We cannot sit back and say that the commission, which was given 21 days, did not give Kenyans the names of the culprits of KEMSA. Neither did they give the names to the president who assigned them.
Do you have the names?
So are you saying they did not give the president the names in 21 days because it was an order? And the president said in an open forum?
What I need from you, Mr. Fighter,
So,
is to tell me the file that was handed to the president it was done on this particular day. These are the names, and this is the reason why the president did not act on the file. If there is no record like that,
the reasons as to why we did not act. Then we lost the money at the KEMSA. The people have been out there.
How much was lost?
It was billions. We know what billions. I was not the investigating officer on that case. Correct. This business of drinking water while you breathe wine, this is the problem that we have in Kenya.
I am not like that. I want you to
That
understand.
is what we are doing. You cannot claim that you don't know.
Don't come here to argue. Don't come here to fight. Come here to debate with facts. Okay? Facts, when you make a claim, substantiate it. At least
but
Bernard,
Bernard,
the parliament passed, or the police station wrote, or there is something substantial, not what you read from the newspaper or heard. That is not factual.
What is factual? Can we all of us be investigators? Can we all of us be investigators?
You need to be.
Can we all of us be investigators, Bernard? We rely on those newspapers. We rely on those online.
I just gave you an example of a case that was taken to court, and it was listened to, and it was ruled. That is something that is factual. So, Miguna Miguna, you know it very well.
I know what.
Given how to get back to the country. He needs to go to the embassy, get an authorized letter for him to be allowed to travel. As long as he refuses to take that letter, there is no way you can travel without valid passport to even back to your country without authorization.
Anyway, Ben, if that's what you have decided to do,
any immigration anywhere.
That's what you have decided to put yourself in, and that's why, to conclude, because you as Mio people don't want to listen to any other divergent opinion. You just want to defend
If your
what you
divergent
know.
opinion is a lie, we
Correct.
will hold.
No, you just
You
want
told
to
me
know
you're in
what
South
you
Africa.
know.
You told me you're in South Africa. Can you travel with your ID from South Africa to Kenya?
No. Why do you say why do I have to travel without my ID?
Can you use your ID only to travel from South Africa, come to Kenya without your passport?
No.
So how do you want Miguna Miguna to travel from Canada using his national ID to come back to Kenya?
Mr. Ben, please don't make us fools. Even if we are not there in Canada, Mr. Miguna Miguna is not that stupid that he can do what you are trying to say. Please, let us face the reality. Mr. Miguna Miguna has gone to the embassies. He has gone, even he has taken a flight to another country whereby he has a letter, but there is a red whatever which has been raised with that he cannot proceed. You cannot say Miguna Miguna was in Bahrain waiting for a red which was red flag. So you cannot make us fools. But anyway,
So
that is what
the red flag was put by who?
by the government of Kenya. What are you saying? And the
Mr.
one who,
Fighter,
the
you
one
are
who,
fighting your shadow. You're fighting your shadow.
no,
That's
the
silly.
one who was fighting for swearing
Miguna
in is sharing the same bed with the president. What
Miguna
kind of leadership is that?
Miguna was not fighting for Raila Odinga. We have been fighting for
He,
Raila Odinga as long as we've been alive. Look here.
why was he
Miguna
taken to?
Miguna
Why
is an
was he taken
international
out?
lawyer. An international lawyer. He's able to argue out his case by himself. Don't
Why
help.
was he taken? Why was he taken out of Kenya? Was it not for the swearing in of Raila? Let us stop pretending here. We all know
I was
what's
in the
happening.
swearing in. I was in the swearing in of Raila Odinga. I'm
What,
still in Kenya.
which party did you participate?
Kajuang was there.
Which party
I'm
did
in
you participate
Kenya.
in the swearing
Orengo
in?
was there. He's in Kenya. Every
Which
other person
party
was
did
in
you
Uhuru Park.
participate?
They're in Kenya.
Miguna Miguna was the one who administering the oath.
Administering which oath?
So, what did you? Which party did you
Fighting
take,
over what you don't know. Go and
Mr.
speak with
Bernard?
Miguna.
I
Defend
want to
his
think
case
you are a
by
preacher,
himself. He's
and
an
I want to think
international
you
lawyer.
should be
I
saying the
don't think
truth.
he can hire your service. Thank you.
It's okay. I don't mind you not hiring my services, but the truth is, we are preaching water when we are drinking
You are here to
wine.
defend with Ruto for absconding office for 4 years, and then you want to justify it. It is not
Let
right.
me tell you,
You are
Ruto.
here
Bernard,
to
Bernard,
prove a point
Bernard,
that
Bernard.
yes.
Why do you argue with this man? You are the speaker. You see, he's controlling you and you don't see. If he can't listen to you, you remove him. Okay? Because we have to have an arrangement here where you speak and he responds. But here it's like he's annoyed, he's angry, he can't allow you to say what you are saying. I think we should have an arrangement here where you speak, then he speaks. But he can't keep on talking over you. You see? He must follow
Mr.
the
Oro,
rules.
angry of what? Now I'm not angry of anyone here. I don't know
Don't
you. You don't
respond
know
to
me.
me. Speak
Neither do
speak
I
to
know
me through the
Bernard.
speaker.
Order.
I am only giving
Speak to me
my
through the
opinion.
speaker.
All of you. Thank you.
Are you the speaker?
Yes, you are angry. Yes, you are angry. Yes,
Speak
you are
to me
angry.
through Bernard.
Everybody, please mute your mics. Mute your mics. Mr. Fighter, thank you for your fight. But when you want to fight, arm yourself with right information, not Google gossips and hearsay from newspapers. If you want to defend somebody who has committed a crime as a lawyer, you go and look for solid evidence and the backing up of the law. You must cite what part of the Constitution demands that your client should be let go. You can't come and say he was thrown out. Why was he thrown out? And why is he? Where is the red tape? The red tape, that is how it can be lifted through the court of law. If you can obtain a court order to be told to come back, go and obtain another court order that tells you to commands the government to remove the red tape. That's
How many
law.
court orders?
So you want to beat Uhuru Kenyatta to obey court orders?
No, what I was saying to bring about the court orders is about the goodwill to the people who are serving that office, the judiciary, so that when the case goes there, maybe it's for someone else, they can also act because they say you have goodwill. That's what I
That
was
is
trying to
called
bring about.
corruption.
But
That
he
is
has no
called
goodwill.
corruption.
Eh?
That's called
He is the
corruption.
most corrupt. Right now, because he's
Everybody
reading
should
to your
sit in
side
the
of
office and
Azimio,
work.
you are cleaning him. Cleaning him for
Fight,
what?
fighter.
Fighter,
Yes, sir.
you want to throw mud on the president.
Inatakiwa
You cannot succeed in doing
ulisikia
that.
nikisema kwamba unajua hata president akisema kwamba yeye hataki corruption na wewe unataka corruption, sisi wa Kenya tunataka corruption, hiyo corruption bado inaendelea. Ndio maana tuko na corruption. Hata president akisema yeye atafight, kwa sababu mtu yeyote akishikwa inasemekana ni mtu opponent ndiye ameshikwa. So hakuna wakati Mkenya anashikwa hatutoe excuse. Hata mtu akisemekana ni mwizi tunamchukua tunasema ni wetu. Kwa hiyo inatakikana tuanze sisi wote bila kupoint finger kwa mtu, tuanze sisi wote hapa tulipo kusema hatutaki kupewa, hatutaki wizi. Kwa hiyo mtu yoyote akishikwa, hata kama ni brother yangu, usianze kusema hati hiyo ni political, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo inafanyika. Mpaka hata kama ni president, unakuta president hana nguvu. So tunataka sisi wa Kenya tukubali, hatutaki wizi, hatutaki mali yetu iporwe. So tuanze sisi, kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ulianza kumlaumu Mwaura kusema hawezi kusema kwamba yeye sio corrupt, ndio tulisema hivyo. Mwaura alisema yeye binafsi sio corrupt, lakini wewe wakati ulianza kusema ulisema Mwaura asemi ukweli. Hakuna vile mtu anaweza kuwa miaka 40 sio corrupt. Ama labda sikusikia vizuri, samahani.
Hello, Bernard.
Mr. Chakitu Pay.
Just a statement. Sikuwa nataka kuongea, lakini nilikuwa nasema sometimes it is very good. Watu elevu walisema if you shoot aimlessly, you will never miss a target because you're just shooting all over the place. When you fight, let us be precise and to the point with evidence, and then we can bring our point home. Hivyo tu.
Temba.
Thank you, Bernard. ENM, how are you? I said, how are you? So,
I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah. You can make your point without being agitated. It will still be the same point. So that is one. Secondly, you have talked about Pandora. How many Pandora papers have come out so far?
The reason is, are you waiting for the answer from me?
Yeah.
When the Pandora papers were quoted, Uhuru was not in Kenya. He said as no, wait a minute. I'm answering you.
On. My question is very specific. How many Pandora papers have come out so far?
No, I was only interested for the Kenyan one.
No, there's no Kenyan Pandora paper. How many Pandora papers have come out so far?
That one you can tell me, since you are following it more than me.
Okay, so you don't know. Number two. If you don't know, it's okay. You don't have to know. Number two. Did you know the source of the information that Pandora paper relies on?
I cannot answer that question, Mr. Temba, because
So you don't
When the
know. If
president,
you don't know, it's no. If you don't know, it's
come
okay.
here, when he come here, we'll talk. He will be. He will, was to give the evidence or
No, it's
the issue about
you I'm
Pandora.
asking.
Has
It's
he
you
ever
you're
spoken
following
about it?
Pandora. It's you I'm asking questions. So
I'm not
you
an
don't know.
investigating agency. There is
Okay, so
agencies which are mandated with those
so you don't know.
responsibility.
You don't know. Number two. Number three. So those are two questions that you don't know. So you're talking from a point of lack of information. So that is one. So when you come in lack of information, I would care to tell you that number one, for your information, so that as you talk, you also know. The Pandora Papers, the one information that it uses, it relies on investigative journalists. Now, when Pandora Paper was releasing compiling its information, for Africa, and especially for the Uhuru case, they relied on the elephant. Now, who is the owner of the elephant? The owner of the elephant is one David D. Who are the other people that they relied on to give them that information? Was another person that was investigating with Muhammad Ali, if you can remember John Allan Namu. He actually runs another investigative, whatever, publishing media. Now you know the relationship between David D and Uhuru. Number one, David D is the current technical advisor to William Samoei Arap Ruto. David D, there's information that is readily available. In the media, you can check it. He has the hate for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He has the hate for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And anybody who is a friend to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is an enemy to David D. David D does not share any philosophical ideology with Ruto. The only ideology they share with Ruto is one: hate for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. If you were, I mean, that's in, he's there, he has said it. And he even said why he doesn't like Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, the problem with some of us here, we become emotional, we refuse to go and seek information. That is public information that he said. Uhuru hired his wife from UN post somewhere to come and introduce Huduma issues and Huduma number. Then Uhuru, actually, that thing that the wife had brought for them, they thought the wife had introduced the Huduma thing, and then Uhuru took it from her and then fired her. He has never been forgiven Uhuru to date. And he's the one who said, he is the one who is running Pandora Paper. That information was sought by him and John Allan Namu. John Allan Namu is a friend to Muhammad Ali. So you can actually see where the information came that went to the Pandora Paper. And this information is public. You can get it on Google. Just go Pandora Paper. Where does it get information? And you see the people who actually contributed to that article. So when we come to a media like this and then we are busy saying, oh, Pandora, you should come and defend. And you know where that information is coming from.
So it was
when
not
you
what
argue from a point, when you argue from a point of lack of information, you become emotional. You argue without necessarily providing evidence and facts. And then from that point, you are busy saying you people and you people. Arguing from a point of ignorance, you are more bound to be defending a point of emotion, not a point of fact. I want to implore you, request you, and hope that you pick this up. It is okay to hold a divergent opinion. There's no problem with that. But it is good to be factual in the position you hold. It's good for you and for posterity. It doesn't matter how many times you bash and say that Uhuru is a thief. It doesn't matter how much you say Miguna has not been treated well. But it matters when you talk about facts, because facts cannot change, whether it's today or tomorrow. Your emotions can change. And the same thing in politics. Politics, there's no enmity. The same person is your enemy today, tomorrow will be a friend. In the US, which I think and I suppose you stay, when you follow the democratic, primaries before they arrive at someone, those people tear at each other. But once they have settled on a candidate, they don't raise those issues. That is the nature of politics. So you can't come saying that because now Uhuru is a friend to Raila, and you guys are supposed to have been permanent enemies. Number one, you remember before, Ruto and Mudavadi do not share any ideology, but they are friends right now. You and I know Mudavadi took a bottle and said that Ruto said atafanya hivi akikunywa kitoka huku kienda ndani. But today, who is working with the other? So you need to understand the nature of politics. The nature of politics is not about enmity. It is us, you and I, who wants now to start saying enemy. You see, the fact that Uhuru and Raila are together, it doesn't wash away the things that the government has done. If it is wrong, it's wrong. If court orders were not obeyed, Ruto was in that government. The guy has disappeared. Back to Bernard.
Thank you, Temba. I think we have done our best. Let that matter rest there.
Bernard, can I just say something before I drop out? Because I
Yes,
want to
David.
leave. Yeah,
Sawa.
I just want to tell EMN this. You know, he doesn't have any idea about Pandora Papers. He didn't even read in the newspaper. From the way he's talking, he's just talking from hearsay, from the things he has heard from his friends. First of all, there is nothing wrong about someone saving money offshore. And Uhuru Kenyatta did not loot that money. And it is a very, very little amount of money compared to the wealth that even Ruto has, because it is only $300 million. That is like 3 billion Kenyan shillings. So you want to tell me that you are not worried about the 40 billion that Kenyatta family is worth, and you are worried about 3 billion. Eh? So you see, that is just ignorance. And then another thing that he's saying about Miguna, you know, Miguna is the one who messed because he caused a commotion at the airport. In all airports, in all planes, if you cause a commotion, they ban you there. You will not use the plane again. So I just want to urge the guy to come back another time when he has facts. And like we said here, Bernard, anybody must come here with facts. Even us, we don't always accuse Ruto of the things that we don't have facts on. And the last thing, Bernard, these people must respect you as the speaker, if you are there or if Pemba is there. When you say order, 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 then they have to cool down until you give them another time to speak. But this guy has proven that he never respects anybody, including the speaker. Next time he comes like that, just strike him out. Don't worry, even if they complain that you are removing UDA people. Okay? So thank you very much, and good morning or good evening. And thank you so much. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, David. Let's keep the civility and whatever the conversation going. Temba, I think you can now do the. In fact, we only have 15 minutes to the closing hour. So, naomba tumsikilize nani huyu, tumsikilize kuna Geoffrey, Andrew ambao hawajaongea. Tuanze na Geoffrey. Geoffrey, how are you?
Are you going to sleep? You are on?
You have come back to go.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here to stay. So
yeah, I think you will close because YouTube will close. It is Facebook and any that closes, huh?
It's only Facebook that closes. YouTube goes on. So we will tutaacha hapa tukimalizia hakuna shida.
Sawa, endeleeni hata mkiendelea na YouTube haina shida.
Okay, sawa. Geoffrey, endelea as we have been given a chance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, na all the panelists wenye uko hapa siku ya leo. I see the topic inasema hapo David President changes tactics. na mambo ya Azimio rocking Migori and other parts of the country. Let me say this, our deputy president, unajua amefika mahali he's trying everything, it doesn't agga well with him. Now it's better go and start copying what Baba has been doing and see if we can be able to get an audience. That's what he's looking for. The politics, sometimes when you reach a point whereby you don't have something to tell people, then you're missing a point. You start looking, maybe let me try what my opponent is doing, see if I can be able to start having audience. That's what the DP is doing. But sometimes I really look and wonder how people are sitting there listen when he started lying that the president amefanya watu wa Central amekuwa maskini zaidi, and it's a part of the government, I know he has been saying that wajinga wameisha Kenya, so he forget kwamba kama wajinga wameisha basa wenye anaambia kweli ni wajinga ama ni watu gani? So I don't understand vile anacheza hiyo politics zake, kwa sababu they have reached a point whereby they don't have anything to tell Kenyans. Now they have started insulting wale watu wenye wanajua wanafinya kabisa kutoka katika mlengo wa Azimio. They are fighting honorable ladies wenye wako kama Savina Cheka, because they know that ni wale wenye wanawauma kabisa, so they are going for weak wanaenda for the weak one, wanajua kwamba they can attack the women whichever they want, because they don't gonna be able to respond to them, so it clearly shows that they don't have nothing to tell Kenyans. Wamekosa mwelekeo. They're just running up and down, threatening, they're gonna do this and that. When I saw that Eduardo was saying that if the president say what happened with him and Ruto, then they're gonna spill the beans. It's like Uhuru Kenyatta is not fighting for presidents. That's what they're forgetting. And if they start spilling the dirty whatever they have been doing back when they were in the government, we don't care. For us, we want to change. We want to clear the mess which they have done for the country. So let them do whatever they want to do, but they think that they are causing harm to us. No, they're not doing nothing. If they don't have agenda to tell the Kenyans, let them waende kutangatanga na kukimbia kutukana watu. That's what they can be able to tell us, and they don't have anything substantial, because if the Jubilee government has failed, Deputy William Ruto is a part of the government. He has failed. There's no way he can tell Kenyans that he is going to turn over the economy which they have failed, and it's a part of it. Hakuna vile utaambia nini. It's like kusema unajua mtu mwenye ni mwizi ndiye anaibia watu, alafu ng'ombe zimeibiwa, utume huyo mwizi aende kufuata hiyo ng'ombe. As in, it will not make sense. I'm sorry to say that, because ataenda asipeleke mali, akipata asipeleke mali ambazo hazipatikana. That's what he is doing. So our opponents, whenever they come, let them have facts. We have known that the deputy president and his allies have been found in so many allegations of corruption, and the deputy president has been stand firm protecting them, saying that they're being targeted because they are allied to him. I don't understand why someone is going to do that. If you want to be a president, then some people are doing corruption and they're trying to shield them, then you tell the people that they are being targeted because they are a part of him. No, is protecting them because he knows what they're doing, and they know that he's the one who's using them to do whatever they're doing. And that's why you're saying that it's high time that we make sure that we clean up these people so that you can have a government which is going to be there to fight for the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey, for that. We have to continuously rely on fact. Andrew Misiani, how are you? Andrew.
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How have you been?
Very much okay.
So can you give your two-piece sense into the debate of today? Karibu.
Yes, actually, I was listening. I was a little bit busy here doing some stuff, but the fire was too huge, and I was forced to jump in with an extinguisher here, probably to see whether we can be able to manage it a little bit. So first point here, or first question which needs to be answered, it's a question which you can probably somebody can answer himself or ask yourself. Is I've had my friend here, the fighter, talked a lot of things here and there, so, and I was kind of confused, and I want to ask maybe some 2-3 questions here. One is about the Miguna Miguna issue, and also about the defying court orders which was issued by the Judicial Service Commission of Kenya, which comprises of those judges who are issuing those kind of orders. Number one, when those court orders were being issued, what did the deputy president do? Because he was there, he was in charge of that government which was defying these court orders, and he never talked anything, plus his supporters, until Miguna Miguna was tortured, was chased all the way, taken to Canada. That somebody needs to answer us. Another one is about the corruption cases. Our friend said that nobody has been taken to court, maybe jailed because of corruption. And my question is, do you know how many politicians who are involved in corruption have been jailed in Kenya, even without mentioning the Uhuru Ruto government? How many? Can somebody be able to tell? Yeah, because that's our Kenya we know. Yeah? So when we talk about jailing, like whether we have the evidence to take Ruto to court because of corruption, you can tell us as well as that, is there somebody who has been jailed because of this, whatever we call corruption? Because we know that we have issues, or we have a problem with our judiciary. They are the one who brings down. Most of them, they are corrupt. They are corrupt because all this money which are lost and stolen from their side, actually, they eat. They eat a lot of a big chunk of it. So that's why in most cases, no matter how much we run to the court, until there is a lot of reformation which should be done, we are looking for, maybe in the near future, which we are hoping for, then we are not going to be able to handle this kind of corruption cases using the court system. You know, the court also relies on evidence. If you cannot substantiate the allegation by providing or tabling your evidence before the court, then we are sorry, my friend, because they are not going to listen to you. The court works that you have to provide an evidence, even if they see that yeah, you did this, but you don't. Somebody, whoever who is now taking you to court does not provide the substantial evidence, you can't be jailed because there is no evidence. So you must be able to defend whatever you are talking about, either before the court of law or before wherever committee you are. And another thing I will talk is about when you present an agenda. You know, here I like saying that there is a Swahili. I can say this in Swahili: hoja hazipiwi kwa rungu, zinapiwa kwa hoja ingine mzuri zaidi. Meaning, what do I mean? Like when you bring something, for you to counteract somebody's whatever idea or statement he has made, you have to support it for it to gain ground, so that somebody can see this is the reason, this is this, or this is why I said this, and this is the evidence to support it. You cannot pass a point whereby where when somebody tries to follow where it comes from and it ends up becoming null and void, whereby it doesn't hold water. We need to have like a substantive evidence backing wherever we pass across. Lastly, according to our political landscape, to be sincere, there are some characters. When we talk about Ruto and Uhuru, that we cannot be able to separate them at this moment. If we go back to 2013 when they were together, they started this together, probably, which I may think probably the fighter you voted for them, I stand to be corrected. You voted for them probably because you liked them the way they marched. Probably you had some reasons as to why you voted them out. Now they did this. There are somewhere they messed, or there's a lot of stuff they never accomplished during the first 5 years until 2017. But if we, for real, as a Kenyan, if you look at whatever which has been accomplished for the short time since the 2017 election up to now, you can see a drastic change, improvement of the Jubilee government, better than the one we had from 2013 to 2017. That one is something you can take it to the bank. In fact, you don't have to take to the bank. You can use it because that's clear cash. You can use it to purchase something because there is something you see on the ground, the work which has been done for the shortest time. I wish if it was done since day one, we would have been far. No, because I saw time might not be on our side. I don't want to go deeper. But if you allow me, maybe if you have time, I will jump in again.
It's okay. We will go around, and then, of course, we'll bring you on at some other time. Jiru, karibu. Jiru, are you there? Jiru Maura.
Yeah, I'm there. Can you get me?
Yes, we can get you. Go on.
Yeah. Bwana Faita alisema ya kwamba ati kuna uwezekano so one question which I would like to ask him, does he believe that there are Kenyans who do not pay bribes? That is number one. Alafu na swali ingine pia nitataka kuuliza ENM Fighter ni sababu tunakuanga na makanisa na most unasikia people give, kuna wale wanapeana tithe na kuna wale maybe pengine wapeani. Do you think like in a church that kuna watu who faithfully give their tithe? Is just a question to you, regardless whether kuna wale wanapeana na kuna wengine wapeani. And from you, because vile nimesikia ukisema ni kama you are arguing that Kenya hakuna watu wazuri. Do you think that in Kenya we have good civic people who can make a right decision? Because I would want to disagree with you, sababu nilisikia ulisema ati hao macandidates wote tu ni bure. That's what you said. Ulisema tunajua Ruto ni nani, tunajua Raila ni nani, tunajua ni nani. You know, me, there is one thing which I would like to say. It is true, I know that as human beings we are falling short of God's glory, na kila saa we keep on renewing ourselves na tunaomba Yesu msamaha. But as an individual, how do you take it when somebody is a pathological liar? I want to bring two things about Deputy President na nataka ukane hapa pamoja na mimi. Can you tell me, according to you, Deputy President alipromise 9 stadium. Naweza kuwekea hiyo, unaweza wekewa hata hiyo video hapa. Alisema kama Nyeri ama ni wapi itajengwa na miezi 3. Sijui ile iko Meru Kinoru itajengwa in 6 months. Hiyo wakati hakuwa na advisors ambao wangeweza kumwambia kuna stadium inaweza jengwa na miezi 3. That is number one. Umesikia story ya Kimwarel Dam, na umesikia Deputy President ametokezea akasema the money in question, I'm quoting what he said. He said the money in question is not 21 billion, it is 7 billion. How did the Deputy President of Kenya know the amount of money which has been stolen, and he is not an investigating agency? It was just, he even commented before akina Kinoti and the rest waanzie kuinvestigate na kupeleka tu. Kuna huyu jamaa wa kutoka Turkey, ilikuwa inasemekana ni kama walikuwa wanaendea mabuduki Uganda. Can you substantiate to us that Deputy President ana dubious activities with other international countries kutuletea insecurity? And can you try to explain to us how, kama kuna hiyo maneno ya mabuduki inaendelea, how sure are we that some of the insecurities which we might have in Kenya inakuwa propagated by such politicians who are doing that? And lastly, can you tell me something about the Deputy President? Deputy President, kila saa he discredits Raila Odinga akimuita muganga na kitendawili. According to you, can you tell me what is the importance of kitendawili? Because vitendawili tulianzia kuzisoma toka shule, na vitendawili hata ni tunasema ni vitu za kutoka kwa wahenga wa Mombasa. Can you tell me what is wrong with the vitendawili, and can you tell me what is wrong with the muganga? In Kenya we have waganga. I don't think that waganga are bad people. So tuko na wale waganga wa kienyeji, maybe pengine ni vile I'm getting it wrong lakini tuko na wale waganga. So can you tell me the problem of waganga? And then lastly, because now you are supporting the Deputy President too much, and he is bringing the story of bottom-up economy, can you tell me why is the Deputy President not giving practical solutions while in power? If he is elected president in June, in August, anaruka tu kwa kiti moja tu, why is it that saa hii hakuna, he is not offering any practical solution? Anaongea tu story ya mashida tu. Why is he not influencing things? na usituambie ati ni sababu wamekosana na Uhuru. He has not come out openly kusema yeye wamekosana na Uhuru, yeye hajatokezea. He has not come out openly. So to me, mimi sijui kama Uhuru na Ruto wamekosana, na wangekuwa wamekosana anafaa kukuwa ameresign. Why should I work with somebody na tumekosana? Can you tell me the insincerity of the deputy president that he is in the government, he has not resigned, and yet he says president anamuonea? Why is he in the government? Why can't when we are uncomfortable we resign? Why can't he resign and go to Jue? He is being jeopardized akiwa nje ya serikali. Those are my questions to you, fighter. Can you fight?
Can I answer you a few which I can remember because you have asked so many questions, Mr. Temba?
Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
But be civil.
You will remind me of another question, maybe which I may not remember well, but I can just start with the last one because it's fresh. He says, why is the deputy president not seen to have done what he's promising to do at this point since he's in the government? The deputy president, his work is stimulated clearly in the Kenyan Constitution 2010, and he is the principal assistant of the president. There is nothing which he can initiate by himself and do it. He is only bound to do what he has been given to do by his boss, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. So, how do you want him to persecute? For example, they spoke about the stadium in Kinoru. They spoke about that was back in 2013 when they were fresh in the regime, in the government. Then if on the way, when the process of doing those things, the president changed his mind and brought another partner with him, then he moved the responsibilities which was supposed to be done by the deputy president. He gave it to Matiang'i. He started working with Raila from 2018 because things which have been done now, we can see them, yes, on the roads, as we can say. But they were planned back even from 2000, after 2007 post the election, when the serikali ya Mkatenusu, up to the roads which are being done today.
My question is,
So,
my question was, can there be a stadium which can you describe to me a stadium which can be built in 3 months? Nataka unidescribe ile stadium inaweza jengwa na miezi 3 inakaa aje?
Mr. Mwaura, most of the stadiums in Kenya, we have the stadiums. They were just being raised to a standard, some of them. So, according to their analysis, they could say it could have worked. But were they given a chance? Because he was not the only one saying that. If he was speaking that, he was speaking, in fact, he was speaking.
These stadiums were named specific. They were not renovating. Please, the stadiums were to be made, not to be renovated. And he named them in specific.
That time, this stadium which you are giving us in 3 months, is it really, is it doable? So now I am not going to go that way which you want me to go. I'm only saying, when they were giving those promises, they were together with Uhuru. Why then do you choose to think that the deputy president has failed, but the Uhuru era and us is on the right side of winning to do the projects? The project they started in 2013 when they were together. They are the ones which have been finished by now that we are saying we can see a difference, because some of these projects are long-term projects.
Just accept there is no any stadium of 3 months. It was a lie, and your candidate lied. You cannot do a stadium in 3 months. Full stop.
Okay.
If my candidate lied,
ENM.
Yes.
I want to follow up with your statement that you have said. Probably that is, according to you, maybe that will help us. According to you, do you think the Jubilee government has succeeded in a scale of 1 to 10? Do you think they have performed well? And if their performance, because you have said, well, okay, fine. Assuming, like you're saying, which is the Jubilee government came as a team, the promises they gave as a team. Okay? So that was the Jubilee government giving us the promises. Do you think, according to you, the Jubilee government has done well or it hasn't done well? Jubilee government.
Can I answer that in my own way, just for 1 minute?
Yeah,
I was going to that question when I was submitting. Then someone interviewed, and I didn't get there. I started the project with my colleagues. I am the one who introduced the project. When we went on, they were not willing to continue the project. Then all of a sudden, I saw that the project could work better for me. I also changed the mind that I can be able to do it personally. Then now, when the last time when they tried to say, "Oh, can we start that project?" I was the one who was against that project. To answer your question, 2017, when Jubilee government was returned to office, they were returned to office because of the hope that they had shown Kenyans that they could work together. They were working. They did some things, even though they were not complete. Was it not for if the opposition, which is the minority party in parliament, if they did not learn that if they don't interfere with the progressive projects which they are
The
doing,
guy is not answering the question, Temba.
this 2022, they could not have anything to say about
ENM, my question was, my
So
question
I am
was
now to your
simple.
question now. I am now to your question.
Wait. Let me ask
Let
you
me
a
answer
question.
the question now.
Wait. Hold on, ENM. Has Jubilee government performed? You know, there are two ways of living your life. You can live giving an excuse. I want to give you an instance. There are two people who are born in poverty, right? One of them will choose to use the poverty as an excuse for why they never made it life. Okay? Which is also justified. He say, you know, we were poor, my parents could not take me to school, so this is how, so nirumia, sympathy. And you have seen such kind of people. The other person will say, use that poverty as a motivation. So they'll be like, I'm so poor that I have to work so hard to make it so that I run away from poverty. So those are two people. Both of them, they have the same background. One is living with excuses. The other one is living with a motivation. The same thing. So it is possible for you to go round and round. If it were not for this, Boy ruled alone. He didn't have opposition for a long time, but Kenya was never better, right? So it is possible. Kibaki had opposition and all those, but he did amazingly well. So, and there's no government that will come that you'll live and rule without opposition. Even this government, whoever will come in will have an opposition. So if you want to find an excuse for anything, you'll find it. But for me, I'm just asking you a simple question. Let's not go into these other things. Or if they never came, if this didn't happen, or if people didn't interfere with my marriage, it wouldn't have failed. If you didn't meet Geoffrey, you wouldn't have left me. There are all those things. But we are saying, eventually we want to say, do you think, according to you, Jubilee, according to you, do you think Jubilee has succeeded? That is all I want you to do.
Okay.
Not many things.
According
Yeah.
to me, Jubilee has done 6%, the 6 out of 10. But it could have done better if there was not an outsider in the government. According to me.
Okay, 6 out of 10.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I want you to now 6 out of 10. I want you to pick for me areas in which you think Jubilee has done tremendously well, because that is what we want to hear from you. Because as we are moving forward, we want to move away from the idea of just coming to give excuses to selling your candidate. Okay, that should be the aim of us having this debate. Not so much of bashing, but so much of let me sell my candidate. So give me at least 5 areas that you think Jubilee has done tremendously well. That makes you give it 6%.
All right. Let me go with what I can get as of now. Number one, I am proud that I got electricity in my house, which was above 35,000 to get that electricity in my house during Jubilee administration. I was called when I was here. I paid only 1,500, and up to today, as we speak, the electricity is there in my house. That's number one. Number two, I'm proud that Kenya has been transformed road network. It can be seen that there is something which has been done. In a few, I think it was last year when I went home around June, I almost got lost in some roundabouts. I couldn't get it right because things have changed. Number three, there is what we call development from the counties. If you are sleeping outside there, the boys or the young people whom you left in your villages who are not having jobs, and you will go home and you will be surprised. There will be buildings. When you ask about the building, you hear this is for so and so. You get surprised. Is employed by the council, by the county. What? So there is development which is felt in the ground, to the grassroots. That is why, in my own opinion, to close, I could like it more. I would like it to be done more. That devolution that went to the people, I would like the bottom up, the approach which Ruto is trying to bring about. That's why I could want it to go more, because the devolution itself is bottom up, and I have seen a lot of changes. I was doing a small project at home, but the one who is authorizing for it to continue, because you cannot do it without the certification from the county, is a small boy around there whom I left there who was not having a job, but now he has a job because there's some opportunities. So what I'm saying, I have seen some development through this 2010 constitution and the Jubilee administration, and I was expecting more if they could be together, working like a bear as they came into power.
Okay, thank you so much for your submissions. We will get back to you. Yes, what is it, Alex?
Thank you for being honest that BBI is working in your mind. Thank you.
Okay, Jakindu Bey, what do you want to say? Jakindu, okay, Andrew. Andrew, unmute.
Nataka kumwambia
Sasa Jakindu Bey, ni nini unafanya? Nikikuita unachukua muda sasa, mpaka mimi nikafikiria haupo.
hapana, mimi niko.
Okay, Andrew, ngoja kidogo tusikie Jakindu Bey alafu tarudi kwako.
Hapana, nipo bwana Demba, pole sana, sikusikia ujambo, lakini
Jambo Jakindu Bey.
Internet yako ina drag.
Sikusikia bwana. Nilikuwa nafikiri labda nilitoka kidogo kuchukua maji ya kunywa. Kitu nilikuwa nataka kumwambia ndugu yangu Fighter kwamba nachangaa sana na ndugu yangu kwamba unataka kumpatia mtu ambaye alikataa devolution, na devolution sahihi wewe mwenyewe unaipongeza, na huyu mtu ambaye unataka kumchagua alipinga devolution, hakuitaka. Ataitengenezaje unaposema yeye ndio umpatie hiyo leadership, na yeye alikuwa hataki hiyo devolution, hakuitaka. Kwa hiyo sometimes mi naona sisi upenda kupiga hatua moja, nyingine tunarudi nyuma, kwa sababu hiyo ndio imetuvuruga, kwa sababu wale watu ambao wana mipango tunawakataa, tunawapatia watu ambao hawana mipango, alafu tunalia baadaye kwamba pana hii kitu haikuwa namna hii, tulikuwa tukitaka hivi. Kusema ati watu wengine wamekuja ati ndio wamefanya makamu wa rais afanye kazi, hiyo ni uongo. Wewe ukiwa na assistant wako ambaye assistant wako unataka afuate vile mipango zile unataka support hizo mipango. Kama support hiyo mipango, ni assistant wako wa namna gani? Kwa sababu kila mahali popote kunapokuwa na assistant vice president, kusema ukweli, ni kama spare wheel. Ni kwamba huwa yuko pale kufanya kwamba kama president akiwa na shida yoyote, yeye ana step in. Kazi yake si ya yeye kuleta policy, kazi yake ni kusupport. Sasa ninyi mnataka huyu mtu support president, alafu at the same time kwa sababu kusema eti sijui BBI eti mtu amekuja. Hata kama mtu mwingine akija, kazi ya DP ni kusupport president wake, kusupport hata hiyo kitu imekuja. Hiyo ndio mtu yoyote ukiwa DP inatakiwa ile kitu inaitwa loyal to your boss, loyalty.
Yeah? That is not the spirit of the 2010 constitution as far as
hiyo ni fujo. Ngoja nimalize. Hiyo ni fujo. Huwezi kufanya na bosi yako, mnakaa kwa meeting, bosi anasema tunaenda kufanya hivi, wewe ukitoka nje unasema hapana, huyo bosi anawadanganya. Hiyo ni fujo. Na hiyo fujo hamwezi kuendelea kama mna fujo. Sisi tunataka nchi ambayo ina ukamilifu. It doesn't matter hata kama ni Ruto, tunataka akiwa president, tunataka awe na makamu wa rais ambaye ni mwaminifu kwake, ambaye anafuata vile, manake mipango ni ya serikali, mipango ni ya president. Hii serikali ikiandikwa kwa history inasemekana president alikuwa Uhuru. Hauwezi kusikia mahali wanasema president alikuwa Ruto. Ni president ni Uhuru. Kwa hata sasa mna blame, kama kuna makosa mna blame Uhuru, lakini kama kuna uzuri mnataka Ruto awekwe ndani, lakini kama kuna makosa ni Uhuru. Hiyo ngoja nimalize ndugu yangu. Mimi wakati unazungumza sina nyamaza tu. Nilinyamaza.
Haya, maliza mzee.
Hivyo ndivyo uzuri. Wacha tu nimalize, mahali ninasema vibaya wewe na wewe utasema, ndio? Lakini kitu ninachosema, unaona hata sasa tunapozungumza haifai tuzungumze tukijibiana. Unataka mtu mmoja amalize alafu mwingine aseme. Hiyo ndio utaratibu mzuri, ndio unapata vile nasema, wengine wanapata vile nasema. Kitu nasema ni kwamba unaposema hiyo constitution iko na constitution ndani yake, inakuwa na uaminifu, udilifu ndani ya hiyo constitution. Lazima hizo vitu tufanye sisi wenyewe. Inakuwa na uaminifu, inakuwa na kwamba unakataa wizi. Hizo zote ni lazima tuzifanye sisi wenyewe. Si kila kitu lazima constitution ituonyeshe. Sisi hiyo constitution ni sisi tunaitengeneza. Kwa hiyo tunataka watu wenye uadilifu, watu waaminifu, na hiyo ndio inaweza kufanya mfanye kazi vizuri. Kwa saa hizi Kenya ni tulivu kwa sababu sisi sote tunazungumza pamoja. Hata sisi pale tuko hapa kwa hii panel tunazungumza kwa kuelewana kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Lakini kama kuna fujo hatuwezi tukazungumza. Kwa hiyo makamu wa rais kazi yake anapewa hiyo kazi ya makamu wa rais ni spare wheel kwa kikamilifu. Yeye yuko pale kwa kwamba kama kuna problem, kuna president ana step in. Hii hakuna pingamizi. Lakini haiwezi kuwa wewe unataka ku step in, lakini huyo president unamuita ni tapeli, unasema ni mlevi. Hizo huwezi kumwambia bosi wako hivyo. Hata wewe huwezi kuwa na mtu ambaye anakufuata ambaye anasema wewe ni tapeli na mnafanya kazi na yeye, wewe utakubali? Na wewe huwezi kumpatia nafasi vile Uhuru wamefanya. Asante sana.
Okay, wacha tusikize kutoka kwa Andrew kwanza, alafu ndio we'll have a response from me and Neb, then we go around again, at least tusikize wengine. Andrew.
Yes, sir.
Sema.
I want to be straight to the point here, so quick. Number one is about the Constitution 2010. As you all know, you know who was against it and who didn't want it. As my friend here, the fighter, said, the Constitution 2010 is the one which actually has brought more of the improvements, not necessarily the Jubilee government, because the Constitution itself is the one which actually developed this system of governance, whereby we have regional counties, like counties for each part of Kenya, for easy development and also management of resources within the regional localities. So that's being said, so it's something which actually started by, let's give the credit to whoever who brought it. That's Honorable Raila Odinga. They are the one who brought this, and we can see the benefit right there in front of our doors. Number two, he said about the infrastructure, specifically road networks. For those who are who have been to Kenya like all the time, or who are in Kenya right now, let me use for instance the Nairobi city here. From 2013 to 2017, and from 2017 to now, you can actually testify to me that what is the changes which you have seen in terms of infrastructure from the past 5 years, from 2013 to 2017, and from since right after the election there up to now where we are. You can see that most of the infrastructure, almost 90+%, have been done actually between this 2017 to right now within Nairobi. You can see it as, even right now we are almost going to kick off the traffic jam within the Nairobi by opening the expressway, which will help us actually for those who will be going up to the probably to the airport and back. That one alone is a great improvement, which I don't know if it were not for this the peace and harmony which came through the handshake, whether they would have achieved that much. Number three is about I want to talk about this a little bit, about the opposition, what happened all the way up to now. Let's not go around the bush saying this and that. Ruto was in the government, and they chose the fighters, the military, the soldiers who were in front to fight for them. And unfortunately, those soldiers, most of them are still in power up to now. They haven't been fired. Yeah? A good example, my friend fighter is your brother, Matiang'i. Yeah? Matiang'i was chosen by the government, the two guys, but Matiang'i worked tirelessly on opposition. What happened, the way they worked on opposition, they tortured them even before the Uhuru Park ceremony, which was, you say, Miguna Miguna administered the oath to Honorable Raila Odinga. Matiang'i worked on opposition ruthlessly. and everybody was complaining. Kenya was, and those people who are with the deputy president right now, who actually, when the staff turned from the other hand to the other hand, now they are crying. They have been actually hit hard also. They are the one who was shouting to the loudest of their voice that now give them harder, push them, step on them, step on their toes. But now you see, we keep on. This is the kind of the people we have who are just, when power is on their side, they enjoy treating the others in a negative or a bad way, which by they don't think that in one way or the other this thing can also be done to them. They say treat the others the way you want them to treat you. So this person, I can say, sometimes I listen to the debate here. I found that everybody is almost like 90% to 90 plus Azimio here, and I feel like, should I take side to maybe to defend Honorable Ruto, so that maybe to create some two sides for easy debate, for something which becomes more heated a little bit. But when I try to find out what kind of points I can actually raise on this person, I find nothing. The man is full of actual hatred and lies. That's the only thing for sure. We need to be sincere on this, and as Kenyans, we don't have to hide because we need or we support so and so, or it belongs to your community or to our community, that we should support this kind of people. There are some actually norms and attitudes which we don't have to entertain. You see, when somebody eats, let me use that term, is eating rice, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that person is irreparable. We need to go away from that, because it's not bringing any change or any reparation to our country in Kenya, actually. Like today, he went, I think you saw what he said in Nyeri. He said he's going to use the avocado to repay the debt of China. That's what he said, and I was actually calculating that he can sell the avocado, which is being sold at 20 shillings in the national market, to Chinese at 150 shillings, and now to ask them to repay the debt using those avocados, and people are grabbing. And I was like, now, how much are you going to buy from these farmers for them to repay their loans, or you are going to take that avocados without paying them? How are you? What is the strategy? There are some things we hear which are somebody cannot substantiate, or as a normal human being, when you really listen to them, you wonder where we are heading to. Please, let's not support somebody because we support him. Let's have varied reasons and why you support somebody. But somebody who lies in front, even going to church, does not fear to stand at the pulpit or in front of the congregation and lie that, when I get this, I will do this. When I think next time we will say, you might stand up and promise that when you elect me, you will all have everlasting life. That's my take.
Ian,
Then are you in on the phone? So
Ian,
on the phone.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, Mkwana.
Okay. Fighter, just 30 seconds, and then you said that the deputy is the principal assistant, and he cannot do anything in terms of policy because he takes direction from the president. And at some point you said it's because the duo are together and they worked together. That's why they were able to do that. And I mean, can you really be particular on how that works if everything that is done is the president and the deputy is just the principal assistant? How do you give him a credit again there? since he's
Alex.
just following instructions.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Alex, the origination of the origin of Uruto was a combination of URB, I think, and TNA. These two parties, they came together for a purpose. So they had a gentleman agreement at that time, which you cannot base it on the constitution. So to say, there is a rumors out there that there was sharing of ministerial whatever it is as per their agreement, the actual agreement. But when they came into 2017, what made it to be different is because they changed that Uruto. They came up with one house, Jubilee. So what am I saying? I am saying the reason as to why it seems that they worked together, they were just trying to work together, like even if there was a president whose responsibilities were determined in the constitution, but they had an agreement between them, like the one that which they were saying earlier on. They were saying yako kumi yangu kumi na yako kumi. That was a gentleman agreement which cannot be based. Even that's why you hear the deputy president says there's no one who owes him, because it's not anywhere. It cannot be found anywhere. So when they were working together in that basis of their own agreement, we all know what they did. So that's why I was saying, in as far as like, and now we come up with the principal assistance of the president, who is the DP. He might not do some things by himself, but the reason as to why the spirit of the Constitution 2010 was the old Constitution was changed to the 2010 Constitution is that the vice president was surviving on the mercies of the president. If he wants to fire him today and tomorrow bring another one, that was at the mercies of the president. So now at the Constitution of 2010, the deputy president cannot do anything, but might advise the president. And it's not mandatory that the president must agree with whatever is being told by his deputy president.
Fighter, we were not defining. Fighter, you said at the beginning that the Jubilee government, and you gave credit to the duo that they worked together. But earlier you had said that the DP has nothing to do with anything. It's just a principle.
I have given you a definition as in why I say that. They were together on their personal agreement before.
So why do you give Ruto that credit when he's just a personal assistant?
So I want to. They are a pair. They have come. That government is for Jubilee. It's a presidency. It's not for Uhuru. That's why I cannot even fire him. But I want to be candid and say something here in a minute that, you know, we can run away from the facts so far as we know, and maybe because you have more points as you can trick me because you have many, and make your point.
You said the deputy was the principal assistant, and in terms of policy, there is nothing he can do. We are just using your words. Fighter, relax. Fighter, we agreed to what you had told us before, and we did not defend it. You told us, and we agreed that the deputy is the principal assistant in terms of policy. We know it's defined in the Constitution. There is nothing he can do, and we agreed with you. And when Temba asked you for points in regard to what has Jubilee government done, you said it, but you ended up saying it is only because they were a duo. Now, when Raila came in, everything went off. So my question is, what was the role of the deputy then, if he was just a principal advisor and there is no policy initiative he could do?
If he has not been assigned by his boss, as in the way he was being assigned earlier on, what could you expect him to do more than what he has been told to do? And for them, as a matter of fact, the principals, the president himself has never ever come out and say that I gave him this job to do. He never did it. So how do you weigh and say now he has done it?
The
This time he
president
has not
this
done it.
week said, I told him tuende tufanye kazi. Wakasema, the president said it very clear. If you did not hear it, that clip should be put. The president said, I told him tuache siasa tuende tufanye kazi. Siasa haifanywi juu ya gari. I mean, where were you? I mean, who is the visitor in Jerusalem here?
Mr. Alex, siasa haifanyi juu ya gari. The president has, the DP has answered that one very clear, but I don't want to repeat it. And to be honest, let us be honest. There is no work in the offices. You know, the word the tanga, if you can remember where it came from, there was a meeting of Uhuru Kenyatta in Nyeri, somewhere in Kikuyuni, whereby some of the people wanted to give him some things which he has not done in the county.
Said there is no work in the offices.
Wait a minute. They asked him to do, or they wanted to tell him what he has to do. Then he told them, huyu kichana Ruto anatangatanga hapa, akikuja mtamwambia hiyo shida zenu zote, atakuja kuniambia. So that tangatanga came like that, if you can remember where it started from. So there is no way you can say you are going to work in the office when you cannot go to the fields. So let us not, in as much as someone, Jakindube said one thing which I want to counter before I finish, that DB was against the Constitution 2010, which I embrace and say it has done so much. Well and good. I was against the Constitution 2010, I voted against it. But when it came to power, when the majority won, I had no option other than to adopt it. Even today, I am completely against the presidency of Raila Amolo Odinga. But if we win tomorrow, which is on the August 9th, I will be bound to be still the citizen of Kenya, and I will abide by the rules of the country. So there is nothing, the majority rules, as soon as, but we would have had our say, but the majority must rule. So don't make it a credit that because Raila is the one who was supporting the constitution, now he has all the rights. There are people who supported that constitution, even now they don't live, they died along the way. So how do we credit, how do we pay them?
Okay.
I'm trying to say, I'm finishing here.
On the same vein, I can ask you probably on the statement you have made. So if therefore that is true what you're saying, which I agree with, that if a president has been elected, you're bound by that. Deputy president has been saying that these other people should not talk because they do not know how we looked for the presidency. Do you think that is a correct position? That is, okay, let me put it general. Do you think a government should not be criticized after an election because you don't know how it was formed?
Not, you know, that is, we are now in politics, and everyone has the right to say anything which he wants to say. And you have heard me several times here saying,
so you don't agree with that, right?
I am saying they should be criticized if there is something which they have not done. And the president is very clear on that. He has literally said he cannot be denied for what they managed to do. At the same time, he says, allow me to continue. That's what he's asking from Kenyans, to allow him to do what he thought they could have done as stupid government, which they did not do. He's not saying that they have done everything. So what I was, I've now gone out of what I wanted to say, but if I remember, I'll come up because you took me out of the way.
No problem. It's okay.
Fighter.
It's okay, Jakindube. It's okay.
No, nataka kumwambia mimi nimekusikia Fighter, na mimi nitakuwa nakusikiliza tu kwa sababu nakuelewa. Asante sana.
Umeona Fighter hajakubaliana na Ruto hapo kwa kusema ya kwamba asikosolewe. So Fighter is just remain there. When you remember whatever it is you wanted to say, you can always come. George is it George what? Wait, George Gakure. George Gakure. How are you, sir? George, can you unmute and talk? George, you are still muted. Unmute yourself first before you start talking.
Okay.
Okay,
Hello.
go ahead. Yeah,
You
go
can
ahead.
hear me. Yeah, yangu ni kuwasalimia sana Jackie Dube, Njiro, Jeffrey, Andrew, Fighter, Alex, Princess, Dick Miss. Me yangu, yesterday I was to enter to the forum, but unfortunately the network was poor. My issue today, or the issue yesterday I wanted to raise, is about the issue of bottom-up economy, and I saw you guys, you brought the same topic today. The strategy the DP is using. Okay, even if as we talk about, we criticize this bottom up or which method of economy, some things are real, they are a reality. Like now, when the guys say, we're gonna put money in the economy of this Mama Mboga, the hustler, the Buddha Buddha guys, the big people who do business, small scale business, the wheelbarrow guys who make a lot. Me, I know people who make money using wheelbarrow. I see people raising from wheelbarrow to buying boda boda and buying even open shops and even buying matatus. So what it means about
From
bottom up here?
wheelbarrow, did you say? Wheelbarrow to border?
Yeah, you can raise from that. Yeah, that Alex, that is normal. You can raise from a wheelbarrow guy to a boda boda.
Oh gosh.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me finish my
Alex,
point.
Alex, Gakure, please a minute, just a minute. I want to interject, just Alex, just a minute here. Alex, when I came to this country where I am, I can assure you, I had 2,000 shillings. I had 2,000 shillings, Kenyan shillings, which is equivalent to 200 pula here. If I tell you how much I have, I can get now. You can't believe it. So someone
Ulinunua
can come
wheelbarrow
from as
huko?
far as someone can come from down, depending on
No,
what you want.
That is not what I was asking. My friend, do not lie to us. This country has opportunities, my friend. You cannot compare Rome and Nyalenda. No, my friend. Don't lie to our people. Don't lie to our people. Gakure, just continue. But don't
Okay,
say this country and Kenya is the same. This country
Which
has an
country?
opportunity
Which
everywhere we
country are you
go.
talking about?
Right now, I am looking here and I'm seeing now hiring many countries, but not Kenya.
okay. Let me continue, please. Remember what I mean is this. For example, like me, okay, I have been employed, and there was a time I bought a motorbike, and that motorbike I was able even to open a auto spare, motorbike auto spare. But since I didn't have good capital to be able to compete with the market, I had to close the business. That's why you hear Ruto said, if we can pump money in the economy, and these guys they return that money in small interest, boosting the business and mind you, even if we are not all business, we know we are people who are graduate, people who do white collar job. For me, if I'm, for example, Raila, I could offer a solution to these guys. If not giving them soft loans, what else can we do to these people? We cannot diminish them, surely. If you go to Githurai, you see a guy selling watermelon with a wheelbarrow. That guy can make even 1,000 in a day. And say there's somebody employed in Kenya who is earning 10,000 K.
Gakure.
So, yes, sir.
The problem is not what you can paint anything, make it look very big, yeah? But the problem is the people you are talking about are already down. Even if you pump money into an economy that doesn't have people to do that, like if you give Mutu, let's say, okay, let me ask you, for example, you have given a Mutu a wheelbarrow, you have given him wheelbarrow na umempatia mboga. Yule mtu wa kununua hana pesa ya kununua hizo vitu. Unaelewa? Kwa sababu right now where we are talking about an economy that is already on its knees. That means people's buying power haiko. Okay? It doesn't matter how much supply you will supply. There's no money to even spend. So this is a bottomless pit. That's what I'm saying, because as we speak right now, they actually talk about Kenya has borrowed excessively. That is where we are at. They talk about Kenya not being, I mean, the criticism. Let me, I'm just speaking on the criticism of the current government, that they're not able to even give money to counties right now. All right? They're not able to pay members. Now, Ndi spoke today. I actually listened to him because I needed also to now try and appreciate from his perspective what is this he's talking about. I realized that this 6 billion Ruto keeps talking about, it is coming from Ndi. Because Ndi says the budget of Kenya is 600 billion shillings. So what you need to do, according to him, he says you need to take 3%. And according to him, 3% is 30 billion. So you need to take that 30 billion and then pump it to the economy. According to him, you give SACCO. Now, when you listen to one of the guys in that forum said that we don't need to give logbooks, we don't need to give anything, we just need to have gentleman's agreement in these SACCOs. Okay? I don't mind. But now we are dealing with an economy whose buying power is low. So what are you saying? You take 30 billion, you want to take without any surety, without nothing. Take it to the people and then give this a chance to sell to people who don't have money to sell. What is going to happen eventually? You're going to have bad defaulters because this money is not going to be coming back. Now, let me tell you the feeling why the youth fund, some of the challenges it is facing. People saying that money from government doesn't have to be returned. You know, it's supposed to be a revolving money. So people say money from government doesn't have to be returned. So you'll have defaulters who are defaulting. In fact, with what they are saying, pumping money, giving to SACCOs, Kenya will be a larger debt than what we are dealing with right now. If you don't have systems and structures of providing that, whatever, there's no way of following up. You are telling them don't bring logbooks, don't bring anything. It's just a gentleman's agreement, a SACCO. How many SACCOs can afford that? So I agree to the extent that you are saying that we can empower and create industries. First of all, create buying power of industries. And that is what you talked about and said, we have to expand the economy in terms of industries. Let the people produce, then they gain that buying power. How do they produce? Infrastructure, industries. What are the things that they are selling from down there? Don't give them, what you're talking about is now taking money to give them, form yourself into some circles, we give you monies. Now we are pumping money into the economy. You pump money that you don't have. You're already in debt right now, as we speak. Who is it? I think it is ENM or someone who has said that people do not have jobs in Kenya. So you are pumping money into that economy where people don't have jobs. And where are you pumping? You're pumping into consumer goods. Consumer goods operate by people having buying power to buy.
That's why VAT has increased.
So you see what I'm talking about. So you can agree. You don't trust a lion that has come from a certain thicket and is telling you the safety there. Come, I show you. It might be saying the good thing, but it's a lion. Okay, back to you, George.
Okay, my point is here is we cannot generalize the job they do, because that's the way they can do. That's the way they can earn their income as at now. Because if you see the level of job, the unemployment, surely the unemployment level is very high, which we cannot be able, all of us, go to the white collar job, which is, there is no job like that. So instead of saying these people people need to upgrade, they just not do that business, they should bring an alternative, because they are a person who brings his family using those border and those stuffs. So when Ruto says I wanna bring money and support these guys, their business, I think it should be a good gesture. But still he can be asked, okay, what I think the opposition, the Azimio could be asking, what about the learned guys? Like, what about the graduates? What about those people who are finishing their courses?
Tafadhali George.
Yeah?
George.
Yes, ask a question.
What we need, not hiyo unasema, hauwezi kuwapatia pesa. Ukiwapatia pesa watu wa bodaboda, mtu amenunua bodaboda mbili, customer watatoka wapi? Au wote umesema hawana kazi, atapata customer wapi? Kwa sababu mtu wa bodaboda anataka customer, mtu wa mboga anataka customer. Sasa umempatia mtu wa mboga amenunua mboga na mtu wa kuja kununua mboga hakuna. How do you create economy namna hiyo?
Jakidube, what I mean is this. That's part of Kenya. Those are a part of Kenya. They are small percentage, but we cannot see because that's a small percentage. They must have a way out of helping the other graduates. That's where I was going. How to help people to bring the graduates, how they can open industries, liver techs, you see? Sorry?
I have a question for you, George.
Okay, ask.
My name is David. Nilikuwa nauliza.
Yes, ask.
Watu kama David D na watu wengi saa hizi, hata huyu William Ruto, they went to Nyeri today and they were trying to insinuate that Mr. Kibaki, his government was the best. Now the current one is not really doing anything. My question is, since all these guys like Nagashagwa, everybody else have been saying in Kibaki's time, the economy was doing exceptionally very, very well. How much money did Kibaki pump to the people? And what procedure did he use so that the economy, all of a sudden, people came from the other era and began to do very well? Ilikuwa ni watu walipewa pesa mashinani na mawheelbarrows na mabaiskeli, or the economy, able to elezee how were they able to make it? The economy ilianza kuimprove kwa njia gani?
Do you know the Kibaki time, hata ukikumbuka, Kibaki left a debt of billions. We were not even trillion, we were in billions. And still we were doing roads. We were doing roads like Thika Road. And still the economy, there was money in circulation in the economy. So
nauliza when Kibaki came, we were all on our knees. Ukiangalia hata the level ya mambo nyingi sana ilikuwa chini sana wakati Moi alichukua, wakati Kibaki alikuwa natoka. Sasa hizi mnatuambia you're going to pump money to these bodabodas, msijui mama mboga, sijui nani, you pump money to these people. Kibaki alipump money kwa nani?
Okay, the issue for Kibaki, I cannot answer but I was telling you, Kibaki number one hakukopa deni sana. He never overborrowed. The guy had balance.
George, jibu swali. Huyo jamaa amekuuliza swali nzuri sana.
Okay. Acha nikujibu.
Amekuuliza hivi. Amekuuliza Kibaki alipump money kutoka, aliwapatia pesa watu gani?
Okay, wacha nijibu.
Kutengeneza economy. Na
Kibaki
kama hakupump, kama ujui sema tu sijui.
Kibaki hakupeana. Okay, Kibaki hakupeana pesa. That's what I know.
Basi.
Yeah.
So kama Kibaki hakupatiana pesa, can we say serikali ya Kibaki during that time kulikuwa na a lot of development and there was a lot of money in circulation? Where did that money come from?
Okay, to me I can only say Kibaki balanced the borrowing and try to balance the borrowing and the building of roads and all the infrastructure he was doing and electricity. So there was money. That's what I can say. But here we see even the bread is 80 shillings. What does it mean? The taxes we are paying taxes for those SGR and all those stuffs to be able to meet our own. Do you get my point?
You are
No,
not answering the question
no, you are
because
not answering the
kama
question.
Okay,
saizi
so where are you
ukisoma
going to get that money to give people if you are not going to get loans again? Are you not going to increase the debt ceiling?
Not
The one that you are still complaining.
Alex, what I'm saying is this. It's not a must you do development at once. Those big projects Uhuru is doing, they are not bad, they are good. But for now, he has to balance the economy. He can pump that money instead of just borrowing loans. We can use our own money and
George,
pump the economy.
George,
Yeah.
is it wrong for a country to be in debt?
No. Even the US, they take loans. Yeah. It's not wrong.
By
But you
the
have to balance
information,
the borrowing.
hold on.
Yeah.
The information I have is current, that is 2020. The debt for the US was 23.3 trillion. That is as of February 2020.
Yep.
And the public, that is 20, I've said 23.3 trillion.
Yep.
And the public was holding 22 trillion of that national debt. And then, of course, there was foreign governments which the US had borrowed from, and of course, others were banks and investors. Now, I listened to D, and his interesting view that he pointed out at that place was, you don't borrow money from the same economy. That was one of the things he said. So he said, we have overborrowed even from the economy itself. You pump money into that economy. The US has borrowed from its own. Okay. So what I'm telling you is these, number one, first of all, I want to suggest D was not supposed, you know, there are two parts of campaign. There are the technical people, and then there's the politics of it. So D is a technical person. But one thing has happened that has, even him, he alluded to that fact. He said that some people have actually gone ahead and spoiled this thing. That means that the heat has become, the kitchen has become too hot, such that, you see, D is being paid by the deputy president. And because he's on pay, he was told, hii kitu meleta, tunagongwa nayo. So you have to go out there and be the one to explain. All right? Yeah. So today, it is the first time I'm seeing a technical person coming to give you know, to give his presentation. It's like, huyu jamaa wenyu ndiye anaona hii kitu bwana, acha kuja waeleze. You know, that is what I saw. And so even when you listen to him, he's trying to break that. According to Kenya, we have 600 billion. And he was even telling them, I'm the one who is going to do that work. You get? Yeah. Which is in itself, first of all, where is he going to get that money? Because the same people, when you leave that rally, you are going to say the government has not been paying people, the government has not been having money, the government has. So where are they going to get this 600 billion that he's talking about? Where are they going to get this 30 billion? Because the economy is not performing as it is. And that is why the deputy president, when he was talking today, you could hear him saying the topic for our discussion today, that give me only 5 years. Now you see, there's a case in which you have tried until now you are starting to bargain. Okay, fine, I don't want the 10, nisaidie tu na 5 basi. Hiyo 10 inakaa mnaona ni ngumu sana, nisaidieni tu na 5. Now, even that 5 we are going to give you, if as at now tuko na deni, within 5 years unafikiria mtakuwa mmelipa madeni na hiyo bottom up? It's not possible. So I agree with you to the extent that the economy needs to grow, like the devolution has said, from down, build industries. You don't struggle on how you're going to eat the same cake. You have to go back to the kitchen and bake a bigger cake. Economy grow via industries. People spend what they have. They don't spend what they don't have. So as soon as you grow an industry, I mean, an economy, you have money. When people have money excess in their pocket, now they have power to buy. Now, even that mama mboga will not need to be given money. Someone will be buying, they will need goods. What will happen? They will run to the farms to get. When they run to the farms, the farmer will realize people need more of this mboga. So what will happen? He will hire more people to come and work. This person who is hired to come and work and help in farming, he will be paid. He's paid. He has power to buy. That's how you don't tell people, you just sit there, wait will form you in circles. Circles do something. What is the circle doing? Circle is doing probably, let's say for example, you're saying boda boda circle. If you're boda boda circle, what are you supposed to be doing? You're supposed to ferry people. And that is what Jakindube is saying. You are ferrying someone, you are 100 boda bodas on one stage where people are not paying even that. And you know, the more boda bodas you have, the less you charge. So if you have 100 boda bodas, they're not going to be paying 50. They'll go down. They'll be paying 20. So how long will it take you to repay that loan? So very soon watakuja kushikwa hizi defaulting, hizi bodaboda zichukuliwe. Now who is going to be buying this bodaboda? The same politicians are the ones who are going to be selling the bodabodas. And they know when you don't pay, I'll come and get it. You get what I mean? So Kenyans will be taken back to slavery. You are moving from the frying pan, sijui fuliza. You are going to the fire. Now you are owing the government with your boda boda. Then it's gone. Just hold on, George. I see Julia has something she wants to say, then you can respond.
Yes, thank you. I like the debate about bottoms up. And someone asked Mr. Kakure, where will you get the money? Someone also asked him, Kibaki's economy, were they pumping money? I think I've lived through that generation. I began working when Barclays Bank could not give people a loan, and you could not bank your money in Barclays Bank because you needed to have a minimum of 10,000 to have an account in Barclays Bank. But after Kibaki came, he did some revolution of the banking system. So came in the circle. I began working when we could not access loans from the banks, but came in the circle and then came in cooperative bank, which is financing circles. So now people can access loans at small interest. So Mr. Kakure, it is not that Kenyans cannot access loans. So that one, UDA should know that. Kenyans can now access low interest loans. Kenyans can access those low interest loans. Now, the other thing, I'm really shocked that UDA wants to take us back to some outdated economy. Are you trying to tell us that Kenyans are going to be using boda bodas for the next 50 years? Are you trying to tell us that now we should begin thinking of Kenyans earning a living through using boda bodas? Are we not thinking what someone is saying, Mr. Demba is saying, that we should now invest in industrialization? We should invest in, we should stop producing raw coffee and produce processed coffee. We should stop selling raw tea and start selling processed tea, so that our people get employed in those industries. Can't you see we stop this thing of telling people we should buy them more boda bodas? How long are you going to buy them? How long are you going to buy them? Now, the economists like America are financing what we call blue collar jobs. They're not asking people to go back and take djembes and start digging. No, they're trying to take people to another level. Now, UDA wants us to go back and tell our children that we can give you like 20,000 and buy this and do that. No, we should now move the next level. We should ask ourselves, now, what is the main thing ailing our economy? Why we have so much taxes that are being collected and we don't know where those taxes are going? The problem is one, period, corruption. That is the biggest problem. We cannot account for the money collected in this country. That is why people are saying Kibaki was doing better. Because however much Kibaki really tried to fight corruption, and he tried to account for he was not greedy. He was not greedy. He didn't want to become rich. He's not even wealthy. He didn't want to make so much money. That is why every money that was collected, that was accounted for. Now, so criticizing the current government, saying that they have spent loans on infrastructure. We need that infrastructure. We need good roads everywhere in the country. We need electricity. We need power. We need water, clean water for every Kenyan. I was really ashamed. I should play that clip for, I think when I get it, I will play for you. I saw a school in Nandi County. Amatope, shule ya Matope iko Nandi County. Shule ya Matope. Hiyo shule ni kuanguka inaanguka. It is a shame. Now, me, I'm asking myself, when you are saying you're going to pump money, you're going to give, okay, I'm Julia, I'm here, I'm coming back. You're going to give me like 50,000. Nianze soko mjinga hapo. Unataka kuniambia by the end of this year you'll be having that soko mjinga? I'll not be having it. That will be wasted money. But if you can like build big markets like Gikomba and the rest and have people come, I mean, invest for them the infrastructure, you know, put for them the basic infrastructure, what they cannot do. Then leave the rest to the banks. Let the banks continue giving loans at those interest loans. Let equity continue performing the way it is performing. Let the circle continue. Don't talk about giving people cash money which they cannot account for. No, let Julia go to Equity Bank and get that bank loan which she can account for, and the bank can come after me. You see? Don't talk about the government dishing money. No, let the government build the infrastructure, build those good markets, invest on agriculture, make the avocados processed. You know, make sure you are farming avocados, we are going to process them. Now, today somebody, I want to surprise you. Today somebody bought me some flowers, and those flowers are grown in Naivasha. I'm here in the US. I am having some flowers grown in Naivasha, Kenya. But unfortunately, who are growing those flowers? They are foreigners. Why we can't help our Kenyans come with that? Don't give them money. Build the infrastructure so they become productive. Stop telling us small time things of Buddha time business. No, we appreciate those businesses are good. We appreciate that people are making a living out of that, but now we can take them to the next level. So build the infrastructure, get good roads for Kenyans, get electricity for Kenyans, get water for Kenyans. Let things start running. Now, another thing I want to mention, now those who are economists here, too much money chasing very few goods will cause inflation like the one that happened in Uganda. So you cannot pump money into people's pockets when you have very few goods to be bought. So too much money chasing very few goods doesn't make sense. So what Ruto needs to tell us, where will he get that money from? Atatoa wapi yo pesa? That money should produce itself. So this, what we need in Kenya, I said this earlier in this show, and I'm going to repeat this. We just need three things. We need basic infrastructure, that is good roads. We need power. We need water for Kenya, and then we need Kenyans to access good quality health services. And the other thing we need is equitable education, kwa sababu Wakenya wamesota. Kwa nini? Wakenya wote wamesota kwa sababu every time wanaamka wakiota nitalipa fees na nini. Every Kenyan has a headache. How will my child go to school? But if I wake up one day and know that mtoto wangu anachukuliwa hapo nje, ama my child is walking to the next good school without paying a single coin, then I am going to relax. And then the next thing, ask your leaders. Let them tell us how are they going to bring down corruption. I had somebody akitetea Ruto hapa. I want somebody, the next discussion, I want people who wanatetea UDA to discuss Raila and tell us how many corruption cases Raila has had. You know, I want somebody to criticize him and tell us, 1, he has had this corruption case, 2, this corruption case, 3, this corruption case. And then I want these people to tell us how UDA is going to deal with corruption, because the biggest problem here, Kenyans are productive, Kenyans are very hardworking, Kenyans are very outgoing. It is just corruption, period. That's the biggest problem. Thank you.
Okay, George, very quickly, and then we start taking our closing remarks. George.
Okay, what I can say, Demba, is not that we deal with, it's not that we are telling people to stay in wheelbarrows and border only. What there is the sense here is you can raise from a border with a good environment, getting soft loans that with low interest that you can be able to pay and improve your life. You can start from nothing to something. That is the point. Within unemployment in Kenya, you cannot say that you just one day and wake up and everything will be okay. We are the unemployed. We are a very high level of unemployment. So open industries, as the member said, that's where I was going. You have to open industries. You have to open Rivertex. You have to open Mumias. You have to open all those industries which can get some use there. You cannot rely on one sector of economy. That's one of sector. The Boda stuff and the business more, that's a small sector. So that's my point. Let's leave it there. The other point I have, which is the last one, is about Uhuru. Uhuru, yes, he has performed in those electricity and infrastructure and all those he has done. But you have to balance all these. You don't have to be on one. Yeah, you have to balance the economy. To me, I feel there was a lot of over borrowing, and still there was still corruption. So that's what I can say about Uhuru. About Uhuru, his choice of presidential candidate. To me, I could see if I was Uhuru, I could support Raila chini ya maji, because now he has come openly into the political field, a retiring president, to campaign. You know, the presidential staff is a symbol of national unity. And now you are a president and you are inside here, yani uko pande moja, it shows, yani inaonyesha kugawa Kenya. To me, if I was Uhuru, I could support Raila chini ya maji. Yani something, it's not open like the way he's doing. No matter kama akona rights, I know he has the rights, like to vote, even rights to vote, he will vote. But it will make Kenya to, yani kugawana. Yeah, unaona? That's my sense for now. But still, we are waiting him in Mount Kenya. I know he's going to go and counter there in Mount Kenya. People are waiting for him eagerly. There are questions about economy that will be asked. About Yangu Kumi, Ruto Kumi, there is people who have those questions. And we are waiting for him. And I know, even if he will bring some small percentage, maybe like combining 40% to the Azimio, to me, I could not advise Uhuru to do that. That was the misguided thing he did. And that's all for me today. Unless if they have a question.
You know, Gakure, okay, we are taking our closing remarks now. I mean, we'll address that as where the teams. It's okay. No, it's okay. Yeah.
Other closing sijafanya. I have not submitted anything today.
Okay, then I'll come back to you. Just hold on. Gakure, I can assure you. Just hold on. Just mute the Kims. Judge Gakure. I can assure you, there's nobody will ask Uhuru anything when he goes to those are political rhetoric. When you say, let him come, we will ask him this. Nobody will ask him those. Well, the president doesn't go anywhere unplanned. So already, if he's going to go to let's say Kirinyaga, already there's advanced troop that has already gone there to clean up the place. So there are some shenanigans that you cannot start. Those are things that are good to say in some political rally. Yes, he's going to come. We are going to ask him. Nobody will ask him those questions. You know why? Because the people down there, already there are diverse opinions about whatever he's going to say. All right. There are some people there who know what the president has done, and there are people who support the president. So on to your point about the president coming out, I think for me, I find that as a little, you know, you guys are double speaking, because when we say that Ruto has been moving around, the president is the symbol of national unity. You say the deputy president is presidency, so he's also part of the presidency. So he's supposed also to be a symbol of national unity as we speak. Okay, and therefore he was supposed to be a symbol of national unity since 2018. Even after the handshake, he was supposed to be a symbol of national unity. So what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So if he decided that he's not a symbol of national unity and he ran away and started campaigning, then it means therefore it only applies to the president when now we want to talk about politics. Okay, that is aside. Today, Ruto said that you guys mnakumbuka yangu 10 yake 10. Sasa mi sitaki 10. Mimi nataka 5 tu. You see? So the same guy, if today the president was coming out supporting Ruto strongly, would it still be the same that he needs to be silent? He needs to be just seated quietly somewhere and he should not say something. Now, in the US, the previous presidents have actually gone out and supported their candidates. Like Obama went out when Hillary was campaigning. He went out and campaigned for her. It is normal. It is not something like it is unique happening in our country. It is not the first time a president has come out to campaign for the other one. In Uganda, when Kikwete was going, he campaigned for Magufuli.
Hey, my friend, Tanzania, not Uganda. Hey.
Not
Uganda has had a
Thank you.
president for 30 years.
Oh, you guys are awake. Yeah, I was trying to wake you guys up.
Mwalimu hapo umekosea.
Themba,
I was trying to confirm that you guys are awake. Yeah, in Tanzania,
Ulienda break ukakunywa
Kikwete.
kitu.
So, George Gakure, I'm just making that. Let me allow Dikims to speak so that maybe now we start taking our closing remarks. Dikims, as you address Gakure, kindly also have your 3 minutes, and then we start taking our 2 minutes round.
Yeah, Mr. George, I really appreciate you coming and actually coming to discuss these issues. And it is one thing when someone is on the podium with a mic, akihubiria watu maelfu na maelfu without taking any question. But it's another thing when we come to a broadcast and we have to come up with evidence na mambo yenye imeonekana kabisa. So I just have a few issues with your analogy. Number one ni ile ya pesa, kurusha pesa huko nini huko, the bottom up model ya kupea watu pesa haphazardly, unlike the one for Baba is saying they are targeting specific people who are in serious need, ama kama watu wenye wako kule Marsabit wenye wanakufa kwa njaa. You can see even those animals. Actually, we need to send some even food for the animals because watu wanakufa huko. But when you look at the way the economies work, in the US, I think you're in South Africa. Is that where you are?
Me?
George?
I'm in Washington, Seattle.
Wow, uko Seattle. Sasa hapa in the US, you know exactly what has been happening. They have done what they call stimulus. They've done that actually twice when I'm here. The first one was during the George Bush, and this one also happened during the COVID. And the purpose of that money was not actually to stimulate the people to go out there and begin businesses. It was actually to stimulate the already existing businesses, whereby kama sasa nikipata 1,000 nitaenda pale Market Basket ama Walmart ama wapi, and I go do my shopping there. That way watu wenye wameandikwa na Walmart, they don't end up being fired. That way you keep the money going and keep the money in circulation. So you go to the local businesses and you are promoting them. The model in the bottom-up model, it is not that. It is purporting to give us money tuende tuanzishe biashara. Right now, there are so many schemes in the country, in Kenya, whereby money is available all over the place. Kama ni mtu wa boda boda, you just walk in and you come out with a brand new motorcycle. It is happening all over the place. We happen to have a small project I was doing, and most of the watu wa mkono, they already have the motorcycles. You will not believe today when you go to a mjengo mahali, unakuta it is no longer bicycles, ni motorcycles. Ziko wanakuja na motorcycles in the morning. We have very hard-working young men and women before they come to work in the morning. Saa mbili excuse me, wanaenda nini? Excuse me. First of all, they go to work 5 in the morning, wanafanya maboda zao. By the time they are coming to work, they already have the money. These guys are so determined. Wanakuja kwa kazi, they park it there. Wakitoka saa 10, wanaenda wanaoga, wanarudi kazi. Like they are also doing doubles, like we are doing doubles in America. So what I'm saying, ya kwamba Kenya yenye tuko saizi, even when you hear, but of course, tuko watu wengi. Bodas ni mingi sana, such that these guys, they would prefer to do it on part-time because they cannot afford to do it full-time because they will not afford to pay the loans. But the bodas are available. If you would like one tomorrow, you walk in and you walk out, so long as you pay the X amount of money by the end of the day. So what I'm saying, there is a lot of money, there is a lot of groups. My mother herself, she's in one of the groups ya wanawake. The wanashona Bitcoin na nini, and there is money there. It's being pumped as we speak. So what I'm saying, we also have families. You know, we have tried to pump money to our own families. Na nikwambia ukweli tu kabisa, hata umefanya. Hao watu waamuki. You don't just pump money when you know hao watu wataenda wakunywe, wafungue rock, nini. You just waste a lot of money. So what I'm saying, what economy ijitengeneze. We create infrastructure, we create this and that, yenye itafanya hii economy ianze kujiamusha peke yake. Because, you know, the system will always correct itself. You know, muki over pump money, itajicorrect by inflation. You know na? So, the other thing I was trying to say, the reason why we have a lot of problems, and we see like the government of the day is not doing anything, is because mashida zetu za Wakenya ni mingi sana. You know, this has not just been a problem of the Jubilee government. We are starting from back in the day during Moi's time, Kibaki. All this is like an accumulation of problems. Ukiangalia ni kama mulima. It's like a mountain of a heap of issues. Education, Julia ni mwalimu. Atakwambia mambo za education, mashida za huko. Healthcare, hiyo ni shida ingine. Infrastructure, hizo ni shida zingine. Ukienda kwa devolution, hizo ni shida zingine. Ukienda kwa food security, hiyo ni shida ingine. Immigration is another problem. Land issues. Imagine you're having a lot of problems whereby now the Jubilee government wakikuja with all the shortcomings na hii pride ya watu, unajaribu kufanya kitu, watu wanakupinga all over the place. You just have to prioritize, you know. Ufanye kidogo. Kama saizi Jubilee government wamefanya kidogo with all the problems that they've had. Lakini saizi, and whoever is coming next, we hope it's Baba, he will have to pick up. Na wakati anachukua, he will also have to do a little bit. Pia hawezi kufanya yote. Usijui kama umewahi kwenda Kenya, unaona shida. You know, umebeba kama ni 1,000 kadhaa, ati unajaribu kusaidia watu, and you find you cannot even help anybody. Yani unaona tu hata afadhali niweke hii pesa yangu 10,000 kwa mfuko, because utasaidia nani na utaacha. Hata wewe mwenyewe mwananchi wa kawaida unachanganyikiwa. You can imagine the government. Marsabit, Moyale, watu wanakufa saa hizi, and the same Uhuru. Insecurity, like Kipia, sijui Lamu huko, watu bado wanapigana. Ukiwauliza wote wanaita serikali. You know, I mean, like there are issues all over the place. Mimi hata watu wenye wako na pesa bado wanasema serikali tusaidie. Ukiwa Uhuru, je, utafanya nini? So you just have to prioritize. Watu wanauliza ati serikali je tusaidia. I visited Mweki, I think in around November. I don't know, you know, Mweki in Kasarani. Huko kwa vijiji huko wanawekewa kabro. When this the NMS guy came, he's really doing a lot of work, and you can see they are really trying. Hao watu wanajaribu, you know. Kuko na kabro kwa mitaani, drainage ni mzuri. Hao watu plot ilikuwa inauzwa kama SGL for 4 million. I think ilikuwa inatoka before around 3 to 4 million. Today without 15 million, you cannot even buy that property. Is that not money in people's pocket? Watu wanaenda kutafuta ati pesa zianze kuruka tu kwa mifuko. But these guys are sitting on serious money now, you know, because when the road passes by your house, that is money that is coming to you. So sometimes we are expecting too much from the government, while the government has really done a lot. And most of the time it is going to be upon us. Watu wawache pombe, serikali itengeneze good working environment, and then all of us genius people like George and myself and all of us here will be innovators. We are the people who will come to who are going to be expected to come up with those industries. Hatuwezi kungojea ati government ituletee industries in Kenya, because guess what, we already have parastatals that are failing. We already have Mumia, Zoni, sijui Zoia Sugar, sijui nani, kuko na madizi material, NCPB, hizo zote they have failed. You know, government installed institutions, they are supposed to be generating money for us. So what am I saying? It is us, the people, with maybe a little bit of some resources, ama watu wenye wanaweza kuborrow some money, we go out there and we begin to partner with the government so that we can manage and hire these young people. Eventually, we are going to tap into that market. Now, we were not going to have as many unemployed youth as we can see today. But I'm telling you, hii mambo ya kutengeneza Kenya is like climbing Mount, hata si Mount Kenya, hii ni kama Everest, ile the tallest one, the most treacherous one. And we are going to have to do it step by step. And the way these people are coming, watu wa nini, the UDA people, you know, trying to bring us kutukatisha corner. Well, the vice president has been campaigning for the last 4 years. Actually, on the matter of fact, he was against the law, advocating for another party where he belonged to another party. That is clearly against the law. You are not supposed to do that. So when the president is coming to say that I would prefer so and so at the right time, why, kama hatu kusikia vibaya Ruto akihubiri for the last 4 years, why should we be so much worried about president coming for just 1 or 2 months? You know, maybe speaking one time a week. You know, I don't think there is any problem with that. Otherwise, we are going to be ni watu wenye kama si kwangu, wakati kwako kunaungua ni vizuri, lakini kwangu wakati kunaungua si vizuri. So let us be fair, let us be civil as always. Lakini hata sisi, like I always try to say every day in the show and many other shows, ni ya kwamba let us always look to what we can do for the government, not always what the government can do for us. And if it is the other way around, ukiona karatasi imeanguka Kenya, unaokota. You know, ukiona opportunity ya kutengeneza kiwanda ya mbao, yeah, you go for it and you hire ourselves 1,000 young men, so that eventually in 10 years the politics of the day will be different. Hatutaongea ati nitamjengea barabara ama nitamwekea maji, tutakuwa tumeshaziweka. Other than that, I think this debate is too long. And thank you, George, for coming, and everybody else. And we are really enjoying and actually making a lot of progress. Thank you very much, Temba. Back to you.
Thank you, Dickims, and thank you, George. Now, for benefit of those of us who would want to just read to understand. Number one, D says that the government has a budget of 600 billion. Now, a budget of 600 billion is a budget, it's not real money. That's a budget. It's just like you say you have a budget of 30,000. That's a budget. You don't have the money. Okay? So what you need to work on is what is the actual revenue that Kenya gets? What is the GDP? What is it that Kenya has? Right? So right now we are on deficit as a country. So that means whatever money will come starting next year, number one, you have to start renegotiating those big debts that they are saying that there were big debts that were taken for infrastructure projects. They have to see how they are going to pay that. So what is going to happen eventually? We are going to find 5 years of excuse as to why they could not do what they were supposed to do. What will they do? They'll be blaming the Uhuru government for them not performing after 5 years. And then they say, now we first had to start by first of all paying the debts, and you people saw where we were. Okay? So that's a business that I think is not where we want. I would want to invite us, and some of those things they are saying, it's not like something has not been done before. If you read the Depression, 1929, the Great Depression, 1929 to 1941. I would want you to try and go and look. Part of the problem was the idea of pumping money. The Federal Reserve in the US is the one that is given the mandate as the land of last resort. So they are the one who are given that mandate to pump money, print money, and put it back to the economy. So part of that, actually, this was the comment by one of the guys who was the Banake. He said that we contributed to it, we did it. And then, of course, when he's interviewed, he's asked further, what is it that you did? Part of the reason was pumping money into the economy, right? So what you can go read that so that you can appreciate what these people are saying, because now we don't have that capacity probably to pump money into the economy, but where are they going to get that money if we are not performing? So this can sound as a very good idea, but it is just that if you don't have tangible things on how to do it. So I think this is a conversation that we can continue, but if you read the Great Depression 1929 to 1941, you can capture the idea of what is it that other governments have done in such situations, and can this, what they are saying, make sense? Unless you expand your industries, unless you start making people having the power to purchase, it is hard to grow an economy. And that is what infrastructure projects are trying to do, to open up markets, open up the market. How do you open up market? You open up the market by infrastructure, make it easy to communicate, make it easy to transport, make it easy for people to reach even further markets. That's all that you need. And then, of course, the economy starts circulating, money starts circulating in hands. Now, I want us to start giving our closing remarks. 2 minutes since you have been here for almost 10 hours, and I'll start with Jakindube, then I come to Njiru, then I go to Geoffrey, then Andrew, then we come Julia, George, Dikims, Alex, and then we finish with Ziana. So, Jakindube, tafadhali.
Asante sana bwana Demba na wote nashukuru sana. Nataka kusema tu kwamba mimi nasikitika sana kwamba Mungu ametujalia, ametupatia Wakenya wengi tu wazuri ambao wanaweza kuiongoza nchi yetu kwa njia nzuri, hata anatuonyesha, lakini sisi Wakenya tunakataa kabisa. Ametupatia mtu ambaye Waafrika wenyewe wamemtrust na mipango ya Afrika, na hata tumemuona akisema hiyo mipango na tayari ziko online ili kupanua uchumi wa Afrika kwa ujumla. Huyo ndio mtu, wengine wanasema hawezi kuongoza nchi yetu. Mtu anatuambia aongoze nchi yetu ni mtu ambaye hana nia ya kuongoza, yani hana mipango yoyote. Mara anasema hivi, mara anasema hivi. Bwana George, mimi kitu moja lazima niseme ni kwamba kuna jamaa moja alikuwa hapa amekimbia kusema kwamba Bwana Ruto alichaguliwa na Uhuru, lakini alichaguliwa kama msaidizi wake, sio president. Alichaguliwa kama msaidizi, na kama uko na msaidizi huwezi kukaa naye kwa mkutano unasema nataka tufanye hivi, alafu yeye akitoka nje anasema president ni mtapeli. Huyo jamaa ni tapeli, anataka kututapeli. Hiyo sio msaidizi, na hiyo tabia ya namna hiyo ni ya ufujo. Ndio maana hiyo fujo ambayo tunataka kufanya, ndio maana tuko mahali tuko. Mahali tuko. Joe Biden wakati Obama alikuwa president hakufanya fujo. Hiyo katiba yao ni kama yetu, hakufanya fujo. Alikuwa anaitwa Pence wakati alikuwa na huyu kicha nani president ambaye alishindwa juzi,
Trump.
Alikuwa president Trump si alikuwa na assistant wake hakujibu, hakusema neno hata moja, hata kama alikuwa na mtusi anasema sijui nini. Huyu assistant hakusema jambo lolote. Hii ya Ruto ni assistant wa namna gani? ni mtu mwenye fujo. Haufanyii mtu kama unasema mnafanya na yeye. Saa hii wewe unasema Uhuru asikampenie Raila, lakini unataka kampenie Ruto. Hiyo ni double standard, hiyo haifanyiki. President Obama uliona alikampenia nani wake, hakuna makosa kwa president campaign. Alimwambia Ruto tufanye kazi, siku ya kampeni itakukampenia. Ruto alikataa. So kama Ruto amekataa, unataka president amlazimishe? Alikataa kumsikiliza president vile anataka. So msiseme ati wacheni amkampenie Odinga, kama anapenda Odinga amkampenie ashindwe, Ruto ashinde. Lakini msiseme, mtu asiseme, wale wana support UDA wasiseme eti ati support kwa sababu yeye ni symbol of national unity. Ndio national unity, na ndio maana anawaeleza kwamba huyu jamaa ndio mtu naona anaweza kufanya nini, kuongoza nchi yetu. So ni jukumu lako kufuata ama kutofuata, lakini msimwambie asifanye hivyo. Hiyo ni makosa. Na mimi nazidi kuambia nchi yetu ni lazima iongozwe na tuongoze nchi yetu na ukweli. Tusije hapa tukisema mambo ambayo sio ya kweli. Asanteni sana.
Nyeri, is your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Sana. Thank you for everyone who is here and your contribution. Mimi naona ile kitu imeharibia deputy president niyo story ya kusema ati hataki maneno ya history. Ningetaka tu kuwapeleka kwa history kidogo ya Marekani. Wale watu ambao walikuwa wamezaliwa hiyo wakati, mnajua hiyo wakati huyu Bush wa kwanza alikuja kukuwa president. It is one of the few regimes ambazo ziliweza kupata presidency for 12 years. That is Ronald Reagan, walichaguliwa na Ronald Reagan in 80, I think around 82, 81 hapo. Then in 1988, when Ronald Reagan was exiting, his vice president sasa akaanzia kampeni yake. Na ukienda in the history archives kufuata, huyo Bush wa kwanza he is among the few US presidents ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa without a serious campaign. That guy rided on the popularity of Ronald Reagan, and hakuna mambo mingi alifanya, so yeye tu alinyamaza. They were very cordial with Ronald Reagan, and power was just transferred very easily. And there are so many occasions ambazo, including hata ukienda Russia, if you go to Russia, kuna majamaa Putin analetanga hapo, sorry, I'm just saying, unakutanga, I'm trying to talk the importance of royalty in life. Putin alikuja, term yake ikaisha, jamaa mwingine anaitwa Medvedev akakuja hapo akafanya kama president miaka 4, alafu Putin akarudi hapo. So there is something I'm trying to talk about royalty. In this life, loyalty comes before hard work. Then kuna hii story nasikia watu wakisema ati Mauti Kenya, wakisema tuliambiwa. Gakure, maybe ukipeana pia your closing remark, unaweza nijibu hii. Hebu niambie kama saa hii mama yako anaweza uza ploti yenyu kama hajauliza mzee? Just answer me to that one. Then na kama mliambiwa, nasikia watu wa Central tunasema ati tuliambiwa. Does it mean that sisi watu wa Central we cannot make a very right decision? We have always to remain on the issue ya kuambiwa, kuwaindua, and we stick there, such that hata yule mtu ambaye tuliambiliwa ni sawa, ndio tuliambiliwa. Can we not analyze and make a sound decision? Tujiulize, hata huyu mtu tuliambiliwa na yule mtu alituletea yeye wameachana. Ni kama saa hii to cut my long story short, mimi niko na bibi yangu, alafu nikuje niwaambie tumeachana, mimi na bibi yangu niwaambie tumeachana, alafu sasa nyinyi kama wafuasi ama nyinyi kama wale watu mlikuja kwa harusi yetu mwanzie kusema hapana, hamwezi achana, hii harusi lazima iendelee kukua. And already mimi na bibi yangu ambao tulitaka, I think Bernard even trying to ask this one, why does Mount Kenya want to force Uhuru to be where he doesn't want to be? Why? Hiyo ndio ile swali nataka watu wa Mount Kenya wajiulize. He has his own privileges, the way that he chooses what he wants to eat, ile kitu anataka, he knows what he wants, and I think he has preferences of choice. Na kwa hii dunia hakuna mtu ana right ya kuchagua. Last ile kitu nilikuwa tu nikitaka kusema about the deputy president ni moja. Mimi ningekuwa nikisema deputy president amefanya kazi mingi sana, na wasomi wanasemanga for you to fail you need to do more work than even to succeed. So what I mean is that hard work is not a guarantee that you will achieve or you will get what you wanted to get. So kuna vitu mingi sana ina contribute to success, including motivation, people around you, your character. Kuna vitu mingi, and to me, I do not see the character which the deputy president possesses so that he can become our president. And I think it is a high time many people who are supporting Ruto, they try to look at his character. From 1995, yeye tu kazi yake tu anaendelea tu kupoteza marafiki tu. Hata marehemu Moi alisema sitaki kuona huyo mtu. He is keeping on. Mukifanya kazi na Ruto anapoteza. Thank you.
Ilikuwa dakika mbili. Haya, George, dakika mbili pia wewe.
Okay. Kuna kitu moja nitasema Demba.
Si George, ni Geoffrey. Sorry George. George, tulia tu hapo. Tuko kwa hii line ya juu. Sorry. Hii uji nimekunywa na nionyesha vitu zingine. Haya, Geoffrey.
Okay, thank you, Brother Temba kwa nafasi. Let me be brief by saying this. I heard our sister was saying that the main problem here in our country is corruption. And let me echo by saying that, our country, we have money. The money we have is going to pockets of few people. And that's the major problem we have there. And in these two presidential aspirants, it's only Baba who's saying that's going to fight corruption. And if we ask my brothers who are supporting UDA, there's no any day I've heard David President saying that how he's going to fight corruption. And that one, if somebody has got any clip, please, I would like to see it. He knows very well that he cannot do that. He cannot fight it because him and the corruption, you cannot differentiate it. Baba said clearly that he needs to improve infrastructure in our country so that it can be able to develop the country. Without infrastructure, there's no way you can develop the country. Even the big superpower countries, what they put the priority is infrastructure. And that's what we need. We have so many things in rural areas. The roads are unpassable. You cannot pass. You cannot bring those goods from the rural areas to the town to sell them. So many farmers, their produce zinaharibikia kwa mashamba because there's no way to transport them. That's what Baba is standing for. Baba is saying that he needs to improve infrastructure of our country. Second, he wants to fight corruption. That's why we are losing billions of money. There's some other thing people are saying that, oh, guys, you are saying that David President is saying he's going to be giving billions of money to Mamboga and Boda. How about Baba was saying that they're going to give 6,000? They fail to understand. Baba said this 6,000 is for people who are less fortunate people in the society. Your people cannot have nothing. Baba wants those people to be taken care of. He says he knows very well that our country has got money. There's a lot of tax which is being collected, but it ends up to pockets of people. He knows. He has been the government to Kibaki. He knows where the money is. He knows the loopholes. That's why Baba is saying he wants to go there, afunge the loopholes, tupate pesa, ifanye maendeleo, tupate infrastructure, tuwasaidie watu wako less fortunate society kama huko Turkana, Marsabit, watu wanakufa njaa because they cannot do nothing, ni ukame huko. There's no place they can go. You know, hiyo mambo ya kusema ati nataka kutupea mama mboga na bodaboda, it doesn't make any sense. Hakuna kitu inasaidia hapo. So na wasi ndugu yangu kama George Gakure, the only person who can improve our country is Baba. I know you living in diaspora, you know that the main problem we have in our country is corruption. That's it. And the William Ruto, the person we are supporting, is the person who you cannot differentiate him in corruption. Thank you very much.
Asante. Andrew, ukikuita mara moja ukose kurespond, tunakutoa tu, tunaendelea. Julia, dakika mbili.
I will not repeat about corruption. It's the main disease in Kenya. And if we seal all those loopholes, there's going to be a lot of funds. My emphasis should be the government should, the incoming government should focus that is on corruption and also infrastructure. But because I'm an educator, I have a heart for school children. And one of the first priorities that Kenya should have is to make sure that children get access to equitable education. Why Americans are not struggling, all American children go to good schools and the children get breakfast in the morning and they get lunch. So we never know whether those children are poor or rich because the government makes sure that they access equitable education. So we will not have those schools we are seeing in Turkana. Those schools, it is very unfair. It is very, very unfair to have a child today in Kenya akienda shule ya matope inaanguka ananyeshewa. It is we should not even say it's a shame, it's unfair. So I'm an educator, my heart is for the school children in Kenya. Sasa kama baba ataingia, mimi naomba siku moja atakumbuka kwamba maoni yangu na maombi yangu ni kuona watoto wa Kenya wakisoma bure kabisa in good schools, getting equitable education.
Okay. Thank you, Julia. George Gakure.
Okay, I have one issue or three. One, tukisema, if we say the government has no money and it can be able to create a youth fund and give money in groups, if the same government can give that money individual level, and if they can ask for the security of the money, people can do much with that money. I told you I opened a business in Kangemi and I closed because of good capital. I was unable to compete with guys who have more money. You are competing with somebody who is a millionaire. So what you will do, you just close the business. You cannot compete in price. So if that money youth fund, instead of being returned to the treasury, can be given to individual level with a certain security and less interest, it can do much. That's number one. Number two, remember you asked me about US presidential supporting his party. What they do, they support the same party. If I am a Democratic president, I'm retiring, I support my Democratic president who is vying for the president. They have never done the other way around, going to the Republican, support the Republican. The other thing is about Jiro. Jiro asked me whether Mama can sell a plot without notifying my father. The issue of Uhuru and Ruto. Uhuru have said almost two things I can conquer. He said Ruto started campaigning early. That's what Uhuru said. That is the disagreement. Another issue, Ruto didn't support BBI. These are the issues Uhuru has over Ruto. But when we come to the campaign, I remember when Uhuru came from Hague with this Uhuru, they campaigned when Kibaki was running the government. campaigning over Mudurwa going from I don't know where of the Iggy issue, and that's how we elected them, 2013. So I don't see the difference. The Uhuru who campaigned that time, and now the Tony Ruto, you started campaigning early. Another thing is, he has never been given any assignment, Ruto, and he never did. It's only the issue of you did campaign, you do, you are not, you are tangatangering. That's that's my take for now.
It's fair will.
And, let me finish. Thank you for this educative forum. It's a good one. At least we dialogue our country, how we want our country to better our country. The guy, how we can even go back there and invest even when we are here. It's a good discussion. It's not about ODM, UD, and Azimio. It's a good and it is educative. I thank you guys from Tebe. You are doing a good stuff. I think there's no any other show like this of all the TVs I know. Thank you guys and good night. Have a good night. Have a good day and a good night.
Okay, thank you. Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Themba, for the opportunity. Leo Janiaka quarantine, I missed that. Anyway, Mzee Jakindu Bey, you know, Leo Themba Mungu.
Leo uko sawa, Alex. Leo uko sawa. Jana,
Jana nilikunywa msabibu. Haina shida. It was Sunday. So
leo hauko mtukutu.
Leo si ati sikuwa mtukutu. Leo the master of mtukutu, my friend Fighter, was here, so I was overshadowed. So anyway, Gakure, yes. Your business did not fail because of lack of capital. Your business failed because the government at hand did not protect the market or create the markets that you needed so that with the little you had, you were assured with the market. The responsibility of the government is not to give you money. The responsibility of the government is to respond to your business by giving you markets that are stable. Okay, not locally. Jakindube alikuuliza swali ambao hukujibu. Mama mboga hawezi uzia mama mboga mwingine mboga mwingine. Soon you won't find anybody to sell mboga to. Everybody cannot have a border. Everybody cannot have what we need is sustainable, and that's why in the US, wherever they go outside, maybe wanakuja in Africa, they go with an economic bloc team to negotiate for how they will sell their products. And that's why EPZ is one of the centers that has really, apart from the foreign money that we are sending back home, the EPZ has done so well to protect a little bit of the markets. Today, as we are talking, 60% of bras and underwear in Victoria's Secrets are coming from Kenya via Rivertex. A negotiation that were done through the commercial attaché of Washington, when the ambassador, there was a Luo ambassador that was there for a while that was respected by Kibaki. And you can see such kind of markets is what we need. So handouts do not help people. It is negotiation for markets. Local markets must be expanded to international markets. And that is how we can deal with business, trade, and commerce. There's another thing I wanted to say in that Kenya, after Kibaki left, Kenya lost 40% of industries because of two things. First of all was energy. Energy rose by 40% because Kenya Power and Lightning started giving companies bills. If you stay today in Kenya, you even reserve hata watu wenye wamepata moto juzi. What you used to get like 800, 1,000 a month for electric bill, those people can give you an electric bill of 5,000 for no reason, unexplainable. They did not even come to check your meter. So those are the kinds of things we should be talking so that they can be lowered to give us the ability to do business. During the Kibaki era, we sustained a little bit of that by not having systemic power failures. And what happened? Business thrived, manufacturing continued. Why? Because during Moi era,
Every day there was a blackout. Friday up to Monday was a blackout. So companies could not run. So those are the things we should be agitating, not handouts. Lastly, Mama Selina spoke here earlier, and I want to remind him, and somebody asked, why should we say Congo is important? Congo is important because it's the only country that is capable, through the river that the Prime Minister said, to produce 110 megawatts of what? Electricity that can be shipped from there to our country, and our rate of electricity will reduce to 60%. Can you imagine 60%? So if we reduce 60%, 20% of companies left Kenya in 5 years because Egypt, the electric was cheaper by 60%. Flower companies, the lady that talked about flower companies, we know we lost many companies to Addis Ababa. Why? Because electricity was very expensive. So if we can put down our electric and our corporate tax, which is 35%, actually Jubilee wanted to increase it to 40%, and direct foreign investors refused to come. So those are the things we should be talking. Anybody talking about wheelbarrow and handouts instead of agitating for markets that can create employment, sustainable, that gives you NHIF, NSSF, every benefits after you retire, is somebody who is bringing us down. The employments that we need to get today is not employment that today, if a border person, if you go to many level 5 hospitals, when border people get accidents, there is a special ward for those people, their head, their legs, their backs, because they do not have insurance. And you are telling me that's sustainable? We must move from that. And lastly, border has become a menace in Kenya. We must get away from that. Today, if you are driving your car maybe in a certain place, I mean, border has become a menace and a law to themselves. If we don't have another Michuki in the next years, border are going to take center stage, and we are not going to be able to take care of that for years to come. This is the time that we must streamline the border because the politicians are talking as if they are the most important people. We are not talking about our children in school. We are not talking about healthcare. We're talking about border. That is wrong. Border has become a menace. Of course, at some point they were okay, but right now we cannot allow them to be the topic of discussion in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Princess Diana, ni wakati wako.
Asante sana Bwana Temba. Mimi nikiweza kuzungumza nitaanza na ufisadi. Ufisadi ndio inaharibu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na kama ufisadi itaisha, na dhania nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa nchi moja nzuri sana. Nimesikia dada Julia akisema angelipenda, kwa sababu yeye anapenda kufunza watoto, angelipenda Kenya mashule yawe ya bure. Dada Julia, na kuhakikishia ya kwamba ufisadi ukiisha Kenya, mashule yatakuwa ya bure, watoto watasoma vizuri, na kwa sababu wale wanaoishi nchi za ng'ambo, watoto hata yule anaishi karibu na nyumba anapelekwa na basi. Watoto wetu bado kuna mashule bado zile ziko mbali mno. Mtoto bado anatembea kilomita 1, kilomita 2 apate kufikia shule, na anaenda shule kule lunch hamna. Hakuenda kama amepata kifungua kinywa, atarudi nyumbani bila ajala. Kwa hivyo hata masomo hayaingii vizuri. Lakini tukimaliza ufisadi, nafikiria mashule yatakuwa ya bure na chakula watapata. Hiyo na kuhakikishia dada Julia. Tukirudi kwa upande wa pikipiki, George Gakure, nakwambia pikipiki zimejaa mpaka ziko zingine niliona zilichukuliwa zikarudishwa kwenye mabenki. Sasa ikiwa bado tutawaongezea mapikipiki jamani, na zinarudishwa kwenye benki, kweli tunafanya kile kitu kinafaa kweli? Unajua, ukiwa ng'ambo unarudi nyumbani mara moja moja, hujui vile kunaendelea. Inakuwa ni shida, kwa sababu nilikuwa nyumbani juzi, pikipiki niliziona zimejaa kwenye mabenki pale, zimerudishwa kwa sababu hawezi lipa. Hakuna mtu anapanda pikipiki, ziko mingi mno. Haya, kile mimi nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, wale tuwachague wajakazi, kwa sababu tukiwachagua wajakazi, ni yule mtu umemchagua, kwa King'enge wanaita servants. Kenya tunahangaika kwa sababu hatuwachagui wajakazi, ila hali tunachagua wale watu wanaenda kupora tu hela kule. Yakienda pale kwa sababu alikulipa shilingi 200, siku ile alikuwa akipiga kampeni zake barabarani, nawe ukapata 200 ukaenda kununua unga ukafurahia, kumbe unauza kura yako. Yeye akiingia pale ni kupora. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya tukae makini sana, kwa sababu tusije tukauza kura zetu. Tuwachague wajakazi, wale watakuja kutufanyia kazi. Na ugatuzi ulikuja nchini Kenya, kwa hivyo haina shida sana hata kuangalia kule juu, ila hali tuanze na wale ambao watatufanyia kazi hapa chini. Ndiposa ninasema tuwachague wajakazi kuanzia MCA wako, mbunge, senator na governor. Tukiwachagua wale watatuchapia kazi, watasahau ufisadi, ila hali watakuwa wanategemea kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, nawaomba tuwachague wale watatufanyia kazi, na tuwe na umoja na undugu na upendo. Mahali utakapopata Geoffrey utamuita ni ndugu yako, utampata Julia utamuuliza watoka wapi, utamuita dada. Alex utamuita ndugu, na Tembo utamuita ndugu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, nawaomba tuwe na amani tutakapokuwa tunaenda kwenye uchaguzi. Kwako Temba.
Alex anakugonga huko kwa comment, anasema huko na full stops mingi. Alex. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kumwelezea nataka kumwambia George ya kwamba yes, America has had situations where presidents from a different party has supported a president from another, I mean a colleague from a different party. It has been there. And Trump is not the only one who refused to attend an inauguration of the next president. The second president of the US, that was John Adams, he did not attend inauguration of Thomas Jefferson because they were great, rivals, and he didn't like him so much. So he also refused to attend an inauguration. So America has not not yet had, even recently, Bush was not supporting Trump. So there's a clear definition. They did not even attend the endorsement of Trump as the candidate of a Republican. So it is not that American democracy has always been so perfect. If you read, which I've had an interest of trying to get to know what are some of the things that have happened, you realize that some of the things, even the formation of Confederate states, it was after election of Abraham Lincoln, when apparently, Republicans were not, he was anti-slavery. Abraham Lincoln was anti-slavery, but Democrats were for slavery. They didn't want to free people. And so some of Republicans who are also pro-slavery formed the Confederate States with others. So, I mean, it has not always been rosy for the US. It has moved across. So they tell us that here they don't support Democrat or Republican. It depends what stage and what phase they are at, so that we can start appreciating that. So it is not, in fact, it's not so unique that the president reached out and started supporting another candidate. It has happened in other situations. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our debate today. It's been 10 hours of learning, unlearning, appreciating, listening to each other. This is why we come here. Like I keep saying, is if we stop talking, we start fighting. So let's keep talking. Let's keep sharing. And I say that you only need 4 things here. You need a working gadget, computer or phone. You need connectivity, and you need something to share, and you need a willingness to learn. And of course, as we come here, always have that openness of accepting and appreciating the other person and respect. Let me appreciate some people who have come down to the comment section. Lama Lama, asante sana. Maxwell Olwal, David Olo, Ibrahim Kala, George Gakura amesikia, asante. Penya Gaka, you refuse to come back to the forum. It's okay. Alex Shadrack Kirui, asante sana. Hapa jini kweli, from bottom up. Omni. Oh, okay. Hapa jini. Okay, you meant chini. I hear you. Steven Mutumbu, asante. Maggie Odengo, Odengo, asante. Mike, Mitt Romney, a Republican, supported Biden, a Democratic instead of Trump, a fellow Republican. Yeah. So, I mean, it has happened. So we don't have to, not nice, asante, Kinara, and all the others. Tumeshukuru sana. I would like to mention all of you, but feel appreciated that you came on. Those who are on Facebook, you were thrown off earlier. Those who are on YouTube, asante sana for staying up to this time. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei platform. Share widely. Let us come here. Let us share. Let us talk. Let us keep listening to each other. Let us make a better Kenya. Let us make our country a place where voters can learn to interrogate their leaders. We can learn to interrogate the policy. We can learn to ask questions. We have an inquisitive mind where you are not just told things and you don't ask. Let us learn to ask. Let us not take things for the sake of what they are. Let that be something that we carry with us. This platform is a platform for civic education. We are educating our leaders in terms of governance, leadership, policies. What are the things they need to know? What are the expectations? And every time you participate here, don't take it for granted. There's someone you are educating. So focus on educating that person or giving them information that they can go and use in their other platforms and in their areas of influence. We appreciate all those who listen to us across the globe, and we hope that you have learned something from our broadcast today. Thank you so much for always choosing Mutembei TV. As I always say, that the comments and sentiments shared here are not necessarily those of Mutembei TV or the owner. It is for the person who has spoken them. Thank you so much. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly remember to subscribe to Themba Ondiege TV too. Please go build me there. It is just as a journey of a father with his daughter. Kindly go there and give me a like, I've shared it there on the comment section. You can see that it's my channel with my daughter. It is a simple African father growing with the daughter. Thank you so much. Now, we normally say a prayer here as we come to the end of this show. This prayer is a prayer that is the national anthem, Kenya national anthem.
Alex,
And Alex usihepe, umehepa mara mingi sana. It is the Kenya national anthem, and what we are saying is the first stanza of the Kenya national anthem. In Kiswahili, tunaisema. So Alex, kazi kwako. Alex amehepa. Ay, Alex.
No, hiyo ni right. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Sasa Ziana, unanidharau aje?
That's why Alex,
leo umejaribu,
that's why
lakini
tunasema uiseme kwa sababu ni maombi, uiseme polepole. So that kwa sababu ni maombi inakuwa, ama wewe ni Mkatoliki, Wakatoliki ndio wanaimba maombi yao. Nataka uiseme. Haya, iseme polepole kwa hiyo maombi.
Nguvu yetu.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwenga ona mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana jamani, shukrani kwa kila mtu. Tuonane tena majaliwa. Yeah, inshallah tuonane. Okay, bye, see you later.